Hi, I'm Yukkuri Alice.
And I am Yukkuri Patchouli. In today's video, part 1, we are going to go over the full span of history for Spanish Bachillerato, covering the key periods, events, and concepts you need for exams and university entrance preparation. In the next video, we will go over the documents and the short questions. This video took hours to compile, so I haven't rewatched it from start to end. It may contain errors. Thank you for your attention. Now, let's get going. Unit 1, Paleolithic, 1 million to 8,000 before Christ.
Geologically, Pleistocene, glaciations, predatory economy, hunting, fishing, and gathering, nomadism, seasonal movements following animal migrations and plant cycles. Individuals grouped together in numerically small bands, with a very rudimentary internal organization and without a clear social hierarchy. During much of the period, they lived in shelters or temporary open-air camps. Only from the Middle Paleolithic onward, coinciding with the mastery of fire, did they begin to occupy caves permanently to protect themselves from the harsh climate.
Lower Paleolithic, 1 million to 100,000 before Christ.
The discoveries of fossil human remains in the Sierra de Atapuerca, Burgos, have been crucial. Homo antecessor 1 million, the oldest documented human fossil in Europe. Homo heidelbergensis, 500,000, 300,000. The mountain range in Burgos has provided many bone remains.
Middle Paleolithic, 100,000, 40,000 before Christ.
Homo neanderthalensis stood out for its robust physique, short stature, and high cranial capacity, even higher society than and spiritual that of modern humans. Neanderthals lived in groups with a higher degree of social organization. They systematically mastered fire for cooking and keeping warm inside the caves. They practiced funerary rites. The first bone remains of Neanderthals in the peninsula, and some of the first in the world, were found in Gibraltar in 1848. Stone carving occurs. Mousterian culture. Tools diversify and become smaller and more specialized, highlighting arrowheads for hunting, scrapers for scraping and cleaning hides, and stone knives. Extinction. Their low demographic density combined with environmental factors and demographic pressure following the arrival of a new competing species, Homo sapiens, in the territory, led to their definitive extinction
Upper
about
Paleolithic,
25,000 years
40,000
ago.
to 8,000 before Christ.
Homo sapiens, although they did not share a direct phylogenetic relationship with Neanderthals, both species coexisted in the peninsular territory for several millennia. Homo sapiens presented physical traits, volume, and brain structure identical to those of modern man. Homo sapiens led a qualitative leap. Their technological evolution allowed them to create very sophisticated bone, using bone and antler and lithic industries to successfully adapt to the rigors of the last glaciation.
Mesolithic, 8,000 to 5,000 before Christ.
The end of the last glaciation and the establishment of the Holocene climate. The retreat of the ice caused a progressive thermal softening and a radical transformation of the landscape and fauna. This climate change led to the northern migration or extinction of large big game animals such as mammoths or bisons, which had been the basis of subsistence in the Upper Paleolithic. Human groups were forced to undergo a profound readaptation. The diet diversified to alleviate the shortage of big game. It turned toward catching medium or small-sized animals, gathering mollusks and shellfish, shell middens, and making greater use of plant resources. The lithic industry evolved toward the production of microliths, extremely small stone tools carved with geometric rigor and millimeter precision, designed to be hafted into wooden or bone handles, thus creating much more efficient arrows, harpoons, and composite tools. The first artistic manifestations in the Iberian Peninsula took place in the Upper Paleolithic and are located in the area of the Cantabrian Cornice. Those found in the caves of Altamira and El Castillo stand out especially. These paintings, carried out mainly in deep and dark caves, have been linked to magical motivations, favoring hunting, or religious ones, sanctuary caves, isolated figures of animals represented with naturalism, and hand stencils, polychromy. Later, between the Mesolithic and the beginnings of the Neolithic, the paintings of the Valtorta and El Cogul caves stand out. They are located in rock shelters. Human figures take center stage and are represented forming very varied scenes, with a clear narrative sense. The figures have very stylized, almost schematic shapes and are practically monochrome.
Neolithic 5000 to 3000 before Christ.
For the first time, humanity developed agriculture and the domestication of animals, livestock, which allowed them to generate their own subsistence goods in a controlled manner. The greater availability of food enabled notable population growth. Direct dependence on agricultural and livestock cycles forced human groups to abandon nomadism, thus giving birth to the first stable and permanent villages, sedentary lifestyle. The stability of the village initiated the division of labor. With it, private property and social differentiation, the appearance of inequalities and hierarchies appeared. In Hispanic lands, livestock farming was introduced before agriculture. The documented domestic species were the pig, the ox, the sheep, the goat, and, possibly, the horse. For their part, the oldest agricultural crops located in the peninsula were barley and wheat. Specific tools adapted to farm work were developed, highlighting hoes, sickles, and hand mills. Neolithic pottery, an indispensable element for storing production surpluses. It presents a huge variety both in its shapes and in its decorative techniques. The most famous and representative typology of this initial Mediterranean focus is cardium pottery, whose ornamentation was achieved by applying the edge of mollusk shells onto the still wet clay before its firing. Textiles, the appearance of spun fibers and weaving complemented the domestic manufacturing of the new sedentary villages.
Copper Age Chalcolithic 3000 to 2000 before Christ.
Agriculture experienced great technical advances, improvements in crops and production systems. This increase in productivity favored the appearance of the first nuclei of a pre-urban character, that is, stable settlements that were more complex and larger than simple Neolithic villages. The custom of conducting collective burials linked to the development of megalithic monuments. Dolmens, roofed structures intended for collective burials. Menhirs, monoliths driven vertically into the ground. The bell beaker. This is an inverted bell-shaped vessel, richly decorated, which is associated with funerary grave goods of local elites, demonstrating the existence of long-distance exchange networks. Bronze Age, 2000 to 1000 before Christ. The alloying of copper with tin gave rise to bronze, a much harder and more efficient metal. During the Bronze Age, an authentic urban revolution took place. The existence of large-scale commercial exchanges, search for supply routes for metals like tin, a sharp specialization and division of labor, miners, metallurgists, warriors, traders, a solid hierarchical socio-political organization which, due to its level of control and institutionalization, allows historians to formally speak of the birth of the state. Two focuses: the southeast of the peninsula and the Balearic Islands, where the Talayada culture would develop. The villages of the El Argar culture were systematically built in elevated areas and featured powerful defensive walls. The morphology of these villages, along with the rich grave goods of their tombs, confirms a heavily militarized society, intense trade, and an extremely complex and stratified political organization. Iron Age, 1000 before Christ to 3rd century before Christ. Iron, a metal much more abundant, resistant, and hard than bronze, revolutionized both agricultural production and military effectiveness. Unlike previous metals, iron technology did not develop endogenously in the peninsula, but broke in from the year 1000 BC through two large external currents. The colonizing peoples of the eastern Mediterranean, the Phoenicians and the Greeks, founded commercial trading posts on the southern and eastern peninsular coasts, introducing iron metallurgy along with writing, the alphabet, currency, and the potter's wheel. The Indo-European peoples, Celts, they penetrated through the north and west across the Pyrenees, contributing iron, metallurgy, their own languages and livestock customs, and specific funerary rites such as the urn fields, cremation.
Pre-Roman peoples. Tartessos, 8th to 6th centuries before Christ.
In the southwestern peninsula, specifically in the lower valley of the Guadalquivir and the coasts of current western Andalusia, it is a singular civilization where myth and historical reality mix, with explicit references to its wealth existing in the Bible and in texts by Greek chroniclers. Its moment of maximum peak coincided with the reign of Arganthonios, a hazy character whom current historiography tends to consider not as a single monarch, but as the embodiment of an entire dynasty or royal lineage. Tartessos functioned as an extraordinary international commercial center specialized in the exploitation and distribution of metals, among which silver stood out especially. They maintained intense exchanges with Phoenicians and Greeks, and simultaneously acted as commercial intermediaries with the peoples of the peninsular interior. The Tartessian population inhabited authentic cities, and their form of government was a monarchy. Archaeological findings of bronzes, ivories, and, very especially, luxury goldsmithing, like the famous treasure of El Carambolo Sevu, demonstrate the accumulation of immense wealth and confirm the existence of a heavily stratified society with a clear social division.
The Iberian peoples, 5th to 3rd centuries before Christ.
After the fall of Tartessos, the populations of the southern and eastern peninsula fragmented. Different local communities emerged, such as the Turdetani in the Guadalquivir Valley, the Bastitani, among others, which, although they did not possess a formal political unity, shared the same cultural root. They extended along the entire Mediterranean and southern coastal strip, from Catalonia to Andalusia. The Iberians did not form a unified state, but were organized into independent city-states. They presented an extremely advanced and stratified social division, where free men were clearly differentiated from slaves. Within the social pyramid, large agricultural landowners, a warrior aristocracy, and active groups of artisans and merchants stood out. They developed complex urbanism, their own writing, and monumental statuary of enormous artistic value linked to the funerary and religious world, of which the Lady of Elche or the sculptural group of the warrior head from Porcuna, Shen, are maximum exponents.
Celts, Celtiberians, and other ethnic groups.
The interior and the north of the peninsula experienced a slower evolution due to their geographical isolation from the trade routes of the east.
The Celtic peoples, Indo-Europeans.
They crossed the Pyrenees in successive migratory waves, which began massively mainly during the 8th century before Christ. The Celts introduced iron metallurgy to the peninsula. They settled and assimilated with the populations of the northwest, west, and center of the peninsula. Peoples of the Meseta, in the lands of the Meseta interior, firmly established tribes like the Vacaei, the Vettones, or the Lusitani stood out.
The Celtiberians.
This term encompasses the tribes located in the easternmost zone of the Meseta and in the Ebro Valley. Cultural origin. They constitute a zone of transition and direct geographical contact between the Iberian world and the Celtic world. Due to this neighborhood, the Celtiberians were peoples with a Celtic base and institutions, but who received an intense and early cultural influence from the more developed peoples of the Mediterranean area. The peoples of the north and the Cantabrian Cornice. In the northernmost strip of the peninsula, peoples like the Gelech, the Astures, and the Cantabri were located. Due to their geographical isolation from the cultural currents of the Mediterranean in the interior, they presented the least developed standard of living and socio-economic organization in the entire peninsula. For their part, the Basques constitute a community with a linguistic and ethnic origin that is still unknown to research. The colonizing peoples. The main motive for these movements was economic. The search for raw materials and, especially, metals like gold, silver, copper, and tin.
Phoenicians.
They established commercial colonies on the Andalusian coast. The first foundation was Guadix, Cadiz, whose traditional date of foundation is placed in 1100 before Christ. This city functioned as the main nucleus of Phoenician trade with the territory of Tartessos. Other prominent colonies were Malacca, Malaga, Sexi, Amunyakar, and Abdera, Adra.
Greeks.
The Greek presence is documented from the beginning of the 6th century BC on the coasts of the current provinces of Alicante and Girona. Its main center was Emporion Emporius, founded around 600 BC. Other important foundations were Rhodes, Roses, and Acraluc Alicante.
Carthaginians.
Direct heirs of Phoenician influence, the Carthaginians or Punics burst onto the Hispanic coasts starting in the 6th century BC. Their first main enclave was the island of Ibiza, which between the 5th and 3rd centuries BC became a major commercial center. They also left traces in the rest of the Balearic Islands, on the Andalusian coast, and on the Levantine coast, where the foundation of Carthago Nova Cartagena stands out.
The legacy of the colonizations.
Economy and agriculture. They introduced new crops such as flax, olive, and esparto grass. They spread the use of the potter's wheel and introduced technical innovations for mining extraction and metallurgy. Commercial activity intensified and was transformed to the introduction and use of currency. Urbanism in society, they boosted the development of urban life and the first nuclei with fully urban characteristics. In social organization, they introduced the use of slaves as a workforce. Culture, the most decisive contribution of this period was the introduction of the alphabet, both in its Phoenician and Greek variants, allowing the entrance of the peninsula into proto-history.
Romanization.
The intervention of Rome in the peninsula was a consequence of the rivalry between Romans and Carthaginians for hegemony in the western Mediterranean. The conquest had its origin in the Second Punic War, so the initial presence of Rome was due to the desire to counteract the Carthaginians. After verifying the important wealth of the territory, the Romans decided to settle definitively on Hispanic soil.
Phases of the conquest.
First phase, 118 BC. It began with the landing of Roman armies in Ampurias. The Romans fought against the Carthaginians until expelling them from the peninsula. Second phase, 133 BC. Its objective was the conquest of the peninsular interior, facing strong resistance from Lusitani and Celtiberians. The two most outstanding episodes were the death of the Lusitanian leader Viriathus, 139 B.C., assassinated by his own generals paid by Rome, and the siege of Numantia, 133 B.C., a Celtiberian city that capitulated due to hunger after the collective suicide of most of its inhabitants. With this, the interior was pacified and progress was made toward the west and Galicia. Third phase, 19 BC. It consisted of the submission of the Cantabrian and Asturian tribes of the Cantabrian, Cornus, a campaign directed personally by Emperor Augustus. With this episode, the conquest of the peninsula was considered concluded. Economic and social foundations of Roman Hispania. Rome's interest in Hispania was fundamentally economic, integrating the territory into the commercial circuits of the empire. The production of wheat, vine, and olive trees, the Mediterranean trilogy, stood out. Fishing activity and, derivatively, the fish salting industry on the Andalusian coast, associated with the production of garum, was very relevant. Rome intensified mining exploitation using slave labor. The main manufactures were pottery, goldsmithing, glass, and mosaics. Hispania exported raw materials, metals, wine, and oil, and imported luxury products. This trade was favored by the increase in monetary circulation and the creation of a network of roads, such as the Via Augusta or the Via de la Plata. Roman Hispanic society. Slavery, it experienced great development, becoming the baseline workforce of the mining and agricultural economy. Free population, there was a legal division between Roman citizens with full political and civil rights and non-citizens, a difference that disappeared when the right of citizenship was generalized to the entire population of the empire. Economic division, beyond legal rights, society polarized between a powerful minority, large landowners, businessmen, and urban oligarchies, and a humble majority, modest peasants and urban artisans. The crisis of the 3rd century and its consequences. Starting in the 3rd century AD, the Roman Empire entered a phase of prolonged instability that transformed the structure of Hispania. Ruralization. Cities suffered an unstoppable demographic and economic decline, with activity moving to the countryside. Economic collapse. Currency became scarce, inflation skyrocketed, long-distance trade collapsed, and artisan production was drastically reduced. Insecurity. Incursions by foreign peoples, barbarians, forced cities to build walls to defend themselves.
The process of Romanization.
The division of the territory guaranteed political and military control. The roads connected nerve centers, facilitating the movement of troops and trade, while cities acted as focuses for cultural dissemination. The recruitment of indigenous soldiers and the settlement of legions fostered cultural contact. Latin was imposed as the official and private language, causing the disappearance of pre-Roman languages with the exception of Basque. Likewise, Roman law unified legal criteria. Local divinities were assimilated into the Roman pantheon, respecting indigenous cults as long as loyalty to the emperor was maintained.
The provincial articulation of Hispania.
The territorial organization of the Iberian Peninsula and the Balearic Islands evolved to adapt to the administrative and fiscal needs of Rome through different reforms. Republican period, 2nd century B.C. Hispania was initially divided into two provinces, Citerior, Ebro Valley and Mediterranean coast, and ulterior, Guadalquivir Valley, reform of Augustus, 1st century B.C. The territory was restructured into 3 provinces: Tarraconensis, capital in Tarraco, Baetica, capital in Corduba, and Lusitania, capital in Emerita Augusta. Reforms under the late Empire, 3rd and 4th centuries AD. The northwestern zone was detached to create the province of Galatia. Subsequently, the peninsular map became articulated into 6 provinces with the inclusion of Carthaginiense and Mauritania Tingitana, the latter in North Africa. In the 4th century AD, Bachillerato was added.
The municipal regime.
The Roman organization model was built upon a dense urban network, converting the city into the key piece for controlling the territory politically and economically. The empire implemented 2 different strategies to consolidate this system in the peninsula. Many of the cities that had already been founded by previous cultures, such as the Phoenician Gades or the Iberian Elipa, adhered to the Roman system through peaceful pacts, gradually adapting their laws and infrastructures to Rome's guidelines. Foundations from scratch ex novo. In areas of strategic interest, the Romans built cities from the ground up. These new colonies imitated the structure of Rome itself. Their design was traced from 2 main circulation axes, the Cardo Maximus, north to south, and the Decumanus Maximus, east to west. At the intersection of both streets, the Forum opened up, the great public square that centralized the religious, commercial, judicial, and governmental life of the population. Under this scheme of new planning, settlements were born that endure to the present day, such as Emerita Augusta, Merida, his Palace Seville, Sazragusta, Zaragoza, Tarraco, Tarragona, or Barcino, Barcelona. To manage the administration of these municipalities, the political system of the metropolis was copied on a local scale through 2 fundamental institutions: the Curia, a municipal senate made up of the richest citizens of the locality, the decurions, in charge of finances and local legislation, the magistrates, annual executive positions such as the duoviri or the aediles, in charge of applying the laws, administering justice, collecting taxes, and organizing public works or games.
Cultural and intellectual integration.
The assimilation of Roman culture allowed Hispania to contribute prominent figures to the empire. Emperors, monarchs like Trajan and Hadrian were born in Hispanic territory. Intellectuals and writers, the Stoic philosopher Seneca, the writers Quintilian and Martial, the historian and poet Lucan, the geographer Pomponius Mela, and the agronomist Columella, stood out.
The artistic and monumental legacy.
Aqueducts, Segovia, bridges, Alcantara, Merida, walls, Lugo, and commemorative triumphal arches. Theaters, Merida, Sagunto, amphitheaters, circuses, and temples. Monumental sculpture, imperial portraits and mythological representations, and pavements decorated with mosaics.
Roman religion and the spread of Christianity.
The initial religious policy of Rome combined the implementation of the imperial cult with tolerance toward local free beliefs. Nonetheless, starting in the 3rd century A.D., coinciding with the general crisis of the empire, Christianity began to spread regularly throughout the peninsula. Despite the resistance of traditional pagan cults and periods of official persecution, the new religion took firm root and became the majority belief of the Hispano-Roman population at the end of the 4th century AD, following its declaration as the official religion of the empire.
The invasions and the origin of the Visigothic kingdom.
At the beginning of the 5th century AD, several peoples called barbarians entered the Roman Empire because they were fleeing the advance of the Huns, a people coming from Central Asia. In the year 409, 3 of those peoples crossed the Pyrenees and occupied different areas of Hispania. The Sube. They settled in the northwest of the peninsula, Galatia. The Alans. They dispersed mainly throughout the Carthaginensis province. The Vandals. They established themselves in Baetica Candalusia, and shortly after crossed the Strait of Gibraltar toward North Africa. In the year 415, the Visigoths arrived in Hispania. Unlike the previous ones, they were a heavily Romanized people acting as an ally foederati of Rome to expel the other barbarians. After the fall of the Roman Empire 476 A.D. and their subsequent defeat in the south of France against the Franks, the Visigoths moved en masse to the peninsula and fixed their capital in Toledo. In the middle of the 6th century, the political map of the peninsula was fragmented into 3 zones. The Suebic kingdom in the northwest, Galatia, the Visigothic kingdom in the center and south, governed from Toledo, the Byzantine province, a strip occupied on the Mediterranean coast by the Byzantine Empire with the aim of refounding the old Roman Empire. Between the mid-6th and late 7th centuries, the Visigothic kings applied a policy of unification to merge the Visigothic minority with the Hispano-Roman majority. Political unification. King Leovigild conquered and dissolved the Suebic kingdom. Decades later, King Swintila definitively expelled the Byzantines from the Mediterranean coast, achieving control of the entire peninsula. Religious unification. The Hispano-Romans were Catholics, and the Visigoths were Arians. To end this barrier, King Record converted to Catholicism at the Third Council of Toledo, 589, declaring Catholicism as the only official religion of the kingdom. Legal unification. At first, each people was governed by different laws. King Recheswinth unified the legislation for all inhabitants through the promulgation of the Liber Iudiciorum, or Fuero Juzgo, in the year 654. The Visigothic economy and social life concentrated almost exclusively in the countryside, consolidating the decline of cities started in the late Roman Empire. Wealth was based on villas, which were large agricultural estates in the hands of the nobility and the church. The land was worked by coloni, peasants who, although legally free, depended closely on the landowning lords. Trade, mining, and the circulation of currency were reduced to minimum levels. The Visigothic aristocracy and the Hispano-Roman nobility merged into a single dominant group. In this period, the traits of pre-feudalism, the basis of the future feudal system, appeared. Personal relationships. Kings sought the support of faithful nobles, and these nobles in turn had commended warriors to whom they gave land in exchange for military help. Seigneurial regime. Large owners accumulated public functions that previously corresponded to the state, such as administering justice or collecting taxes from the peasants on their lands. The Visigothic monarchy was politically weak and unstable due to its elective nature. Kings were chosen by the nobles, which caused constant conspiracies and assassinations of monarchs. The king governed with the officium palinum, people he trusted and relied on two key institutions: the aula regia, a council formed by the high nobility and the king's collaborators. Its function was purely consultative. They advised the monarch, but did not decide. The councils of Toledo. Originally, they were assemblies of bishops, but they became joint political meetings between the king, the nobility, and the church, where the main laws of the kingdom were approved. The culture of this stage was totally controlled by the church through episcopal schools, focusing on preserving classical Roman knowledge under a Christian lens. Saint Isidore of Seville, 560–636. He was the most important intellectual figure of the era. His crowning work, the Etymologies, was a great encyclopedia that compiled and saved the knowledge of the traditional classical world. Art and architecture. They stood out in stone architecture, churches with the characteristic use of the horseshoe arch, and in the goldsmithing of precious metals and jewels, whose maximum exponent is the treasure of Guarazar.
Unit 2. The Conquest.
Following the ascension to the Visigothic throne of King Don Rodrigo, severe succession disputes took place that favored the arrival of the Muslims. The Visigothic king attempted to stop them, but he was defeated in the Battle of Guadalete, 711, by an army of Arabs and Berbers led by Tariq. Shortly after, the governor of North Africa, Musa, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar with a large army, and, in a few years, the Muslims conquered a large part of the peninsular territory, which they named Al-Andalus. In the year 719, only the Pyrenean regions and the Cantabrian coast remained outside their control. In the following years, they attempted to continue their expansion north of the Pyrenees, but they were defeated by the Franks in Poitiers, 732. The rapid Muslim conquest was a consequence of the Arab expansion from the east, but it was also due to the weakness of the Visigothic kingdom caused by internal disputes between Don Rodrigo and Agila II for the succession to the throne. The economic and social crisis that Visigothic Spain was experiencing, affected by poverty and social tension between the landowner minority and the peasant majority. The pacts or capitulations that the Muslims agreed upon with part of the Visigothic nobility, to whom the maintenance of their religion and assets was guaranteed in exchange for the payment of taxes. The invaders were of Berber origin for the most part and, despite not being very numerous, rapidly ended the weak Visigothic resistance. An Arab population also formed part of the invading forces, occupying the leadership positions. The Christians who converted to Islam were called Muladis, while those who maintained their religion within the territory of Al-Andalus received the name of Mozarabes. The political evolution of Al-Andalus. Dependent Emirate 714-756. It depended politically and religiously on the Caliph of Damascus, the Umayyads. Independent Emirate 756-929. Following the slaughter and downfall of the Umayyad dynasty in Damascus, Abd al-Rahman I, a member of the dethroned family, arrived in the peninsula and proclaimed himself an independent emir in political terms from Baghdad, the new Abbasid capital. It was a turbulent period due to internal struggles between Arabs and Berbers and the revolts of Muladis and Mozarabes. However, it still depended religiously on Baghdad since they did not have a caliph. Caliphate of Cordoba, 929-1031. In the year 929, the Emir Abd al-Rahman III self-proclaimed himself caliph. He was followed by his son al-Hakam II, who ruled during a period of peace and great cultural development. Upon his death, under the Caliphate of Hisham II, effective power fell into the hands of the Hajib al-Mansur, who led harsh military campaigns against the Christian kingdoms of the north. Following his death in 1002, the Caliphate entered a period of internal decomposition, fitna, that led to its dissolution in the year 1031. The Taifa kingdoms, the territory was distributed among petty kings who fought against one another. Valencia, Badajoz, Zaragoza, Malaga, and Seville, the largest and most powerful. This stage was characterized by frequent armed disputes, the reduction of the number of taifas through absorption, and the payment of pariyas, tributes paid by Muslim kings to Christians to obtain military protection and avoid attacks. Despite their political weakness, they maintained great economic and cultural vitality. Almoravids and Almohads at the end of the 11th century, faced with the Christian military advance, the capture of Toledo in 1085, the Taifas asked for help from the Almoravids, a North African empire that stopped Alfonso VI of Leon and unified the Andalusi territory by force. The discontent of the Hispano-Muslim population and Christian pressure led to their subsequent replacement by the Almohads, who established their capital in Seville. However, their severe defeat against the Christian coalition in the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa, 1212, precipitated the Almohad collapse and the conquest of almost all of Andalusia and the Levant by Castile and Aragon. Nasrid Kingdom of Granada, 1238-1492. It was the last surviving taifa and subsisted until the end of the 15th century. This was due in part to the geographical protection of the Penibayatic Mountains, the brilliant diplomacy of its kings, and the fact that, since the end of the 13th century, the Christian kingdoms entered a period of internal crises.
The economy of Al-Andalus. Its main features were
A flourishing irrigated agriculture through the introduction of new crops of oriental origin, citrus fruits, rice, cotton, sugarcane, or saffron, and the improvement of water wheel and ditch systems, the existence of important cities with very active markets, souks, a developed foreign trade with the entire Islamic world, Christian Europe, and Central Africa, from where they imported gold and slaves. The minting of currency was a monopoly of the state, using the dinar gold and the dirham silver.
the city and urban life.
Ancient Roman cities were revitalized and new urban centers were founded. Almeria, Madrid, Murcia, Badajoz, Cordoba became the most populous and brilliant city in the West. The nerve center was the souk commercial neighborhood. The main architectural elements of the cities were the Medina, a walled enclosure of narrow streets that housed the Great Mosque, the Alcazar, and the main shops, and the suburbs, peripheral neighborhoods located outside the walls that grew as the population increased.
Social structure.
The Muslim group, despite the theoretical equality preached by Islam, a clear social and ethnic stratification existed. The aristocracy of Arab origin, landowners who settled on the most fertile lands and monopolized them. The Berbers, inhabitants of North Africa converted to Islam. They had a lower social rank and were settled in the poorest lands of the Meseta and the mountainous areas. They formed the base of the army, and their rivalries with the Arab aristocracy caused constant conflicts. The Muladis, Hispano-Romans, and Visigoths converted to Islam. It was the most numerous group because conversion exempted them from paying the special taxes required of infidels and facilitated integration. Although they engaged in all kinds of urban trades, they constituted the bulk of the peasantry. The non-Muslim group, they enjoyed freedom of worship and legal autonomy, but had the obligation to pay specific taxes Jisha and Harach. The Jews, Bak, people of the book, Dhimmi, an urban minority dedicated fundamentally to craftsmanship, commerce, medicine, or financial administration. The Mozarabes, Christians who maintained their faith within Muslim territory. Although initially they were very numerous, they decreased drastically following the persecutions and tensions of the 9th century, migrating in mass toward the Christian kingdoms of the north. Populations subject to slavery. The Slavs or Slavons of European origin, after obtaining their freedom, manumission, many managed to join the army and reach positions of great relevance in the state administration. The population of black race, proceeding from the trade with Central Africa, dedicated mostly to domestic service and physical tasks.
The Caliphate state, government and administration.
The Caliph, he stood at the apex of power, politically, judicially, and religiously. Hajib acted as a sort of prime minister just below the Caliph. The Diwan, ministries, in charge of the different tasks of government, finances, army, correspondence, directed by the viziers, territorial organization, Koras. Administratively, the territory of Al-Andalus was divided into provinces called Koras, whose capital housed the residence of the civil governor or wali.
The frontier marches.
In the border areas with the Christian kingdoms of the north, the marches were organized. These frontier provinces maintained special traits due to constant military conflict, which granted their wali enormous power and military independence. During the Caliphate, 3 large marches existed. Upper March, with its urban center and capital in Saragossa. Middle March, whose political and military capital was Toledo. Lower March, with its capital in Merida. Justice, judicial administration fell upon the Cadis. Their role was crucial in Andalusi society, as they were the officials in charge of interpreting and applying the precepts of the Quran to resolve civil and criminal disputes. Public treasury, ordinary taxes, religious and territorial. Zakat, obligatory legal alms, an obligatory tithe demanded of Muslims on agricultural and livestock production. Haraj, a land tax that levied the production of rustic properties, paid by non-Muslims. Jizya, a special personal tribute originally demanded of non-believers, Jews and Mozarabes, under protection, though it was eventually extended to the entire population due to the fiscal needs of the state. Extraordinary and mercantile taxes, these were rates applied contextually to all subjects. Among them stood out the gabella, a direct tax that levied exchanges and mercantile transactions in markets and souks.
Religion, culture, and art.
Al-Andalus was a key cultural bridge between the East and Europe, with its epicenter in Córdoba. Its intellectual splendor, based on prosperity and a certain tolerance, was sustained by 2 pillars: Arabic as the language of creation and respect for Islamic dogma.
Science and philosophy.
Andalusi scholars assimilated and transmitted knowledge from the Hellenistic world, Western Asia, and India, contributing revolutionary advancements. Exact and applied sciences, they introduced the numbering system of Indian origin, Arabic numerals, replacing the rigid Roman system. Philosophy, the most influential thinker of Muslim Spain was the Cordoban Averroes, 12th century. His commentaries on the work of Aristotle proved momentous for Western Christian Europe to rediscover classical Greek philosophy. In a similar rationalist line of thought lies the work of Maimonides, the pinnacle of the theological and philosophical thought of the Andalusi Jewish minority.
Literature and poetry.
The imposition of Arabic directly connected the thinkers of the peninsula with the cultural centers of Baghdad, Cairo, or Damascus. Courtly poetry. Its masterpiece is The Ring of the Dove, 11th century, about love and the psychology of lovers, written by the Cordoban scholar Ibn Hazm. Popular poetry. In parallel to courtly lyrics, popular forms were generated in Romance language and colloquial Arabic of enormous subsequent influence, the Zail and the Muwasha.
Artistic and architectural manifestations.
Andalusi art was characterized by its decorative sumptuousness and its architectural mastery throughout the different political stages of the peninsula. The Mosque of Córdoba, it was initiated by the Emir Abdulrahman I in the 8th century and successively expanded until its completion in the Caliphate era. Its most dazzling space is the expansion carried out under the Caliph al-Hakam II, once 10th century, where the impressive mihrab stands out, an empty niche in the Qibla wall that points in the direction of Mecca. The Aljaferia Palace, from the period of the Taisa kingdoms. The Giralda of Seville, characterized by the decorative use of brick in Sebca panels. The Alhambra of Granada, the masterpiece of Nasrid art.
The Christian kingdoms until the 13th century.
Initially, these isolated territories only sought to maintain their independence and ways of life, just as they had done before against Romans and Visigoths. 8th to 10th centuries, the centers of resistance gradually transform into organized kingdoms. It is a stage of indisputable Muslim hegemony and superiority throughout the peninsula. 11th to 13th centuries, the Christian kingdoms began a rapid territorial expansion toward the south, a process historically known as the Reconquista, favored by the fragmentation of Al-Andalus into Taifa kingdoms. Parallel to the military advance, the repopulation of the won lands with a Christian population is carried out.
Astur Leonese Kingdom.
Origin: the events of Covadonga, Pelayo, 722, marked the beginning of the Asturian kingdom around its capital, Oviedo. Under the reign of Alfonso II, the kingdom linked itself ideologically with the Visigothic tradition by restoring the laws of the Liber Iudiciorum. Expansion and name change. During the 9th century, the kingdom extended southward through the Duero Valley. At the beginning of the 10th century, Alfonso III moved the capital to Leon, becoming known as the Kingdom of Leon. New derived kingdoms, linked to the Leonese territorial development, two entities emerged that would end up gaining independence. Castile. Initially a group of frontier counties unified and independent de facto under Count Fernán González mid-10th century, officially converted into a kingdom in the 11th century with Fernando I. Portugal, a dependent county that established itself as an independent kingdom in the 12th century.
Navarre.
Origin: in the Western Pyrenees, following the victory of the Bascones over Charlemagne's army in Roncesvalles, the kingdom of Pamplona was born. Apogee. During the first half of the 10th century, it extended to the Ebro Valley and absorbed the county of Aragon. It reached its maximum splendor with Sancho III the Great, early 11th century, who imposed his hegemony over all the Christian territories of the peninsula. Hereditary division: upon the death of Sancho III, his patrimony was divided among his sons. Garcia IV received Navarre, Fernando I received Castile, and Ramiro I received Aragon.
Aragon.
Origin: the first Count Aznar Galindo ruled the territory of Jaca under dependency on the Frankish monarchs. During the 9th century, the county broke this link and remained subordinated to the kings of Navarre. Independence and union. In 1035, Ramiro I became its first king, and Aragon recovered its total independence. Subsequently, in 1137, the marriage of the Infanta Petronila of Aragon with Ramon Berenguer IV, Count of Barcelona, sealed the dynastic union of Aragon and Catalonia, giving rise to the crown of Aragon.
Catalonia.
Origin: at the beginning of the 9th century, the Carolingian military intervention south of the Eastern Pyrenees created the Hispanic March, a set of dependent counties of the Frankish kings intended to act as a defensive barrier against Islam. Independence. The Catalan counties were unified by Wilfrid the Hairy at the end of the 9th century. At the end of the 10th century, taking advantage of the weakness of the Carolingian Frankish kings, the Count of Barcelona Borel II decided not to renew the vassalage pact, initiating the real independence of the County of Barcelona.
The process of reconquest and repopulation.
This advance was driven by two ideological engines: the idea of restoring Visigothic legitimacy, of which they considered themselves heirs, and the spirit of crusade in defense of the Christian faith. First phase, 8th-10th centuries. Limited advance. Christians limited themselves to occupying demographically empty areas such as the northern basin of the Duero or sub-Pyrenean areas. The military superiority of Al-Andalus is indisputable. There are no conquests with a military basis. Second phase, 0.1 century, half of the 12th century. Great military advance. The fall of the caliphate and the fragmentation into taifas weakens the Muslims. The Christians imposed the payment of pariahs on them and launched major offensives, which continue despite the arrival of the Almoravids. 1085, Alfonso VI, Castile and Leon, conquers Toledo. 11118, Alfonso I the Battler, Aragon, conquers Zaragoza. 1148-1149, Ramon Berenguer IV takes Tortosa and Lerida. Third phase, second half of the 12th century, Almohad halt. The arrival of the Almohads and the disputes among the Christian kings themselves slowed down the advance, although places like Cuenca or Teruel are conquered. Military orders appear, monk soldiers who defend the frontier. Delimitation treaties are signed between Castile and Aragon to divide future areas of conquest. Fourth phase, 13th century, Great final offensive? The turning point is the great Christian victory at the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa, 1212, organized as a joint crusade of Castile, Aragon, and Navarre, which collapses Almohad power and opens up the southern peninsula. Castile and Leon, united under Fernando III the Saint, they conquer the Guadalquivir Valley, Córdoba, Jaén, Seville, and Murcia. Crown of Aragon, James I the Conquestor annexes Majorca and Ibiza 1229, and the Kingdom of Valencia 1238. At the end of the 13th century, the Crown of Aragon consolidates as a confederation of 4 political entities under the same king: Aragon, Catalonia, Valencia, and Majorca, each maintaining its own institutions and laws. In the peninsula, only the Nasrid Kingdom of Granada survives as a vassal and tributary state of Castile. Parallel to the military campaigns, the economic and demographic reorganization of the territories was carried out through different repopulation systems, which determined the structure of land ownership in contemporary Spain. Aparicio, Duero, and Pyrenees valleys, 8th-10th centuries. Ownership of the land was granted to individual settlers or peasants who simply occupied and cultivated it. It gave rise to a society of small, free peasants. Council repopulation between the Duero and the Tagus, 11th-12th centuries, directed by the cities and towns, councils frailes, organized through liberties and privileges gathered in a fuero or town charter. The territory was divided among the new settlers, generating a structure of free, medium-sized property and abundant communal lands. Nobiliary repopulation, Aragon, 12th century, directed by the high military nobility who established extensive agricultural domains. A large part of these lands continue to be worked by the native Muslim population that chose to stay. Mudahars, military orders between the Tagus and the Guadiana, and Teruel, 12th century, dangerous frontier zones entrusted to military orders. Santiago, Calatrava, Alcantara. In exchange for defending the territory, the kings gave them immense extensions of land, oriented mainly toward extensive livestock farming, large estates. Repartimiento, Guadalquivir Valley, Valencia, and Murcia, 13th century. The king's agents distributed the conquered houses and lands in lots proportional to social status and the military support provided. The members of the high nobility, the church, and the military orders received the largest lots, which definitively consolidated the enormous estates of southern Spain.
The economy.
Agricultural evolution. Initially, it was based on archaic cultivation methods, such as the Roman plow and biennial rotation. With the advance of the Reconquest toward the south and the Levant, the olive tree and rice were incorporated, adding areas of great agricultural fertility, like the Ebro Valley, the fertile lowlands of Valencia and Murcia, and the Guadalquivir Valley. The predominance of livestock. Sheep farming acquired crucial importance, especially in the Crown of Castile. It was a model of transhumant livestock farming, seasonal movement of livestock from summer pastures in the north to winter pastures in the south, through routes called cañadas. The Nado Consejo de la Mesta, 1273, created by King Alfonso X the Wise, it was an institution destined to protect the interests of large sheep owners, military orders, and high nobility. Craftsmanship, the most outstanding manufacturing activity was textiles, highly developed in Catalonia. Domestic trade, it was boosted from the 11th century onward by the minting of currency, the improvement of roads, and the creation of commercial fairs protected by kings, among which the Castilian fairs of Medina del Campo stood out.
Foreign trade.
Mediterranean sphere, led by Catalan merchants who imported oriental luxury products, silks, spices, perfumes, and exported traditional cloth. Atlantic sphere, 14th-15th centuries, Castilian trade connected the Cantabrian ports with northern Europe, mainly with Flanders, exporting wool and iron and importing manufactured goods. In southwestern Andalusia, Seville became a neurologic commercial hub energized by foreign merchants, Genoese.
The institutions in the birth of the Cortes.
The great Christian kingdoms, Castile, Aragon, and Navarre, shared an institutional structure based on the monarchy, the Cortes, and the municipalities, but with very differentiated political models. The Castilian model, authoritarian. The monarchy had a less feudal character. The king enjoyed broad direct powers declaring war, dictating laws, and applying justice. The Castilian Cortes were mainly advisory and were summoned above all to approve extraordinary taxes, subsidies. The Aragonese model, Pactist. The deep roots of feudalism and the strength of the nobility imposed Pactism. The king was forced to submit to the control of the nobles and to respect the traditional fueros and laws of the land, usachas. The origin of the cortes. At the end of the 11th century, the economic growth of the cities allowed kings to request financial aid from the urban bourgeoisie. In exchange for this money, the kings granted the bourgeois the right to participate in the government. Thus the cortes were born, composed of three branches: nobility, clergy, and bourgeoisie. It is worth noting that each territory of the Crown of Aragon maintained its own independent cortes.
The government of the municipalities.
Municipalities originally enjoyed notable legal autonomy and were governed by neighborhood assemblies, open councils. However, from the 13th century onward, urban growth prompted a process of centralization and control. In Castile, the kings introduced the figure of the corregidor, an official who directly represented royal power within the municipality to control local government. In the Crown of Aragon, control of the city halls or municipalities was progressively monopolized by the high commercial bourgeoisie, urban patriciate, as occurred in Barcelona, with the famous Consell de Cent Council of 100.
The three cultures in communication with Europe. The Toledo School of Translators, 12th century.
It became the epicenter of intercultural communication. In it, intellectuals from the three religions recovered, translated, and made known to Christian Europe the Greek and Eastern thought, such as the works of Aristotle, that had been preserved by the Arabs. Alfonso X the Wise, second half of the 13th century, under his institutional protection in Castile, this fertile scientific, literary, and philosophical exchange among Christian, Jewish, and Muslim scholars was consolidated.
The Way of St. James.
The discovery in the 9th century of remains attributed to the apostle St. James in Galicia gave rise to the Jacobean route, which became, along with Rome and Jerusalem, one of the three great pilgrimage centers of Christendom. Cultural and artistic significance. It was the main vehicle of communication with Europe. Reception of art. It played a decisive role in introducing Romanesque art first and Gothic art later into the peninsula.
The birth of the universities and Romance languages.
The church maintained control of culture through monastic and cathedral schools, but in the 13th century universities appeared, with the one in Salamanca, founded by Alfonso IX of Leon in 1218, standing out very early on. In parallel, Latin gave way to Romance languages. Castilian. It imposed itself in Castile and Leon, demonstrating its literary capacity. Poem of the Cid. And becoming the official language of the court in the 13th century with Alfonso X, Catalan. It established itself in the eastern counties through troubadours, the legal drafting of the usachas, and the philosophical work of Ramon Lull. Galician, Portuguese, consolidated in the northwest. Alfonso X himself used it for his lyric poetry, the Cantigas de Santa Maria.
The Christian kingdoms in the late Middle Ages, 14th and 15th centuries.
During the 14th and 15th centuries, the peninsular kingdoms experienced a profound demographic, economic, and social crisis. However, the evolution was unequal. Castile managed to emerge from the crisis earlier, while in the Crown of Aragon the impact was more destructive and prolonged. Famine, a succession of bad harvests. The Black Death, 1348. The epidemic entered through the ports of Majorca from Asia. The Castilian exit. Castile cushioned the crisis by turning to transhumant livestock farming and the export of wool to Europe. Sales were negotiated at the fairs of Medina del Campo. The wool was concentrated in Burgos. It was transported to the Cantabrian ports, Bilbao, Santander, Laredo, bound for Flanders. Note, its own textile industry barely developed due to foreign competition and the lack of protection from the kings. Seville, for its part, grew thanks to Genoese merchants. The Catalan paralysis. Catalonia suffered prolonged stagnation. Artisanal production declined, and Mediterranean trade routes became insecure due to naval wars and the advance of the Turkish Empire. Faced with this, the Catalan bourgeoisie abandoned trade to take refuge in buying land and lordships, rent-seeking. Social tensions and conflicts. Economic scarcity unleashed a wave of violence and social conflict. The seigneurial reaction. To avoid losing income due to the shortage of peasants, the high nobility hardened feudal conditions, increased rents, and forbade serfs from leaving the lands. In addition, they resorted to looting and pressured the kings to obtain more jurisdictional lordships, lands where the noble acted as judge and collected fines. They protected their patrimonies by securing the mayorazgo entailment. The urban patriciate, the low nobility, having lost rural rents, moved to the cities and allied with the high commercial bourgeoisie, monopolizing the city halls and councils to oppress the popular classes. Armed resistance movements, seigneurial abuses provoked major revolts. In Castile, Irmandino Wars in Galicia, 1467 to 1470, where peasants joined in brotherhoods to destroy the castles of the oppressive nobility. In the Crown of Aragon, Wars of the Remences, peasants tied to the land by bad practices, who demanded their freedom through the payment of a redemption. In Barcelona, the popular and middle classes, the Busca, clashed in an urban war against the commercial oligarchy, the Biga, for control of the city hall. On the islands, the Foreigners' Revolt of Majorca, 1450 by 1452, broke out between the countryside and the capital.
Persecution of minorities, anti-Judaism.
A pogrom is a violent assault against a Jewish community. In 1391, driven by the hate speeches of the Archdeacon of Asia, the popular mass assaulted the Jewish quarter of Seville. This savage violence, robberies, and massacres spread quickly in a chain reaction. The Jewish converts, conversos, to save their lives, thousands of Jews converted en masse to Christianity. In the 15th century, popular hatred shifted toward these converts, derogatorily accused of being Marranos, who practiced their faith in secret, giving birth to a new anti-Semitism based on blood purity.
Political evolution of the Five Kingdoms. Crown of Castile.
Castilian politics was marked by a bloody struggle for power between the kings, who sought to centralize the state, and the nobility, who resisted losing privileges. The Castilian Civil War, the legitimate king, Pedro I the Cruel, tried to subdue the nobility by relying on the municipalities and the Jews. The high nobility supported his half-brother, Enrico of Trastámara. After the assassination of Pedro I, the new Trastámara dynasty ascended the throne and had to reward the allied nobles with immense territorial and jurisdictional donations, the so-called Enriquean mercies, temporarily weakening the royal patrimony.
Crown of Aragon.
The Aragonese monarchs poured their efforts into expanding militarily through the Mediterranean, conquest of Sicily, Sardinia, and Naples. To finance these wars, they constantly had to ask the Cortes for money in exchange for ceding sovereignty, consolidating the system of moderate pactism. Catalan Civil War. In the 15th century, the arrival of the Trastámara dynasty to the throne of Aragon after the Compromise of Caspe in 1412 broke the balance. King Juan II tried to impose an authoritarian model, clashing head-on with the Catalan oligarchy. The conflict led to a widespread civil war that mixed with peasant, remences, and urban, Busca against Biga, revolts. Upon his death, his son Fernando the Catholic pacified the territory, restoring the confederal Pactist model.
Kingdom of Navarre.
Navarre was wedged between France, with which it was politically linked, and the powers of Castile and Aragon. In the 15th century, it suffered a destructive civil war caused by disputes between two noble factions, the Agramonteses, who supported King Juan II of Aragon, the Navarrese consort monarch, and the Beaumonteses, who defended the rights of his son and legitimate heir, Carlos, Prince of Viana.
The Nasrid Kingdom of Granada, 1246-1492.
Granada managed to survive as the last redoubt of Al-Andalus for more than 2 centuries thanks to several strategic factors: the geographical protection of the Beotic systems, the military exhaustion of Castile, a brilliant diplomacy based on declaring itself a vassal and paying tributes, parias, to the kings of Castile, combined with North African alliances. The border between Christian Andalusia and the Nasrid Kingdom, the Banda Morisca, became a dynamic space where military confrontations and raiding incursions coexisted with intense trade and cultural exchange until the definitive fall of the city to the Catholic monarchs in 1492.
Unit 3.
The marriage of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, 1469, laid the foundations of the modern state through a dynastic and personal union, not an institutional one. Each kingdom maintained its own laws, charters, fueros, currencies, parliaments, cortes, and borders. Castile, hegemonic, larger size, population, and resources. It provided the fiscal base, the army, and the control of the future American conquest. Access to the throne. In Castile, a civil war broke out, 1474-1479, between the supporters of Isabella and those of Joanna, La Beltranea, supported by Portugal. The conflict ended with the Treaty of Alcazovas 1479, which consolidated Isabella as queen, coinciding with Ferdinand's ascension to the throne of Aragon after the death of John II. In 1494, the Pope granted them the title of Catholic monarchs. The monarchs unified the peninsular territory under the same dynasty through wars of conquest. Granada War, taking advantage of the internal crises of the Nasrid kingdom, it capitulated on January 2, 1492, before the last king, Boabdil, annexation of Navarre, 1d12. After the death of Isabella, Ferdinand the Catholic militarily occupied the kingdom, incorporating it into the crown of Castile but respecting its specific charters, fueros, and institutions. The basic objectives of the political program were the strengthening of royal power against the nobility, the modernization of the state, and religious unity.
In the Crown of Castile, greater centralization and authoritarianism.
Royal Council of Castile 148A, central organ of government, professionalized with jurists trained in law to strip political influence from the aristocracy. Royal secretaries, officials who acted as intermediaries between the councils and the monarchs. Conciliarías or audiencias, high courts of justice with headquarters in Valladolid and Granada. Corregidores, permanent royal delegates in charge of the judicial and administrative control of municipalities. Santa Hermandad 1476, armed body of rural police to guarantee security on the roads. Cortes of Castile, they lost political influence since the clergy and nobility did not attend, as they did not pay taxes. They limited themselves to voting on the subsidies requested by the monarchs.
In the Crown of Aragon, pactism and respect for charters.
The confederal structure was maintained, respecting the Cortes of each kingdom and the Generalitat in Catalonia. The office of the Justicia Mayor de Aragon acted as an arbitrator. The Council of Aragon, 1494, was created, and viceroys were appointed to represent the monarchs in their absence. Arbitral Sentence of Guadalupe, 1486. Ferdinand resolved the revolt of the Países de Remença by abolishing personal serfdom and feudal abuses in exchange for a payment to the lord. The system of insaculación, drawing lots, was established to choose municipal positions and curb oligarchic clashes.
Religious policy.
The unity of faith was used as the principal instrument of social cohesion and strengthening of the power of the crown. Relations with the church. The monarchs subordinated the church by adding the patronato regio, the right to propose bishops, and controlling the revenues of the military orders by assuming their masterships. Cardinal Cisneros promoted a profound moral and educational reform of the clergy, founding the University of Alcalá, Tribunal of the Inquisition, 1478, the only institution with common jurisdiction in both crowns, destined to persecute false converts, Judaizers. Under this context of suspicion, blood purity statutes became widespread to exclude anyone with Jewish or Muslim ancestors from institutions. The expulsion of the Jews, 1492. In a climate of religious exaltation following the fall of Granada, mandatory conversion or exile within a 3-month period was decreed. It caused the departure of about 80,000 Jews, Sephardim, which meant a severe loss of qualified professionals. The Moriscos, after a rebellion in the Albayacin, 1499, Cisneros forced the general conversion of the Muslims of Granada. They changed from being called Mudéjars to being called Moriscos.
The foreign policy of the Catholic monarchs.
Diplomacy and the army acted together, oriented toward isolating France, the great European rival, through matrimonial alliances with England and the German Empire, and expanding along 3 strategic axes. Italian axis. France and Aragon disputed control of the Italian peninsula. The victories of the Spanish troops, directed by Gonzalo Fernández de Córdoba, the great captain, consecrated the military superiority of the new infantry bodies and consolidated Spanish dominance over the Kingdom of Naples for more than 2 centuries. North African axis, 1497 to 1510. Coastal strongholds, plazas fuertes, were conquered. Melilla, Oran, Tripoli, Piñón de Vélez de la Gomera, to curb Barbary piracy and secure trade in the western Mediterranean, driven by a crusading spirit. Atlantic axis, Castile rivaled Portugal for ultramarine routes. The conflict was closed with the Treaty of Tordesillas, 1494, which drew a dividing line 370 leagues west of Cape Verde. The west remained for Castile and the east for Portugal. Previously, Castile secured control of the ocean by conquering the Canary Islands.
The discovery of America.
The project. Faced with the Turkish blockade of the Mediterranean, alternative routes were sought toward the Spice Islands, Asia. The Genoese sailor Christopher Columbus proposed sailing westward. After being rejected by Portugal, the Catholic monarchs agreed to finance the enterprise out of economic interest and a desire for evangelizing expansion. The capitulations of Santa Fe, April 1492, a contract between the monarchs and Columbus that granted him the titles of Admiral, Viceroy, and Governor of the discovered lands, in addition to 10% of the riches obtained. The voyage, the expedition, supported by the Pinzon brothers, set sail from Palos Suelva and reached the Antilles, Bahamas. On October 12, 1492, Columbus made 4 voyages to the Caribbean, obsessed with the idea that he had reached Asia, and died in 1506 without accepting that it was a new continent. Colonization and indigenous impact. The first colonial empire centered on the Caribbean. Isabella the Catholic prohibited the slavery of the natives, but the system of encomiendas was implemented. Abuses by settlers and Eurasian diseases caused a demographic collapse. In response to the complaints made by missionaries such as Friar Antonio de Montesinos, the Crown promulgated the Laws of Burgos 1512, the first legal, yet insufficient, attempt to protect the rights of the indigenous population.
Phases of the territorial conquest.
The expansion in the 16th century was executed through capitulaciones, contracts, between the Crown and the conquistadors. It was divided into 3 phases. First phase, until 1515, occupation of the Caribbean islands, Hispaniola, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and continental coastal areas such as Panama and Florida. Second phase, 1515 to 1540, the great pre-Columbian empires. Notable figures include Hernán Cortés, who brought down the Aztec Empire, Mexico, and Francisco Pizarro, who conquered the Inca Empire, Peru, Ecuador, and Bolivia. Third phase, from 1540 onward, interior explorations. Orellana traveled the Amazon, and Valdivia conquered Chile. In the Pacific, following the circumnavigation of the world by Magellan Elcano, the Philippine Islands were colonized. In frontier areas like Paraguay, the Jesuits founded reducciones, missions to evangelize and organize the natives.
Government institutions.
The Crown copied the Castilian institutional model to control the colonies. In the peninsula, Casa de la Contratación, 1503, based in Seville, it monopolized and controlled all commercial activity, emigration, and navigation with the Indies. Council of the Indies, 1524. Created by Charles V, it functioned as the supreme judicial, legislative, and advisory body to propose laws and appoint colonial officials. In America, virreinatos, viceroyalties, large territorial jurisdictions with wide political autonomy under the command of a viceroy. In the 16th century, those of New Spain, Mexico, and Peru were created. In the 18th century, New Granada and Rio de la Plata were added. Gobernaciones, governorates, and audiencias, provincial administrative units and courts of justice in the main cities. Capitanías generales, military demarcations located in border areas or zones of high strategic value.
Systems of exploitation of labor.
To extract wealth, the Spaniards resorted to forms of forced indigenous labor. The encomienda. The settler, encomendero, received a group of natives to benefit from their labor in exchange for protecting and evangelizing them. Following widespread abuses, the Leyes Nuevas 1542 theoretically abolished it, and it was replaced by labor on haciendas. The Mita, a system of Incan origin adapted by the Spaniards in the Andean region, Peru. It forced indigenous communities to provide workers in shifts for public works and, especially, for the lethal silver mines of Potosi. Slavery. Since the slavery of indigenous people was prohibited by royal laws, the massive importation of black slave labor from Africa was institutionalized for the plantations of the Caribbean.
The impact of America on Spain and Europe.
The price revolution. The massive arrival of precious metals, gold and silver, financed the military foreign policy of the Habsburgs, but provoked a tremendous inflation. This stripped Spanish manufactures of competitiveness against European ones. Spain became a mere intermediary. American silver ended up in the hands of foreign bankers to pay off the Crown's debts and imported industrial products. Commercial exchange. Spain exported basic agricultural products, wine, oil, and manufactures to America. In return, it introduced essential crops to Europe that revolutionized diet and demography, such as the potato, corn, cacao, tobacco, and sugar. Scientific and cultural impact. The discovery boosted geographical, cartographical, botanical, and medical knowledge. Likewise, it enhanced the theological and juridical debate in Spain regarding the right of conquest and the human rights of the natives. School of Salamanca, sheltered under a strong ecumenical ideal and evangelizing zeal.
The Major Habsburg 16th century, the universal monarchy of Carlos I, 1516-1556.
Charles I of Spain and V of Germany unified a gigantic territorial inheritance by dynastic chance from the Catholic monarchs, the crowns of Castile and Aragon, Italy, America, from his father Philip of Habsburg, the Netherlands and Franche-Comté, and from his grandfather Maximilian, Austria, and the rights to the imperial title. His political ideal was the universal and Christian monarchy, based on the defense of the Catholic faith against any enemy.
Internal conflicts, 1520 to 1522.
The landing of Charles I in 1517 provoked strong rejection. He did not speak Castilian and handed high government offices to Flemish advisors. In addition, he demanded hefty subsidies from the Cortes to finance his election as Emperor of Germany, leaving the foreigner Adrian of Utrecht as regent. This triggered two serious simultaneous revolts. The Revolt of the Comunidades, Castile, 1520 to 1521, a fundamentally urban uprising of the Castilian bourgeoisie and lower nobility. Its leaders, Padilla, Bravo, and Maldonado, demanded that the king reside in Castile, respect the laws of the kingdom, and limit the export of raw wool to Flanders to protect local textile craftsmanship. When the revolt radicalized with anti-seigneurial overtones in the countryside, the high nobility supported the king. The Comuneros were crushed at the Battle of Villalar, 1521, and their leaders were decapitated. The Germanías, Valencia, and Majorca, 1519-1522, a conflict of a strictly social, not political, nature. The urban popular classes, artisans, and guilds armed themselves and clashed with the city oligarchy and the landowning nobility. They were defeated by the royal army.
Foreign policy.
The imperial ideal of Charles V led him into a chronic state of war on three fronts. France, a struggle against Francis I for European hegemony, centered on the control of Italy. The crushing Spanish victory at the Battle of Pavia, 1525, stands out, which consolidated Spanish dominance over the Duchy of Milan. The Ottoman Empire, defense of Christendom against Turkish expansion in the Mediterranean. Charles V conquered Tunis, 1535, but failed in the expedition to Algiers, 1541. Protestantism in Germany, the emperor's main problem. Martin Luther initiated the Protestant Reformation, supported by the northern German princes integrated into the Schmalkaldic League. Despite the great military victory of Charles V at the Battle of Moburg, 1547, Protestant expansion was unstoppable. Finally, the emperor signed the Peace of Augsburg, 1555, which sanctioned the religious rupture by recognizing the right of each prince to choose the religion of his state, cuius regio, eius religio. His project of Christian unity having failed, Charles V abdicated in 1556 at the Koudenberg Palace, dividing his empire. He ceded the German territories and the imperial title to his brother Ferdinand, and the rest of the Hispanic monarchy, the Netherlands and Italy, to his son Philip II. The emperor retired to the Monasterio de Yuste until his death.
The Hispanic monarchy of Philip II, 1556 to 1598.
Philip II governed a global empire in which the sun never set. Unlike his father, his monarchy was fully Hispanic. He fixed the capital of the court in Madrid, 1561, and governed in a bureaucratic and personalist manner from the peninsula.
Internal policy.
The Iberian Unity, 1581. The greatest political success of Philip II. When the King of Portugal died without descendants, he asserted his succession rights and was recognized as king in the Cortes of Tamar, 1581. Portugal and its immense Afro-Asian empire were annexed. Rebellion of the Moriscos in the Alpujarras, 1568-1571, provoked by royal pragmatics that prohibited their customs, language, and traditions. It was a cruel internal war repressed by Don John of Austria, which resulted in the defeat and forced dispersion of the Moriscos throughout the interior of Castile. The case of Antonio Perez and the alterations of Aragon, 1591. The secretary of the king, accused of murder and treason, fled to Aragon and took refuge under the privilege of its charters, fueros. Under the protection of the Justicia Mayor de Aragon, Philip II sent the royal army, executed the Justicia Mayor, and cut back Aragonese autonomy, demonstrating the clash between royal authoritarianism and traditional charters. Antonio Perez fled abroad and actively fed the Black Legend against the monarch.
Foreign policy.
Turks, formation of the Holy League with Venice and the papacy. Crushing victory of the Christian fleet at the Battle of Lepanto, 1571. France, resounding victory at the Battle of St. Quentin, 1557, which forced the signing of the Peace of Cateau Cambrésis, 1559, consolidating Spanish hegemony in Europe. The rebellion of the Netherlands, dissatisfaction with fiscal authoritarianism and the expansion of Calvinism in the northern provinces, Holland, unleashed an insurrection. The severe military repression by the Duke of Alba failed to prevent the definitive fracture of the territory. The Protestant and independent North, United Provinces, and the Catholic South Flanders, faithful to Spain. England, confrontation originating from the support of Elizabeth I to the Dutch rebels and the attacks of English privateers on American trade. Philip II assembled the Spanish Armada, the Armada Invincible, 1588, to invade the island, which shipwrecked due to storms.
The political model of the Habsburgs.
The polysynodial system, centralized administrative bodies of an advisory nature, the king always had the last word. They were divided into territorial, Council of Castile, of Aragon, of the Indies, of Italy, of Flanders; sectoral, Council of State, of Finance, of the Inquisition. The secretaries, high officials of the utmost confidence of the monarch who served as direct links between the king and the different councils, accumulating immense power, e.g. Francisco de los Cobos or Antonio Perez. Territorial administration, in non-Castilian kingdoms, Aragon, the Indies, Naples, the figure of the viceroy was established as the direct representative of the crown. In cities and municipalities, direct royal control remained in the hands of the corregidors. For the administration of justice, the chancillerías and audiencias were consolidated.
The minor Habsburgs, 17th century.
The reign of Philip III, 1598 to 1621. A monarch of weak character who left power in the hands of his veludo, the Duke of Lerma. Foreign policy, of a pacifist or pact-seeking style. He signed agreements with France, England, and the 12 Years' Truce, 1609, with Holland, which meant the de facto recognition of its independence. They were costly and ineffective treaties in the long term. Internal policy, the main measure was the expulsion of the Moriscos, 1609, accused of continuing to practice Islam and collaborating with Barbary pirates. It caused the departure of 300,000 people from the peninsula, bringing disastrous consequences with severe demographic and economic losses, especially in Valencia and Aragon. The reign of Philip IV, 1621 to 1665, his government was directed by his veludo, the Count Duke of Olivares, who sought to recover prestige and intervene in the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648. The Union of Arms, 1626, a project by Olivares to relieve an exhausted Castile. It aimed to create a permanent army with men recruited and paid for by all kingdoms in proportion to their wealth and population. It failed due to the opposition of the Cortes of the Crown of Aragon, especially Catalonia, which were suspicious of centralism and defended their laws, leading to the crisis of 1640. The uprisings of Catalonia and Portugal, 1640. Catalonia. When war broke out with France, 1635, the territory became a battlefront. Tension over the presence of Castilian troops provoked the Corpus de Sangre, June 7, 1640. Revolted peasants attacked Barcelona and assassinated the viceroy. The Generalitat assumed leadership of the rebellion and handed sovereignty over to France. After a long conflict, the disadvantages of the French presence favored the surrender of Barcelona in 1652 in exchange for maintaining its charters, fueros. Portugal. Taking advantage of the Catalan crisis, in December 1640, the Portuguese nobility revolted around the Braganza dynasty. With the support of France and England, Spain was unable to reconquer the territory, and the independence of Portugal was formally recognized in 1668. Note: there were also minor separatist conspiracies led by the high nobility in Andalusia and Aragon, but they failed due to a lack of popular support. Philip IV maintained the charters of the kingdoms. Royal centralization would arrive later with the Bourbons. The reign of Charles II, 1665 to 1700. A weak and sickly monarch known as the Bewitched, El Hechizado. His government was marked by a lack of descendants, with two candidates emerging for the throne, the Archduke Charles of Austria and Philip of Anjou, House of Bourbon. Charles II named the French Philip of Anjou as heir to guarantee the support of France and avoid the dismemberment of the empire. His death provoked the War of the Spanish Succession, 1700 to 1713, an international and civil conflict.
Economic and social evolution in the 17th century.
Demographic crisis. In the first half of the century, a serious population decline occurred due to periodic epidemics of plague, which coincided with times of shortage and hunger, aggravated by wars, and the expulsion of the Moriscos. Economic crisis, marked by the decline of agriculture, export difficulties for sheep farming, Mesta, and a craft industry unable to compete with foreign markets. Trade with America declined due to competition from France, England, and Holland, the depletion of mines, and the self-sufficiency of the colonies. Responses of the Crown. The economic measures of the governments worsened the situation through the debasement of currency, issuing Bayon coins without silver, devaluations, and increased taxation. Social polarization. The estate-based society suffered an extreme fracture. There was a generalized impoverishment of the peasantry, weakness of the bourgeoisie and middle classes, and a numerical growth of unproductive social groups, nobility and clergy at the top, and marginalized people, vagrants, and beggars at the bottom. Mentalite, a contempt for manual labor prevailed, consolidating the idle hidalgo and the pícaro as the great archetypes of Baroque Spain. The term Golden Age, Siglo de Oro, encompasses the cultural boom developed between the 16th century, the Renaissance, and 17th century Baroque, with this latter period serving as an artistic contrast to political and economic decline.
Culture in 16th century Spain.
First lights. Introduction of Italian humanist currents into the court of the Catholic monarchs. With figures such as Beatrice Galindo La Latina, the arrival of the printing press, and the publication of the Grammatica de la Lengua Castellana by Antonio de Nebrija, 1492, Cardinal Cisneros promoted the University of Alcalá de Henares and the Complutensian Polyglot Bible, 1508. Evolution. Under Charles I, Erasmism stood out. Luis Vives, the Valdez brothers, with Philip II, the Counter-Reformation of the Council of Trent, and the establishment of the Society of Jesus halted religious openness. Great achievements in juridical thought. Francisco de Vitoria, founder of international law, stood out. In literature, the poetry of Garcilaso de la Vega, Lazarizo de Tormes, the prose of Fray Luis de Leon, and the mysticism of Saint John of the Cross and Saint Teresa of Jesus. In art, Pedro Machuca, Palace of Charles V, Juan de Herrera, Monasterio de El Escorial, and El Greco, the burial of the Count of Orgaz, stood out. The Baroque, 17th century. Concept. It reflects a pessimistic and disillusioned vision of the world in response to the generalized crisis. The monarchy and the church used Baroque culture as an instrument of dominance and ideological imprint, channeled massively through sacred art and theater. Literature. It stood out for the use of satire, cynicism toward life, and poetry with complex syntax overloaded with cultisms and wordplay. Summit figures. Miguel de Cervantes, Don Quixote, Góngora, Quevedo, Lope de Vega, Calderón de la Barca, and Baltasar Gracian. Plastic arts. Architecture broke away from the Herrerian style, adopting massive buildings, curved lines, and abundant decoration. In painting and sculpture, a taste for color, luminous contrasts, and emotional theatrical compositions predominated. It was the golden age of Spanish painting with José de Ribera, Zurbarán Murillo, or Valdés Leal, with Diego Velázquez standing out absolutely as a master of light and composition.
Unit 4. D'Ancien Régime.
Monarchical absolutism. The king concentrates the three powers, executive, legislative, and judicial, is the source of all power, and his authority is above the law. The state has a patrimonial character, being the property of the crown. Theoretical limits. In the previous Spanish model, absolutism was limited by the fueros, laws, and privileges of the non-Castilian kingdoms, the Cortes, and the jurisdictional lordships of the nobility and the clergy. Enlightened despotism. An absolutist variant of the 18th century under the motto, "Everything for the people, but without the people." The monarchs use royal power in an almost unlimited way to promote economic and social reforms and act as patrons of the sciences, but without altering the absolutist political structure or the estate-based order. Agrarian and directed economy, it is a pre-industrial economy of slow growth and dependent on the climate, which caused periodic subsistence crises. Manual labor and technological stagnation predominate. Agriculture occupies more than 80% of the population. Amortized land ownership. Most of the land was outside the market in dead hands, making it impossible to buy or sell. The institution of the mayorazgo stands out among the nobility, the binding of assets to the family title to prevent the division of the patrimony. The crown, the nobility, and the church exercised jurisdiction and collected rents over these extensive lordships. To the south, Extremadura and Andalusia, large estates exploited by day laborers predominated. Livestock and industry. Castilian livestock was controlled by the Honorable Council of the Mesta. Urban artisan production was rigidly regulated and protected by the guilds, which controlled prices, wages, qualities, and trade licenses, preventing free competition. Mercantile colonial trade, based on the accumulation of precious metals, gold, and silver. The crown monopolized trade with America, centralizing it in the Casa de la Contratación of Seville, later moved to Cadiz.
Social characteristics.
A state-based society, a legally unequal social organization divided by birth into 3 closed estates. Privileged, nobility and clergy, owners of most of the land. They enjoyed tax exemptions, they did not pay taxes. Their own justice system. And social privileges. Both were divided internally into high and low estates according to their economic capacity. Third estate, or commoners, a heterogeneous estate that economically sustained the kingdom, peasants, artisans, merchants, bankers. They lacked privileges and had to pay the tithes to the church, rents to the feudal lords, and taxes to the state. The urban bourgeoisie, merchants, and businessmen became the group most receptive to ideas of change.
Dynastic change and war of succession.
In 1700, King Charles II died without descent. In his will, he designated Philip of Anjou, grandson of Louis XIV of France, as his successor, who was proclaimed king as Philip V. This broke the international balance and caused the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701 to 1714. International conflict. Great Britain, Holland, and Portugal supported the candidate of the Austrian line, the Archduke Charles of Habsburg, to prevent the birth of a dominant Franco-Spanish bloc. The conflict changed in 1711, when the Archduke inherited the Austrian Empire, following the death of Emperor Joseph I, which led his British and Dutch allies to seek peace out of fear of recreating the European empire of Charles V.
Peninsular Civil War.
Bourbon Philippist supporters, majority in the Crown of Castile, Navarre, and the Basque Country. They defended the French centralized model and relied on the support of the popular classes. Austracist supporters, majority in the Crown of Aragon, especially Catalonia. They defended the confederal pact-based model of the Habsburgs and were suspicious of French centralism due to the memory of the 1640 occupation. Military and international resolution. The Bourbon troops imposed their superiority in key battles such as Almanza, 1707, Brihuega, and Villaviciosa, 1709. The war ended internationally with the treaties of Utrecht and Rastatt, 1713 to 1714. Philip V was recognized as King of Spain, but the country lost all its European possessions. Flanders and Italy passed to Austria. Great Britain obtained Gibraltar and Minorca, the Navío de Permiso, 1 ship a year to trade with the Indies, and the Asiento de Negros, monopoly on the slave trade. In Spain, the resistance of Catalonia ended after the Bourbon siege and the capture of Barcelona on September 11, 1714, and Majorca in 1715.
The new model of the state.
The first Bourbons, Philip V and Ferdinand VI, implemented the centralized and uniform absolutism of French inspiration. Nueva Planta decrees, applied to Valencia and Aragon, 1707, Majorca, 1715, and Catalonia, 1716, as a punishment for their rebellion. They abolished the fueros, the laws, the internal borders, and the cortes of the Crown of Aragon, integrating them into the Spanish cortes of a Castilian style. Castilian was imposed as the official administrative language. Navarre and the Basque Country maintained their fueros and institutions as a reward for remaining faithful to Philip V. Institutions and administration. The councils of the Habsburgs lost their political power. The Council of Castile remained as a consultative body, and were replaced by the Secretariats of State and the dispatch professidents of the ministries. state, foreign affairs, justice, war and navy, and treasury. Territorial organization. Peninsular viceroyalties were eliminated and provincial demarcations were created, governed by captain generals, with military, administrative, and judicial power through the royal audiences. In the cities, the figure of the corregidor became widespread. The intendants, functionaries of French origin, appointed directly by the king for tax collection and local economic revitalization. Reform of the treasury. A fixed quota system proportional to individual wealth was successfully tested in the Crown of Aragon, called Catastro in Catalonia, Equivalente in Valencia, and Tala in Majorca. The attempt to extend this equitable contribution, including the privileged classes, to Castile through the Catastro of Ensenada, failed due to the fierce resistance of the nobility and the clergy.
Foreign policy, the family pacts.
The loss of European territories at Utrecht allowed Spain to focus on the interior and on the defense of the American Empire against the aggressiveness of Great Britain. To counteract British naval superiority, Spain allied with France through the family pacts, alliances between the monarchs of the Bourbon dynasty. First and Second Family Pact, Philip V signed to intervene in the Italian Wars. They managed to recover Sicily and Naples, installing the third son of Philip V, the future Charles III, on the throne. Policy of neutrality, Ferdinand VI. His reign was characterized by international peace, oriented toward cleaning up the treasury and reinforcing the naval war fleet to secure American trade, counting on efficient ministers like José de Carvajal and the Marquis of Ensenada. Third Family Pact, Charles III. Spain abandoned neutrality against England. The intervention in the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, was disastrous. Temporary loss of Havana and Manila, cession of Florida. However, Franco-Spanish support for the colonists in the United States War of Independence, 1776-1783, allowed Spain to recover Florida and Minorca. They did not manage to recover Gibraltar or the old territories of Flanders and Italy.
The new enlightened ideas in the Spanish Enlightenment.
The Enlightenment is based on unlimited confidence in reason, education, progress, and the criticism of estate privileges, defending freedom of trade and the separation of powers, Montesquieu, or popular sovereignty, Rousseau. In Spain, the spread of these ideas was slow and difficult due to conservatism, the enormous power of the church, and the lack of a broad bourgeoisie. Evolution. It began at the end of the 17th century with the Novators, minority intellectuals criticized for social stagnation. It continued with the pre-Enlightenment under Philip V, and the transition with Ferdinand VI, reaching its fulfillment with Charles III. Protagonists. A brilliant generation of thinkers emerged such as Father Feiju, Teatro Critico Universal, Campomenes, Cadalso, Jovellanos, Viscount of Aranda, Florida Blanca, and Pablo de Olavide. They coincided in the use of science, the critical spirit, and economic progress. Objectives. They prioritized useful and practical education, compulsory in the first levels, to combat cultural backwardness, and they tackled the economic issue by criticizing the amortized lands of the dead hands, excessive guild control, and the lack of technical innovation.
Enlightened despotism, Charles III.
Charles III, 1759-1788, came to the throne after his half-brother, Ferdinand VI, died childless. The king brought previous governing experience from Naples and applied a reformist program based on enlightened despotism. The Escalache riots, 1766. A large popular revolt in Madrid caused by complex factors: the scarcity and high price of food, suspicion toward foreign ministers, Grimaldi, Escalache, and the discomfort of the privileged classes before the reforms. The direct trigger was the public order and urban hygiene measures driven by Escalache: cleaning, lighting, banning games of chance, weapons, long capes, and chambergo hats. Consequences of the riot. Terrified by the violence, Charles III dismissed Escalache, lowered the price of bread and oil, and temporarily stopped the reforms. Once the country was pacified, the monarch decided to firmly continue with his enlightened agenda, relying on great Spanish ministers. Campomenes, the Count of Florida Blanca, and the Count of Aranda, alongside collaborators like Pablo de Olavide, Francisco Cabarrús, and Gaspar Melchor de Jovellanos.
Unit 5. The Crisis of the Reign of Charles IV, 1788 to 1808.
The accession to the throne of Charles IV in 1788 coincided with the outbreak of the French Revolution, 1789. This event disrupted the reformist model of enlightened despotism and inaugurated a profound crisis in the Spanish Ancien regime. Fearing revolutionary contagion, the Panic of Floridablanca paralyzed reforms and dismissed traditional enlightened ministers from the government. Following the execution by guillotine of the French monarch Louis XVI in 1793, Spain joined the European absolutist coalition in the War of the Pyrenees, 1793 to 1795, against the French Republic. The absolute defeat of the Spanish troops forced the signing of the Peace of Basel, 1795. This peace treaty brought about a radical strategic shift, as Spain became subordinated from then on to the geopolitical interests of France. On the domestic front, political prominence fell upon Manuel Godoy. He was a young nobleman from the royal guards promoted to the position of prime minister valido by the monarchs due to their distrust of the court aristocracy. Godoy aroused the hatred of the high nobility and the church due to his plebeian origin and his timid reformist attempts. These attempts included reducing the power of the Inquisition and the first trials of the confiscation of church property. He also earned the animosity of the crown prince, Ferdinand, who feared being displaced in the royal succession. In foreign policy, submission to France resulted in a military alliance against Great Britain. This alliance led to the naval disaster of the Battle of Trafalgar, 1805. The destruction of the Franco-Spanish Armada disrupted colonial trade and drove the royal treasury into absolute bankruptcy. The government's inability to mitigate the subsequent subsistence crises, epidemics, and famine spurred discontent among the peasantry through popular riots. The definitive turning point occurred with the signing of the Treaty of Fontainebleau, 1807. Through this treaty, Godoy authorized the entry of Napoleonic armies into Spanish territory. This was done under the military pretext of invading Portugal, an ally of England, in exchange for a future division of the Portuguese territory. The massive entry of French imperial troops, starting in February 1808, and their stationing in strategic strongholds such as Barcelona, Vitoria, and Madrid, made a real occupation of the country evident, alarming the court. This tension culminated on March 18, 1808, with the Mutiny of Aranjuez. This was a popular revolt instigated in the shadows by the clergy and the palace nobility aligned around the crown prince, the Ferdinandist faction. The mutineers assaulted the palace and achieved the dismissal of Godoy and the forced abdication of Charles IV in favor of his son, Ferdinand VII. Faced with the institutional breakdown of the Bourbon dynasty, Charles IV claimed the assistance of Napoleon Bonaparte. The French emperor, aware of the weakness and decomposition of the Spanish monarchy, lured the royal family into French territory. In the so-called abdications of Bayonne, May 5, 1808, Napoleon forced Ferdinand VII and Charles IV to successively renounce their dynastic rights. He then ceded the Spanish crown to his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, Joseph I, in order to provide legitimacy to the new regime and undermine the foundations of the Ancien regime. The new monarch promulgated the Bayonne Statute. This was a royal charter that proclaimed the equality of all Spaniards before the law and taxes, abolished the Inquisition, and untied entailed estates. However, this enlightened reform program was overwhelmingly rejected by Spanish society. They considered the government of Joseph I to be an illegitimate foreign imposition dependent on military violence. The Peninsular War, 1808 to 1814,
Popular resistance and the phenomenon of the chuntas.
the military occupation and the power vacuum derived from the abdications of Bayonne triggered an armed insurrection. On May 2, 1808, the people of Madrid rose spontaneously against the French troops commanded by General Murat. Despite the brutal subsequent repression, the insurrectionary example spread throughout the national geography. This converted the conflict into a long and destructive war. Faced with the paralysis of the institutions of the Ancien regime, sovereignty was assumed by the common people through the creation of the juntas of armament and defense. These power structures, initially local in nature, federated at the provincial level until they converged in the constitution of the Supreme Central Junta. This body assumes the governance of the country in rebellion and the military coordination against the invader. The inferiority of the Spanish regular troops against the technical superiority of the Napoleonic imperial army forced the development of two atypical and genuine forms of armed resistance: the sieges, the unyielding defense of strategic urban centers such as Zaragoza, defended by Palafox and Girona. These cities resisted bombardments and famines in order to immobilize large contingents of the French army, wearing down their forces and gaining time for the organization of resistance in the rest of the country. The guerrilla, the ultimate expression of direct popular participation. Groups of civilians, peasants, bourgeois, and clergymen were organized under a faction leader, such as El Empecinado or Esposuaimina. They harassed French troops by taking advantage of their knowledge of the terrain and the protection of the civilian population. Avoiding open field combat, they sabotaged communication lines, supply convoys, and isolated detachments, destroying the morale of the invading army.
Social, political, and ideological attitudes toward the conflict.
The institutional breakdown of the kingdom fragmented Spanish society into two large ideological blocks. The afrancesados, Frenchified, a minority integrated by reformist intellectuals, high officials, and members of the nobility, stemming from enlightened despotism. They considered that the monarchy of Joseph I and the Bayonne Statute represented the ideal way to modernize Spain and liquidate the structures of the Ancien Regime without experiencing the traumatic excesses of a social revolution. The final French defeat would condemn them to ostracism and exile. The Patriotic Front, a heterogeneous bloc united exclusively by their rejection of the French invader. Within it, three antithetical currents coexisted. The absolutists, clergy and nobility. They led the resistance with the fundamental objective of restoring the absolute monarchy of Ferdinand VII, the Catholic religion, and the traditional social order prior to 1808. The enlightened, Jovellanos, Floridablanca, they defended the expulsion of the French and the return of Ferdinand VII, but under the premise that the monarch would assume a program of moderate reforms to make tradition compatible with the modernization of the state. The liberals, bourgeoisie, intellectuals, a radical minority that saw the revolutionary situation of the war as a historical opportunity to dismantle the Ancien Regime. Their aspiration was the implementation of a constitutional system based on national sovereignty, the division of powers, and a class society open to the development of capitalism.
The military stages of the war.
The military evolution of the contest was structured into three distinct phases. First phase, May-October 1808, characterized by the initial failure of the French occupation plans. Following the popular uprisings, an improvised Spanish regular army under the command of General Castaños inflicted a historic defeat on the imperial troops of General Dupont at the Battle of Bailén, July 1808. The consequences of the disaster forced Joseph I to evacuate Madrid and compelled the French to retreat north of the Ebro River. Second phase, October 1808, July 1812. A phase of undisputed hegemony for French arms. Faced with the setback at Bailén, Napoleon himself entered the Iberian Peninsula at the head of the Grande Armée, 250,000 elite soldiers. In a few weeks, the French advance became unstoppable, reinstating Joseph I in Madrid in January 1809. Cities like Zaragoza and Girona fell after prolonged sieges. The occupation extended across almost the entire peninsular territory, leaving only Lisbon and the besieged city of Cadiz as the great unassailable strongholds of Allied resistance. This was the peak period of the guerrilla war. Third phase, July 1812-1814. A period of French collapse and retreat. The start of Napoleon's disastrous campaign in Russia forced the emperor to massively withdraw troops from the peninsula. This facilitated the counter-offensive of a combined Anglo-Portuguese and Spanish army under the command of General Wellington. This force achieved a resounding success at the Battle of Salamanca. Arapiles, July 1812. The French retreat was consolidated in 1813 following imperial defeats at the battles of Vittoria and San Marcial. Faced with the collapse of his European empire, Napoleon was forced to sign the Treaty of Valenciennes, December 1813. Through this treaty, he restored the crown and recognized Ferdinand VII as the legitimate king of Spain, putting an end to hostilities.
The balance of the conflict.
The Peninsular War plunged Spain into material, economic, and demographic ruin of dimensions unknown until then. This cut short the progress achieved during the enlightened reformism of the 18th century. On the demographic level, losses were catastrophic, with an estimated 1 million deaths due to combat, reprisals, epidemics, and hunger. On the economic front, the conflict caused the widespread abandonment of agricultural lands, the destruction of basic infrastructure, roads and bridges, and the dismantling of the nascent national industry. Likewise, the peninsular institutional collapse irreversibly accelerated the downfall of the Spanish Empire by triggering the first emancipation movements in the American colonies. The historical and artistic heritage suffered incalculable losses due to the destruction of monuments and the systematic looting perpetrated by French marshals. These marshals plundered valuable works of art, ecclesiastical documents, and state manuscripts. On the moral and psychological side, the conflict left a deep mark of cruelty and barbarism that was immortalized in Francisco de Goya's series of etchings. Ultimately, the breakdown of the Ancien regime and the subsequent revolutionary process developed in Cadiz politically fractured Spanish society. It divided it into two irreconcilable currents that would mark the future of the 19th century: liberals and absolutists.
The beginnings of liberalism in Spain, the Cortes of Cadiz and the Constitution of 1812, the summoning of the Cortes and the political revolution.
In a parallel fashion to the armed resistance against the French, a genuine political revolution was forged in the unoccupied zone. This revolution was based on the transfer of sovereignty to new institutions that derived their legitimacy directly from the Spanish people. The institutional framework of this insurrectionary movement was constituted by local and provincial chuntas, made up of clergymen, military officers, and enlightened figures. The imperative need to centralize the political and military leadership of the country led to the creation of the Supreme Central Junta in September 1808. Initially presided over by the Count of Floridablanca and driven by figures like Jovellanos, the junta assumed the regency in the name of the captive Ferdinand VII. It was soon forced to retreat before the French advance, first to Seville and finally to Cadiz. Cadiz became the only unassailable peninsular city thanks to the protection of the British Navy. Within the Central Junta, the initiative to summon General Cortes to reform the institutional foundations of the kingdom was forged, before dissolving in January 1810 to give way to a regency of 5 members. The junta formally initiated the summoning process and organized a consultation of the country. The responses from city councils and provincial juntas coincided in diagnosing that the despotism of Charles IV and Godoy had led to the ruin of the nation. Therefore, they stated that the establishment of legal guarantees against the abuse of absolute power was required. The election of deputies was severely hindered by the state of war and transportation difficulties. This situation forced the appointment of substitutes or alternate deputies from among the population coming from various provinces who had taken refuge in Cadiz. The markedly commercial, cosmopolitan, and bourgeois character of the port city fostered a strongly liberal atmosphere that influenced the composition of the chamber. The Cortes were inaugurated in September 1810, and the liberal sectors achieved an immediate and decisive triumph. They imposed the meeting of deputies in a single chamber, breaking with the traditional estate-based separation of the Ancien regime. In their first session, they proclaimed the revolutionary principle of national sovereignty, recognizing that supreme power resided in the collective body of citizens and was exercised by the Cortes as the legitimate representatives of the nation.
The composition of the Cortes of Cadiz and their ideological currents.
The socio-professional composition of the Cortes of Cadiz reveals the unquestionable prominence of the urban middle classes. The chamber was mostly integrated by clergymen, lawyers, public officials, and military officers, as well as members of the commercial bourgeoisie and the lesser nobility. The absolute absence of artisans, manufacturing workers, or peasants stands out. Within the Cortes, 3 large ideological political currents coexisted. The liberals, the left wing of the assembly, led by orators of the stature of Agustin de Arguelles. They defended individual and inalienable rights, freedom, legal equality, and private property, the replacement of the state-based society with the bourgeois class society, and the concentration of sovereignty exclusively in the Cortes. They emerged as the victors of the parliamentary debate by succeeding in imposing their revolutionary theses. The Jovellanistas, a moderate center faction, heirs to the thought of Jovellanos, they advocated for a shared sovereignty between the monarch and the Cortes and proposed a bicameral parliamentary system modeled after the British style, where the aristocracy and the privileged would have their own chamber. They rejected the revolutionary rupture of a constitution built ex novo and defended the reform of the traditional and historical laws of the Spanish kingdoms. Although they were defeated in Cadiz, their doctrinal tenets inspired the modernism that dominated a large part of the Spanish 19th century. The absolutists, or serviles, located on the right flank, they opposed any structural transformation. They defended the absolute monarchy of divine right, the exclusive sovereignty of the monarch, and the complete preservation of the socio-economic and religious order of the Ancien regime.
The legislative work, the Constitution of 1812.
The crowning achievement of the Cortes of Cadiz was the approval of the Constitution of 1812. It was drafted by a parliamentary commission starting in March 1811 and solemnly promulgated on March 19, 1812, the Feast of Saint Joseph, which is the origin of its popular nickname, La Pepa. It is the longest text in the history of Spanish constitutionalism, containing 384 articles. It became a universal doctrinal benchmark for Europe and Latin America. Its doctrinal axes and articulating principles are set forth below. National sovereignty. Enshrined in its Article 3, it constitutes a radical break with absolutism by explicitly stipulating that power emanates from the nation, the collective body of citizens without legal distinction, and not from the crown. Rigid division of powers. Following Montesquieu's theory, the text divided the functions of the state in a strict manner, limiting the channels of communication between organs to prevent tyranny. Legislative power. It resides in unicameral Cortes invested with broad prerogatives, drafting laws, approving international treaties, and setting taxes. Their mandatory annual meeting was stipulated to prevent the monarch from suspending them. Likewise, the permanent deputation was instituted, an organ of 7 deputies tasked with ensuring constitutional compliance during periods of parliamentary dissolution. The procurators enjoyed absolute immunity, and their mandate lasted 2 years, being incompatible with any position of royal appointment. Executive power, granted to the king, but under a persistent distrust aimed at neutralizing any absolutist temptation. The monarch directed the government and participated in the legislative process through the sanctioning of laws, possessing a limited suspensive veto of 2 years. The mandatory nature of ministerial countersigning was established, determining that any royal decree lacked legal validity if it was not accompanied by the signature of the corresponding Secretary of Dispatch minister, who assumed criminal liability. Judicial power, the exclusive competence of independent courts of justice, expressly prohibiting interference by the Cortes or the monarch. The foundations for legal unification were laid through the postulate of legal equality and the future creation of single codes for the entire kingdom. Declaration of Rights and Confessionalism. The text recognized fundamental civil rights such as freedom of the press, restricted for religious books, the inviolability of the home, the right to property, procedural guarantees, and it instituted habeas corpus. However, Article 12 proclaimed the exclusive and perpetual Catholic confessionalism of the state, prohibiting the exercise of any other religion. This blatant contradiction with liberal ideology represented a necessary tactical concession to win the support of the ecclesiastical estate and absolutist sectors. Form of state and suffrage, a limited monarchy was defined, supported by an indirect universal suffrage system in 4 stages: neighbors, parish, judicial district, and deputies, for males over 25 years of age. Nevertheless, a census-based criterion of eligibility was maintained, requiring a certain income or property ownership to be a candidate for deputy. Additional provisions. The Constitution fixed a new territorial organization based on provinces and municipalities with elective offices. It established mandatory military service and created the National Militia, a citizen armed body separate from the regular army, destined expressly for the defense of the liberal constitutional order. Finally, it proposed the creation of a network of public and mandatory primary education in all municipalities of the kingdom.
Social and economic measures, the liquidation of the Ancien Regime.
In a complementary manner to the constitutional text, the Cortes of Cadiz promulgated a series of laws and decrees of deep economic and social impact. These were oriented toward dismantling feudal structures and establishing the foundations of the bourgeois free market. Suppression of the feudal regime. The decree of 1811 definitively abolished jurisdictional lordships, annulling the legal and manorial authority that the nobility exercised over the peasantry. Territorial lordships were transformed into full private property. The untying of entailed estates and the division of communal lands were also decreed. Judicial torture was eradicated, and proofs of nobility for access to institutions were suppressed. Ecclesiastical reform. The first trial of civil confiscation was initiated on property seized by the regime of Joseph I, and the number of convents was limited. The abolition of the Tribunal of the Inquisition was decreed, and its assets were seized to pay off the state debt. Economic freedom and deregulation. In clear consonance with economic liberalism, the Cortes proclaimed the end of guilds. They decreed absolute freedom of manufacturing, contracting, and trade, allowing any citizen to undertake industrial or mercantile activities without corporate restrictions. The Honorado Consejo de la Mesta was also abolished, freeing agricultural activity from the right-of-way prerogatives of livestock privileges. This massive legislative work constituted the outline of the first bourgeois revolution in Spain. Although the war situation and the subsequent political turn prevented its effective and immediate application in the territory, the decrees of Cádiz and the Constitution of 1812 stood for decades as the unrenounceable doctrinal and political program of Spanish liberalism. Nevertheless, the Cádiz process suffered from a profound disconnection from the reality of the popular masses. The vast majority of the peasantry, influenced by the local absolutist clergy, fought against the invader in defense of the altar and the throne, ignoring the revolutionary nature of the Cádiz reforms. This disconnect evidenced a permanent ideological fracture within the heart of the country.
Influence of the Constitution of 1812 in the Spanish 19th century.
The Constitution of 1812 became the great myth and doctrinal benchmark of early peninsular liberalism during the first 3 decades of the 19th century. All the political unrest and the successive military uprisings of the era shared as a programmatic link the demand to restore the Code of Cádiz. Although reactionary sectors censured the text, accusing it of being a mere transposition of the French Constitution of 1791, the Cádiz Code possessed a marked historical singularity. While it assimilated doctrinal tenets of the French Revolution, such as national sovereignty and the separation of powers, it integrated components strictly proper to the Hispanic heritage. These included exclusive Catholic confessionalism, indirect universal suffrage, and the capacity for legislative initiative conferred upon the monarch. This strong juridical personality transformed the Spanish Magna Carta into a universal constitutional model. Its direct influence is perceptible in the revolutionary texts of Portugal and Naples, as well as in the founding charters of the newly emancipated American republics. Nevertheless, the practical implementation of the code clashed with fierce structural opposition. The enlightened ideal of a legal order that guaranteed citizen rights, fiercely defended by an intellectual minority, was blocked by the privileged estates, nobility, and clergy. These groups were fearful of losing their feudal and fiscal prerogatives. Parallelly, the peasantry and the common people, conditioned by a deep-rooted Catholic tradition and the moral influence of the Church, manifested a total lack of understanding toward the depth of the proposed liberal reforms.
The reign of Ferdinand VII, 1814–1833, between absolutism and liberalism. The First Restoration, the Absolutist Sexenio, 1814–1820.
Following the signing of the Treaty of Valencia, Ferdinand VII returned to Spain in the spring of 1814. His return was spontaneously acclaimed by the popular masses, who identified in his figure the re-establishment of peace and monarchical legitimacy after the disasters of the French occupation. However, the monarch immediately became the catalyst for the pressures of the country's reactionary forces, army, church, and aristocracy. The fundamental milestone of this absolutist offensive was the delivery in Valencia of the Manifesto of the Persians. This was a document signed by 1/3 of the deputies of the Cortes in which the sovereign was urged to abolish the legislative work of Cádiz and to restore the traditional order of the Ancien Régime. Backed by this political support, Ferdinand VII promulgated the decree of May 4, 1814. Through this decree, he declared the Constitution of 1812 and the totality of the Cádiz decrees null and void, restoring the absolute monarchy. An energetic repression was immediately unleashed, forcing the closure of the Cortes and the imprisonment or mass exile of the liberal intelligentsia toward England and France. The king fully restored the institutions in force in 1808, including the councils, the tribunal of the Inquisition, the manorial regime, and their corresponding feudal privileges. He also decreed the suspension of the confiscations of church property. This political shift aligned with the European context of the Restoration, sponsored by the Congress of Vienna and the absolutist powers organized around the Holy Alliance. The absolutist sexenio, however, was doomed to a government paralysis due to serious structural dysfunctions. Government instability. The monarch governed through the capricious influence of a personal court camarilla that caused the constant replacement of ministers, preventing the design of stable policies. Bankruptcy of the royal treasury. The public debt, inherited from the previous century, was aggravated by the ruin of the post-war period and by the simultaneous outbreak of the insurrection in America. This insurrection deprived the crown of the flows of colonial precious metals and customs revenues. Fiscal blockade. The absolutist system proved incapable of applying a tax reform that would guarantee the necessary income to sustain the state without eroding the principle of tax exemption for the nobility and the clergy. Despite the repression, the mentality of Spanish society had undergone irreversible changes during the war. In the rural environment, the peasantry manifested a fierce resistance to returning to paying manorial rents and the ecclesiastical tithe. Meanwhile, the urban bourgeoisie demanded the protection of their property rights over the lands acquired during the conflict. Faced with the impossibility of channeling opposition legally, the liberals resorted to the secrecy of underground societies and the organization of military uprisings. Following the failures of Porlier, Lacy, or Espoy Mina, the uprising led by Lieutenant Colonel Rafael del Riego in January 1820 achieved definitive triumph.
The Liberal Triennium, 1820 to 1823.
Riego's uprising in Las Cabezas de San Juan Civil, at the command of the troops destined to fight the American insurrection, rallied the immediate support of the main cities of the country. Faced with the political isolation of the government, Ferdinand VII was forced to capitulate and swear allegiance to the Constitution of 1812. During this triennium, the bulk of the Cadiz legislative corpus was restored. The definitive dissolution of the Inquisition was decreed. The manorial regime and entailed estates were abolished. Industry and commerce were liberalized, and the confiscation of properties of the regular church was resumed. The establishment of freedom of the press, association, and assembly energized the public sphere through the proliferation of political newspapers and the creation of patriotic societies, centers of political debate. Nevertheless, the regime of the Triennium experienced a sharp instability due to the internal division of liberalism. The Dosianistas, a faction integrated by the veterans of the Cortes of Cadiz, Arguelles, Martinez de la Rosa, they defended a cautious application of political reforms, oriented toward cooperating with the crown and the landowning aristocracy, to avoid social radicalization and safeguard the property of the census-based bourgeoisie. The Veinteñistas, or exalted radicals, a young faction linked to the protagonists of the 1820 revolution. They were partisans of accelerating legislative reforms, cutting the king's powers, and basing their power on the support of the urban middle and popular classes, intellectuals, and army officers. The project of the Triennium collapsed due to multiple concurrent factors. On the domestic front, it suffered from a worrying lack of popular support in the rural environment. The tax reform and the decrease in the tithes did not alleviate the situation of the peasantry, who found themselves harmed by the monetization of taxes and excluded from access to confiscated property, falling under the influence of the counter-revolutionary clergy. At the same time, the nobility and the church financed an armed guerrilla opposition, royalist factions. Ultimately, the determining factor in the collapse of the regime was international armed intervention. In compliance with the directives of the Congress of Verona 1822, the absolutist powers integrated into the Holy Alliance entrusted France with sending a military contingent. The invasion of the 100,000 Sons of St. Louis, 1823, commanded by the Duke of Angoulême, crossed the peninsula with barely any opposition, achieving the liberation of the monarch and the immediate restoration of absolutism.
The absolutist reaction. The ominous decade, 1823-1833.
The re-establishment of full absolutism unleashed a hard policy of purging and ideological persecution. This was materialized in the summary execution of prominent liberal leaders such as Rafael del Riego himself, General Torrijos, or the Granadan heroine Mariana Pineda. Nevertheless, the pressing economic prostration of the state and the definitive bankruptcy of the royal treasury forced Ferdinand VII to try a path of moderate absolutism. Starting in 1825, the monarch sought the collaboration of technical sectors of the financial bourgeoisie and proposed a timid tax reform that entailed the requirement of taxation from the privileged estates. This centrist turn caused the crown to find itself gripped by a double radical political opposition. From abroad, exiled liberals persisted in their efforts to topple the government through political conspiracies and military uprisings. On the right wing, the most fundamentalist absolutist sectors, referred to as pure royalists, accused the monarch of weakness before bourgeois reforms and organized armed insurrections. This internal political fracture acquired an irreversible nature in 1830 with the outbreak of the dynastic conflict. Faced with the birth of his daughter Isabella, Ferdinand VII promulgated the Pragmatic Sanction. This was a legal provision that repealed the Salic law imposed by Philip V, which had prevented women from accessing the throne. The most intransigent and fundamentalist absolutist sectors rejected the legality of the rule and rallied around the Infante Carlos Maria Isidro, the king's brother, forming the political movement of Carlism. Faced with this serious counter-revolutionary threat, Ferdinand VII and the regent, Mary Christina of Bourbon, were forced to approach the most moderate factions of the liberal bourgeoisie to secure the legitimate succession. The passing of the monarch in September 1833 closed the Ancien Régime in Spain and initiated the immediate outbreak of the First Carlist War.
The emancipation of Spanish America, 1808-1824, conditioning factors of the independence process.
The decolonization process in the American territories was forged during the 18th century as a direct consequence of the Bourbon reforms themselves. The colonial reorientation implemented by Charles III had reactivated the Spanish-American economy and expanded the system of agricultural plantations supported by slave labor. This economic takeoff fostered the consolidation of a prosperous and educated Creole bourgeoisie, descendants of Spaniards born in America, influenced by enlightened ideas. The desires for emancipation of the Creole elite responded to three fundamental grievances. The systematic political discrimination, given that the main administrative, ecclesiastical, and judicial colonial positions were assigned exclusively to peninsular Spaniards. The subjection to an onerous fiscal pressure destined to cover the expenses of the metropolis. The strict commercial monopoly exercised by Spain, which strangled the free development of colonial commercial exchanges. Likewise, the independence of the United States, 1776, operated as the great practical benchmark that demonstrated the viability of breaking with a European metropolis. On the international front, the process counted on the decisive logistical, financial, and diplomatic aid of Great Britain and the United States. These powers were interested in dismantling the Spanish Empire to replace its monopoly with control over the markets of the subcontinent.
The development of the independence process.
The evolution of the American insurrection was articulated in two stages closely conditioned by the political changes of the metropolis. First phase, 1808 to 1814, coinciding with the Peninsular War, the collapse of the metropolitan institutional apparatus triggered the secessionist movement. In imitation of Spain, the Creoles established juntas of government that assumed local sovereignty. Although they initially swore formal allegiance to Ferdinand VII, the juntas refused to submit to the authority of the Supreme Central Junta, and toward 1810 declared themselves autonomous. Thus, three large revolutionary centers emerged: the Viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata, where José de San Martín proclaimed independence in Buenos Aires; the Viceroyalty of New Granada and Venezuela, led by Simón Bolívar; and Mexico, where an indigenous-based peasant insurrection broke out, commanded by the clergymen Miguel Hidalgo and José María Morelos. The Cortes of Cádiz found themselves powerless to suppress these rebellions due to the military siege they were suffering in the peninsula. Following the end of the European War in 1814, Ferdinand VII rejected any autonomous solution and dispatched an expeditionary army of 10,000 men. This force managed to temporarily pacify Mexico and New Granada, though it proved ineffective in the Rio de la Plata, where Paraguay and the United Provinces of the Rio de la Plata, Argentina, consolidated their independence. Second phase, 1008-1016 to 1018-24. The total absolutist intransigence of Ferdinand VII and his refusal to grant reforms accelerated the generalized reactivation of the armed insurgency. In the south, General José de San Martín organized the crossing of the Andes mountain range, defeating royalist troops at the Battle of Chacabuco 1817, and securing the independence of Chile 1818. In the north, Simón Bolívar, the liberator, inflicted decisive defeats on Spanish arms at the battles of Boyacá 1819 and Carabobo 1821, founding the Republic of Gran Colombia. In Mexico, the Creole leader Agustín de Iturbide capitalized on the discontent of the church and the local landowning oligarchy before the reforms of the liberal triennium, and proclaimed the Plan of Iguala, achieving independence in 1821. The definitive collapse of the continental Spanish Empire was sealed in December 1824 after the Battle of Ayacucho, Peru. There, the combined forces directed by Antonio José de Sucre dismantled the last royalist army. Once the conflict ended, of the old overseas domains, only the Antilles, Cuba, and Puerto Rico, the Philippine Islands, and some smaller archipelagos in the Pacific Ocean remained under the sovereignty of the Spanish crown.
Consequence of the emancipation.
The collapse of the Spanish colonial empire transformed the international geopolitical map and caused severe consequences on both sides of the Atlantic. For the new Hispano-American nations, The Bolivarian project of constituting a great, united, powerful, and supportive American confederation failed completely. The rivalries of military chiefs and the mercantile interests of the Creole oligarchies fragmented the territory into a constellation of clashing sovereign republics. This dynamic fostered the entrenched establishment of military caudillismo and the hypertrophy of the army in the structures of the state. Likewise, the Creole elite perpetuated the social and economic marginalization of the indigenous, mestizo, and Afro-descendant population. Finally, political independence did not bring about economic emancipation, setting up a regime of commercial neocolonialism in which the American market came to depend on the finances of Great Britain and the United States. For Spain, the loss of the colonies meant the definitive liquidation of the American empire after 3 centuries of political connection. It confined Spain to the condition of a second-rate international power. In the economic sphere, the crown found itself deprived of colonial customs revenues and precious metals. At the same time, the nascent Spanish manufacturing industry suddenly lost an immense captive market at the precise historical moment when the powers of Western Europe were testing the Industrial Revolution.
Unit 6. The Regency Period during the reign of Isabella II, Liberal Revolution and First Carlist War, 1833 to 1843.
The transition from the old regime to the liberal state in Spain began with a complicated minority of age. As Isabella II inherited the throne at only 13 years old, power was divided into 2 successive regencies, that of her mother Maria Cristina of Bourbon, 1833-1840, and that of General Baldomero Espartero, 1840 to 1843.
The First Carlist War, 1833 to 1840.
The causes of the conflict. The succession issue. It centered on the dispute over the legitimacy of the Pragmatic Sanction, which allowed women to reign, versus the Salic law, which the Carlists considered to be in force. This pitted the Isabellines or Cristinos, supporters of Isabella II and the regent, against the Carlists, supporters of Carlos Maria Isidro, brother of Ferdinand VII. The ideological clash. The Carlists completely rejected liberalism. Under the motto, God, Fatherland, and King, they defended monarchical absolutism, Catholic traditionalism, the old regime, and the maintenance of historical regional charters, fueros, against the legal and centralist uniformity of the liberals. The support for each faction. Carlist faction, supported by the rural nobility, most of the lower clergy, and the peasantry of the rural areas of the Basque country, Navarre, the interior of Catalonia, Aragon, and Valencia, Maestrazgo. These were sectors fearful of losing their regional charters or going bankrupt due to liberal reforms. Isabelline faction, supported by the high nobility, the high ecclesiastical hierarchies, the industrial, commercial, and financial bourgeoisie, urban workers, and most of the professional army. The major cities remained loyal to the Queen. Military evolution in 4 stages. First phase, 1833 to 1835. Formation of the Basque Navarrese focus. Carlist Colonel Tomás de Zumalacárregui organizes an effective army from guerrilla forces, but fails in trying to capture the major cities. His death during the siege of Bilbao in 1835 greatly weakens the Carlist faction. Second phase, 1836 to 1837, the national expeditions. The Carlists organize incursions through the rest of Spain, Gomez expedition and Royal expedition, without managing to rouse the country. The victory of the Isabelline general Espartero in the Battle of Luchana Bridge, 1836, stands out, breaking the siege of Bilbao and turning him into a popular idol. Third phase, 1837-1839, Isabelline initiative and the Convention of Vergara. Carlist exhaustion leads General Maroto to negotiate peace with Espartero. In August 1839, the Convention of Vergara is signed, symbolized by an embrace between both generals. It is agreed to maintain the military ranks of the Carlists within the regular army and to discuss the issue of regional charters in the parliament. Cortes. Carlos Maria Isidro rejects the agreement and goes into exile in France. Fourth phase, 1839 to 1840, end of the war in the Maestrazgo. The Carlist general Cabrera refuses to accept the convention and resists in the Maestrazgo until Espartero captures his stronghold of Morella in 1840. Forcing the Carlist retreat into France.
The political evolution. The Regencies. The Regency of Maria Cristina, 1833–1840.
The regent was not a liberal by conviction, but out of the need for support for her daughter. The political evolution went through different phases of tension. The moderate transition, 1833 to 1834. The government of C.I. Bermudez implements purely administrative reforms, highlighting the division of Spain into 49 provinces by Javier de Burgos, 1833. Faced with the need to move forward, Martinez de la Rosa promulgates the Royal Statute of 1834. It was not a constitution, but a royal charter, Carta Outorgada, that summons the parliament but did not recognize national sovereignty or individual rights, which divided the liberals into moderates and progressives. The progressive breakthrough, 1835–1837, popular dissatisfaction triggers the urban revolution of 1835. Maria Cristina hands power over to the progressive Mendizábal, who begins the ecclesiastical confiscation, debts amortización, to finance the war. After a brief moderate turn, the Mutiny of La Granja, 1836, breaks out, a military uprising that forces the regent to restore the Constitution of 1812. The Constitution of 1837. The progressives accept that the Cadiz text is unfeasible and draft a new consensus constitution. It maintains progressive principles, national sovereignty, broad individual rights, freedom of the press, separation of powers, but adopts moderate elements such as bicameralism, Congress and Senate, highly restricted census suffrage, and extensive powers for the crown, right to veto and dissolution of parliament. The fall of the regent, 1840. The moderates approve the local government law, Ley de Ayuntamientos, so that the crown can directly appoint mayors, neutralizing the local power of the progressives. Popular protest and the confrontation with General Espartero force Maria Cristina to resign and go into exile.
The Regency of Espartero, 1840–1843.
Espartero assumes power with great popular backing, but governs in an authoritarian and militaristic manner, quickly losing support. His free trade economic policy opens customs to British textiles, which ruins and infuriates the industrial bourgeoisie and textile workers of Catalonia. In 1842, an insurrection breaks out in Barcelona, which Espartero suppresses by bombarding the city, definitively destroying his prestige. In 1843, a military uprising led by the moderate Narvaez overthrows him. To avoid appointing a third regent, the parliament brings forward the majority of age of Isabella II, who was proclaimed queen at 13 years old.
Construction and evolution of the liberal state during the effective reign of Isabella II, 1843–1868.
With the queen's majority of age, the new liberal state is established, characterized by the almost absolute dominance of the moderate party and the interplay of three major political and social forces.
The articulation of Spanish liberalism, the three forces.
The actual functioning of the political system did not depend on parliament, but rather on the alliances among these three institutions. The crown. It played a decisive and partisan role. Isabella II abused her power to appoint and dismiss ministers and dissolve the parliament. She placed her trust almost exclusively in the moderate party, forcing the progressives to resort to insurrection in order to govern. The political parties, they were currents of opinion limited to minorities of oligarchs and bourgeois. The main ones were moderate party, defended shared sovereignty, king and parliament, limited individual rights, and reduced the vote through highly restricted census suffrage to protect private property and order. It supported a centralized and Catholic confessional state. Its base consisted of the aristocracy, the high bourgeoisie, and the upper middle classes. Progressive Party defended national sovereignty, the expansion of individual rights, press, opinion, and a broader electoral base, although it remained restricted by property qualifications. It defended the national militia and local autonomy. Its base consisted of the urban, middle, and petty bourgeoisie. Democratic Party, born in 1849, a split from progressivism that defended universal male suffrage for the first time, full freedom of worship and association, and the recognition of broad democratic freedoms for the popular classes. The army, given the constant manipulation of elections and the lack of peaceful alternation, military men became the true arbiters of politics. The leaders of the parties were generals: Narvaez for the moderates, Espartero for the progressives, O'Donnell for the Liberal Union, and changes of government were usually imposed through a military coup, pronunciamiento. The vast majority of the civilian population remained marginalized from the system, resorting to street riots when the situation became unbearable.
The moderate decade, 1844–1854.
In 1844, After Isabella II was declared of age, General Narvaez assumed the presidency of the government. As the absolute leader of the moderates, he imposed a period of great political stability, but of a deeply oligarchic nature, where public order prevailed over individual freedoms. The moderate regime was sustained by the systematic rigging of elections, administrative corruption, and the frequent suspension of the parliament, Cortes, completely marginalizing the progressives. Ideologically, they aligned themselves with doctrinaire liberalism, a conservative and anti-democratic current that considered the reforms of the liberal revolution to be already completed and felt a deep fear of any popular insurrection. They enjoyed the firm backing of the financial elites, the large landowners, and the top leadership of the army.
The Constitution of 1845.
To consolidate their model of the state, the moderates replaced the Constitution of 1837 with a new text that became the key legal piece of the entire reign. Its main characteristics were shared sovereignty. National sovereignty was rejected, and it was established that power resided jointly in the king and in the parliament. Absence of separation of powers. The prerogatives of the crown were drastically reinforced. The king controlled the executive power and participated in the legislative power through the initiative of laws, the capacity to sanction them, and the unlimited authority to summon, suspend, or dissolve the parliament, in addition to freely appointing and removing ministers. Reforms in the legislative power. The parliament remained bicameral. The Senate became lifelong and unlimited in size, appointed directly by the king from among the economic, military, and ecclesiastical elites, functioning as a conservative brake on the Congress. For the Congress of Deputies, the term was extended to 5 years to seek stability. Extreme census suffrage. The electoral body was restricted by a subsequent law that limited the right to vote to barely 1% of the population, the largest taxpayers. Restriction of rights and freedoms. Although the rights of 1837 were formally maintained, their regulation was deferred to subsequent laws which, in practice, limited them to the maximum extent. Trial by jury was abolished, and the term judicial power was removed to reduce the autonomy of the courts. Confessional state. Article 11 formally declared the Catholic religion as the only one of the nation, obliging the state to maintain its worship and ministers. Other measures. The national militia was abolished due to its links to progressivism, and municipal autonomy was eliminated. A subsequent law determined that the mayors of municipalities with more than 2,000 inhabitants would be appointed by the crown, and those of smaller towns by the civil governor.
The achievements of the moderate regime.
The moderates built a centralized and unified state through a series of institutional reforms. Control of the administration. Centralism was reinforced through the figure of the civil governor in each province, tasked with implementing government directives and coordinating the manipulation of election results. The first civil service law was also created. Legislative unification. The Penal Code of 1848 was approved, and the decimal metric system was adopted as the sole system of weights and measures for the entire country. The educational system was centralized through the Penal Plan, 1845, the precursor to the Moyano Law, 1857, which organized primary, secondary, and university education under state control. The reform of the Treasury, Monsantillan Law of 1845, carried out by Alejandro Mon, it was the most important fiscal modernization of the century. It streamlined taxes under the principles of equality and proportionality, introducing an annual state budget. However, it prioritized indirect taxes, the so-called consunos, on basic essential goods, which severely harmed the working classes and caused a chronic deficit that forced the constant issuance of public debt. Rapprochement with the Catholic Church, the sale of confiscated lands, desamortizados, was halted, and the Concordat of 1851 was signed. The state committed to financing the expenses of the clergy and worship in exchange for the Church accepting the land sales already carried out and officially backing the throne of Isabella II. Creation of the Civil Guard, 1844. An armed body with a military structure but civil functions was founded destined to ensure public order and protect private property, especially in rural areas.
The end of the moderate decade.
The growing authoritarianism of the governments and the constant suspensions of the parliament provoked discontent not only among the Carlists, who started the War of the Matinars in Catalonia, and the progressives, but also among the left-wing moderates, the Puritans. Concurrently, in 1849, the Democratic Party was born as a split from progressivism, demanding universal male suffrage, full freedoms, and free primary education. In 1848, in the heat of the European revolutions, democratic and progressive insurrections had already taken place in Madrid and Seville.
The Progressive Biennium, 1854-1856,
The widespread discontent culminated in the Revolution of 1854. The process began with a military uprising by left-wing moderates led by General Leopoldo O'Donnell in Vicalvaro, the Vicalvarada. To gather support among progressives and the civilian populace, the rebels published the Manzanares Manifesto on July 7. In it, they demanded the reform of the electoral and printing laws, the reduction of centralism, and the reinstatement of the national militia. The insurrection turned into a popular revolution when the lower classes built barricadas in Madrid, demanding social improvements. Faced with the gravity of the situation, Isabella II called upon General Espartero to form a strictly progressive government in which O'Donnell assumed the Ministry of War.
the progressive reforms of the Biennium,
The new executive revived part of the spirit of the 1830s and drove a profound legal and economic reorganization, institutional restoration. Vigor was restored to the national militia and to the printing and electoral laws of the previous progressive stage. The unpromulgated Nonata Constitution of 1856, a new progressive-leaning constitutional text was drafted, which defended national sovereignty and expanded individual rights, but it was never promulgated due to the premature end of the government. The Madoz confiscation, 1855, the Minister of the Treasury, Pascual Madoz, promulgated the General Confiscation Law. Unlike that of Mendizábal, this affected not only the remaining property of the church, but principally the communal and municipal lands, bienes de propios, belonging to town councils and the state, being sold at public auction to rebalance the treasury. Economic modernization. The Railway Law of 1855 was approved, which regulated and boosted the construction of the rail network, along with the banking laws of 1856, which allowed the birth of the modern Bank of Spain. The biennium came to an end due to intense social unrest caused by the economic crisis and the high cost of living. Strikes and riots were harshly suppressed by the government itself. Faced with the instability, O'Donnell took a turn at the helm and used the army to dissolve the national militia in July 1856, forcing Espartero out and bringing the progressive stage to an end. From then on, the Democrats definitively assumed the leadership of the political left.
the alternation between the moderates and the Liberal Union, 1856-1868,
The final phase of the reign was dominated by the obsession with restoring public order under the institutional framework of the Constitution of 1845. Power was shared by two political forces, the moderate party of Narvaez and the Liberal Union of O'Donnell, a centrist party that brought together left-wing moderates and mild progressives, and featured figures like Serrano, Prim, or Canavas del Castillo.
economy and foreign policy,
Economic expansion. The Unionist governments focused on pragmatism and material progress. Public investments multiplied, and key infrastructures were completed, such as the General Railway Track Layout, 1856-1866, and the Canal de Isabel II for the water supply to Madrid, 1858. Foreign policy of prestige. Military expeditions were carried out in Morocco, Indochina, and Mexico with the aim of exalting patriotic nationalism, satisfying the army, and reclaiming Spain's role as an international power in alliance with France and Great Britain.
domestic politics and the crisis of the system,
The political system failed once again in its attempt to achieve a peaceful and legal alternation of power. Queen Isabella II and her palace cliques continued to display absolute favoritism toward the most conservative wing, systematically excluding the opposition. Faced with the political deadlock, the government resorted to closing the parliament and tightening repression. The marginalized sectors, especially the Progress, led by Prim, and the Democrats, abandoned the parliamentary route and began to conspire not just against the government, but openly against the continuity of the crown. The most serious episodes of this discontent were the Night of San Daniel, 1865, a harsh repression of student protests in Madrid, and the uprising of the sergeants at the San Gil barracks, 1866. In 1866, the opposition forces signed the Pact of Ostende in exile with the common goal of overthrowing Isabella II. Following the deaths of O'Donnell, 1867, and Narvaez, 1868, the Unionists themselves joined the pact. Finally, the severe financial and subsistence crisis that shook the country between 1866 and 1868 ended up removing the last economic and social support from the regime, triggering the Revolution of 1868, La Gloriosa, which expelled the Bourbons from Spain.
Unit 7. The Revolution of 1868, the Glorious.
The revolution is the result of a generalized collapse of the Elizabethan system caused by multiple factors. Causes of the crisis. In the economic sphere, the international financial crisis of 1866, which sinks the stock market and paralyzes the railway. The textile-industrial crisis in Catalonia due to the lack of cotton caused by the American Civil War, and a severe subsistence crisis, 1867 to 1868, that generates hunger and high mortality all converge. In the political sphere, the moderate regime finds itself exhausted and corrupt, maintaining power by force. This pushes the opposition, progressives, Democrats, and Unionists to unite in the Pact of Ostend, 1866, to overthrow Isabella II. The death of O'Donnell in 1867 makes it easier for the Liberal Union, under the command of Serrano, to join the movement. The outbreak. In September 1868, Admiral Topeti and Generals Prim and Serrano revolt in Cadiz. Following the rebel victory at the Battle of the Bridge of Alcolia against government troops, Queen Isabella II flees to France. Juntas and provisional government. Initial power resides in the civil revolutionary juntas, which demand radical reforms such as universal suffrage, the suppression of consumption taxes, and the abolition of conscription. Shortly after, a provisional government led by Prim and Serrano is formed, which dissolves the juntas but adopts their democratic principles. Elections for constituent Cortes are called through universal male suffrage.
The Constitution of 1869, the first democratic text.
It is the fundamental law of the sexennial and stands out for its deeply democratic character. National sovereignty. It explicitly proclaims that political power resides in the people. Separation of powers. Legislative power resides in bicameral Cortes, Congress and Senate with extensive powers. Executive power is left in the hands of the king, but he exercises it solely through his ministers, who answer to the Cortes. The judiciary achieves real independence by establishing access to the career via public examinations and trial by jury. Fundamental rights. It includes one of the most extensive declarations of human rights to date, considered natural and beyond legislative restriction. It enshrines new rights, such as the inviolability of correspondence, freedom of work for foreigners, and the rights of assembly and association. Religious question. Public and private freedom of worship is established for the first time, although the state takes on the maintenance of the Catholic clergy.
The Monarchy of Amadeo I of Savoy, 1871 to 1873.
Since the Constitution defined Spain as a monarchy, the Cortes elect Amadeo of Savoy, son of the King of Italy, to occupy the vacant throne. 3 days before the new king's arrival in Spain, his main backer and the bulwark of the government coalition, General Prim, is assassinated, leaving the monarch without his greatest political support. The reign was characterized by chronic instability, breakup of the government bloc. The Progressive Party fragments into the Constitutionalists of Sagasta, more conservative, and the Radicals of Ruiz Urilla allied with the Democrats, preventing the formation of stable governments. Strong opposition. The new king faces rejection from the church due to religious freedom, the nobility, and the industrial and landowning bourgeoisie, who fear the rise of the labor movement and the abolition of slavery in Cuba. These sectors support the Bourbon cause of Alfonso XII. At the same time, the Carlists initiate the Third Carlist War 1872, and the Republicans press for the end of the monarchy. Abdication, faced with the impossibility of governing in social conflict, Amadeo formally renounces the crown on February 11, 1873.
The First Spanish Republic, 1873 to 1874.
The Republic is proclaimed on February 11, 1873, in a joint session of Congress and the Senate as an emergency solution to the power vacuum, despite the fact that the Cortes had a monarchist majority. The new regime is born weakened by a lack of funds and the need to simultaneously confront the war in Cuba and the Carlist War. The Republican process was marked by deep instability and the succession of 4 presidents over the course of 11 months. Estanislao Figueres assumes the first government in coalition with the radicals. During his mandate, the abolition of slavery in Puerto Rico and the suppression of conscription are approved. He calls elections for constituent Cortes, which record a 60% abstention rate and give victory to the Federalists. Francisco P. E. Margol succeeds him and proclaims the Federal Republic. A draft constitution is written that organizes the state into 15 federal states plus the colonies, but the text is never approved due to the outbreak of the Cantonal insurrection in July 1873. Cities in the Levant and Andalusia declare themselves independent due to a radical interpretation of federalism and anarchist influence. P.E. Margall, overwhelmed by the violence of the cantons, especially in Alcoy, resigns. Nicolas Salmeron assumes the presidency, giving a conservative turn to the regime. He uses the army and monarchist generals to repress the cantonal revolt, managing to subdue it almost completely with the exception of Cartagena. Salmeron ends up resigning for moral reasons, refusing to sign death sentences that had been reinstated for reasons of public order. Emilio Castelar represents the trend of the unitary and conservative republic. With the aim of restoring order, he declares federalism outlawed, suspends the Cortes for 3 months, and reinforces military potential to fight the Carlists, who controlled large areas of the north and Navarre, and the canton of Cartagena, as well as containing the insurrection in Cuba.
The Presidential Republic of Serrano and the Monarchical Restoration.
On January 20, 1874, the Cortes reopen. Anticipating that Castelar's government will fall and power will return to the Federalists, conservative sectors prompt military intervention. The coup of Pavia, General Pavia executes a coup d'etat and invades the Congress of Deputies. Castelar resigns on democratic principles, and the Republic comes to be led by a provisional government presided over by General Serrano. The Dictatorship of Serrano. Throughout the year 1874, an authoritarian and presidentialist regime is imposed without a constitution or Cortes. Serrano centers his efforts on the restoration of order. He manages to dissolve the First International, AET, definitively subdues the canton of Cartagena, and militarily halts the Carlist advance in the north. The road to the restoration. In parallel, Antonio Canovas del Castillo organizes the return of the Bourbons in a peaceful and civil manner. He achieves the renunciation of Isabella II's rights in favor of her son Alfonso, and drafts the Sandhurst Manifesto, a document in which the future king commits to establishing a liberal, constitutional, and conciliatory regime. The pronouncement of Sagunto, despite Canovas's civil plans, military intervention anticipates them. In December 1874, General Martinez Campos rises in Sagunto, proclaiming Alfonso XII as king, which dissolves the republican regime and puts an end to the period of the revolutionary sexenio.
Unit 8. The Bourbon Restoration.
The period of Isabella II had been dominated by the moderate party under a very restrictive doctrinaire liberalism. This system benefited large landowners and conservative classes, blocking the opposition's access to power, who could only resort to military uprisings or revolution. This exclusion triggered the outbreak of the Revolution of 1868 and the beginning of the democratic sexenio. During these 6 years, several regimes followed one another: the monarchy of Amadeo of Savoy, the federal and unitary First Republic, which democratized the country and gave weight to the working classes. However, severe instability and 3 simultaneous armed conflicts, the Third Carlist War, the 10 Years' War in Cuba, and the Cantonal Revolution, frightened the conservative classes, who once again saw the Bourbon monarchy as the only guarantee of order. Antonio Canovas del Castillo, a former member of the Liberal Union, took charge of the Alphonse cause. Canovas ruled out the return of Isabella II and backed her son Prince Alfonso. The design of the new regime was reflected in the Sandhurst Manifesto, December 1874, a document signed by the prince at the English Military Academy where he was studying. It promised a monarchical regime of a liberal, constitutional, Catholic, and stable nature. Although Canovas wanted a peaceful and civilian transition, events accelerated when General Martinez Campos staged a military uprising in Sagunto in late December 1874, proclaiming Alfonso XII as King of Spain. The restoration is divided chronologically into 3 phases. The reign of Alfonso XII, 1874 to 1885. The regency of Maria Cristina of Austria, 1885 to 1902. And the reign of Alfonso XIII, 1902-1931. Although the purely Canovist system entered a crisis starting in 1898 and definitively collapsed in 1923 with the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera.
The foundations of the Canovist system. Doctrinal foundations.
The system was devised by Antonio Canovas del Castillo with the fundamental collaboration of Percades Mateo Sagasta, leader of the liberal opposition. Canovas sought to create a political framework flexible enough to accommodate all liberal forces, thereby preventing the opposition from having to resort to the army to govern. The doctrinal pillars of his proposal were overcoming the past. It was not about returning to the modernism of Isabella II, but rather seeking a synthesis between historical tradition and the civil liberties achieved during the sexenio. The internal constitution. Cánovas asserted that Spain possessed a series of indisputable and permanent historical principles: private property, freedom, the Catholic faith, and above all, shared sovereignty between the king and the Cortes. These elements pre-existed any written law and could not be modified. Supremacy of civilian power. The constant intervention of the military in politics was brought to an end. The army was subordinated to the civilian government, limiting its role to national defense, possibilism, and consensus. It was mandatory to seek permanent agreements. For the system to work, all sectors had to compromise and accept common rules of the game. Two-party system in the English style. Cánovas designed a parliamentary system based on two major dynastic parties that would take turns peacefully in government. However, it was not a real democratic system. The electoral law of 1878 reintroduced census suffrage, limiting the vote to barely 5% of the wealthiest population.
The Constitution of 1876.
It was the longest-lasting constitutional text in the history of Spanish liberalism, thanks to its flexibility and negotiated nature. It blended the conservatism of the Constitution of 1845 with the recognition of rights from the Constitution of 1869. Sovereignty, shared between the Cortes and a king, which completely eliminated the democratic principle of national sovereignty. Legislative power, bicameral. The Senate was highly conservative, made up of members in their own right, grandees of Spain, high military and ecclesiastical hierarchy, life members appointed by the king, and one-half elected by indirect census suffrage. The Congress of Deputies was elected at a ratio of 1 deputy per 50,000 inhabitants, leaving it to subsequent laws to decide whether suffrage would be restricted or universal. Executive power rested with the king, whose prerogatives were increased. He held the power to freely appoint and dismiss the prime minister and ministers, possessed legislative initiative, the right to veto, and the ability to dissolve the Cortes, with the obligation to reconvene them within a maximum period of 3 months. Declaration of rights, formally broad, expression, assembly, association, but their practical exercise was regulated by subsequent ordinary laws. This allowed governments to suspend civil liberties with complete ease whenever they deemed it necessary. Religious question, Article 11. The state was declared confessionally Catholic with an obligation to maintain the clergy. Nevertheless, Cánovas imposed tolerance for the private worship of other religions to avoid criticism from European powers.
The pacification of the country.
The consolidation of the regime was favored by the end of the armed conflicts inherited from the sexenio, end of the Third Carlist War, 1876. The return of the Bourbons stripped Carlism of its arguments. The military offensive in the north led to the total surrender of Navarre and the Basque country. The main consequence was the definitive abolition of the Basque fueros charters. In return, conciertos económicos were created in 1878, a fiscal autonomy through which the Basque provinces collected their own taxes and paid a fixed annual quota cupo to the central state. Peace of San Juan in Cuba, 1878. After the end of the Carlist War, Spain sent military reinforcements to the island under the command of General Martínez Campos. Peace was signed by offering a general amnesty, the promise of the abolition of slavery, which arrived in 1886, and political reforms so that Cuba would have representation in the Spanish Cortes. The failure to fulfill and the delay of these promises would sow the seeds for the War of 1895.
The alternation in power. The official system. Two-party politics and turnismo.
The regime operated thanks to the consensus of two major political forces known as the dynastic parties. The Liberal Conservative Party, Conservatives, led by Antonio Cánovas del Castillo. It represented landowners, the aristocracy, and traditional Catholic sectors. It defended social order, political immobility, and the protection of the church. The Liberal Fusionist Party, Liberals, led by Practis Mateo Sagasta. It grouped together former progressives, unionists, and moderate Republicans. It defended secular reformism, the expansion of civil rights, and social progress. Despite their differences, both shared the defense of the monarchy, private property, and the centralized state. There was a tacit pact by which neither party would pass laws that were radically unacceptable to the other, ensuring that when one returned to power, they would not have to abolish the previous legislation. Turnismo consisted of the regular and peaceful alternation in government. Unlike real democracies, where the party that wins the election forms the government, during the Restoration the mechanism worked in reverse. When the ruling party wore out, the king called upon the leader of the opposition to form a new cabinet. Immediately afterward, this new prime minister dissolved the Cortes and called elections, manipulating the entire process to secure an overwhelming parliamentary majority that would allow him to govern.
The real system: electoral manipulation, oligarchy, and caciquismo.
This peaceful handover was only possible through widespread and systematic electoral fraud, built upon the alliance between the Madrid oligarchy and local bosses, caciques. The mechanics of the manipulation followed very clear steps. El encasillado, the slotting. The Minister of the Interior prepared the list of candidates who were supposed to win in each district. The agreed-upon candidates from Madrid. Often, Cunaro deputies were included, people who had no connection whatsoever to the province they were running for. The civil governors, they transmitted these lists to the mayors and local bosses in the towns to activate the fraud machinery. El Pucherazo, ballot box stuffing. This was the generic name given to election rigging. The electoral roll was falsified, making the dead vote, known as Lazarus, or preventing opposition voters from voting. Votes were bought with money, ballot boxes were swapped, or the scrutiny records were directly altered. Caciquismo. The cacique was a landowner, or an individual with great economic power and political influence who controlled the districts, especially in rural areas. Due to the isolation of the villages and widespread illiteracy, the lives of the peasants depended on him. The cacique controlled employment contracts, tax distribution, the draft lottery, military service, and resolved bureaucratic procedures. His informal motto reflected his absolute power. For my friend, favors. For my enemy, the law. Votes were delivered to the cacique in exchange for favors, or out of pure fear of economic retaliation. This system worked thanks to the massive general apathy of the population and abstention, which usually hovered around 80%. There was an unbridgeable abyss between the official Spain, that of laws and parliamentary speeches, and the real Spain, a predominantly rural illiterate society subjected to oligarchic control.
Political evolution in Turner governments.
Peronismo worked with mathematical precision during the last 2 decades of the 19th century. 10 electoral processes were held between 1876 and 1898. 6 were won by the conservatives and 4 by the liberals. The most critical moment of the period occurred in 1885 with the premature death of Alfonso XII. To prevent anti-dynastic parties, Republicans and Carlists, from taking advantage of the weakness of the regency of Maria Cristina of Austria, pregnant with the future Alfonso XIII, Cánovas and Sagasta signed the Pact of El Pardo. Through this agreement, the conservatives yielded the government to the liberals and committed to stabilizing the crown by supporting peaceful alternation. During this long government of Sagasta, 1885 to 1890, the liberals introduced profound reforms such as the Law of Associations 1887, which legalized labor unions, the definitive abolition of slavery, and, most notably, the Electoral Law of 1890, which restored universal male suffrage for men over 25 years old. Paradoxically, the arrival of universal suffrage did not democratize the country. Instead, it forced the dynastic parties to perfect and intensify their cacique networks and ballot rigging to keep controlling the results. This political monopoly began to crack, following the colonial disaster of 1898. The impact of losing Cuba, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico shattered the prestige of dynastic politicians. With the arrival of the new century, the system proved incapable of controlling the vote in major industrial cities, such as Barcelona, Madrid, Valencia, or Bilbao, where the peripheral bourgeoisie, Republicans, and the labor movement began to win real elections, initiating the irreversible crisis of the Canovist regime.
The reign of Alfonso XII, 1874 to 1885.
Alfonso XII, nicknamed the Peacemaker, governed during a stage that represented the consolidation of the Canovist system. His reign brought great political stability to Spain, albeit under a corrupt and undemocratic system based on electoral fraud. During the early years, the Conservative Party remained in power and took charge of establishing the foundations of the regime through restrictive measures. The press law, control of town councils, and the Electoral Law of 1878, which reintroduced census suffrage. The most important milestones of his reign were the resolution of the 2 major conflicts inherited from the Sexenio, achieving the pacification of the country. The Third Carlist War. The military pressure of the new regime and the discouragement of the rebels led to the definitive defeat of Carlism in 1876, forcing the claimant Don Carlos into exile. This meant the abolition of the charter, fueros, regime. Although in 1878 the Basque provinces were granted a degree of fiscal autonomy through the system of economic concerts, whereby the provincial deputations collected their own taxes and delivered a fixed quota to the central state. The Cuban War. The combination of military force and negotiation led to the signing of the Peace of San Juan, 1878. This agreement included an amnesty, the promise to grant autonomy to the island, representation in the Spanish Cortes, and the abolition of slavery, formally approved in 1888. The delay in implementing these reforms triggered the brief Little War, 1879, and the subsequent outbreak of the definitive war in 1895. After this conservative period, the peaceful alternation began in 1881 when Alfonso XII called upon the Liberal Party to form a government, proving that the system designed by Cánovas worked.
The regency of Maria Cristina of Austria tells of Habsburg, 1885-1902.
Alfonso XII passed away prematurely in November 1885 at the age of 28. As the queen was pregnant with the future Alfonso XIII, she assumed the regency. Fearing that the king's death would destabilize the country and give wing to Carlists or Republicans, Cánovas and Sagasta signed the Pact of El Pardo, 1885. In this agreement, both leaders guaranteed the continuity of peaceful Turnismo and committed to protecting the regent, with Cánovas immediately yielding the government to the liberals. During the so-called Long Government of Sagasta, 1885-1990, the liberals developed a profound package of reforms that expanded civil rights. Associations Law, 1887, allowed the legalization of trade unions and labor organizations, which had spent years underground. Jury Law, 1888, created popular juries to try specific crimes. Universal male suffrage, 1890, granted the right to vote to all men over 25 years old, expanding the electoral roll from 800,000 voters to nearly 5 million. However, the persistence of caciquismo and ballot box stuffing prevented this measure from democratizing the system. Legal codes, the Commercial Code, 1885, and the Civil Code, 1889, were approved. At the end of the Regency, the system entered a crisis. In 1897, Cánovas was assassinated by the anarchist Michele Angiolillo, leaving the Conservative Party in the hands of Silvila and Mora. For its part, Sagasta's Liberal Party had to bear the tremendous political toll and loss of prestige resulting from the disaster of 1898, the loss of Cuba, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico following the war with the United States. Sagasta died in 1903, causing his party to fragment into internal struggles. Following a loss of its founding leaders, the Tsanovist regime began to show severe signs of exhaustion. The turnout governments were unable to solve Spain's structural problems. Widespread illiteracy, the fiscal deficit, the lack of social reforms, the unfair military recruitment system, and the absence of real democracy. In 1902, upon turning 16, Alfonso XIII was proclaimed king, ending the regency and beginning a stage politically marked by regenerationism. The major problems that strained the country at the turn of the century were: the Cuban War started in 1895 and the moral and political crisis of 98. The social unrest generated by Cánovas's protectionist economic policy, which benefited Basque, Catalan, and Castilian grain industrialists but did not improve the lives of the working classes, leading to protests that were suppressed with a heavy hand. The popular hatred toward the military conscription system, quintas, which allowed the rich to escape going to war by paying a cash redemption of 2,000 pesetas, condemning the sons of workers and peasants to die in the colonies. The rise of peripheral regionalist and nationalist movements.
Opposition to the system.
The stability of the Restoration was achieved by marginalizing from parliamentary life all political forces that did not accept the rules of dynastic Turnismo. These extra-parliamentary forces were
the Carlists.
They became a residual and mostly peaceful political force after their military defeat in 1876. With strong traditionalist and Catholic roots concentrated in the Basque country and Navarre, their electoral presence was very minor, never exceeding 3% of the vote.
The Republican parties.
Their social base was found in the urban middle classes. They defended the democratization of the state, secularism, public education, and social reforms. They were deeply weakened due to their constant internal divisions. At the beginning of the 20th century, the moderate Republicans of Melquiades Alvarez and the Radical Republican Party of Alejandro Lerroux founded in 1908, stood out, the latter using a populist, demagogic, and strongly anti-clerical discourse to win over the working-class masses of Barcelona.
The labor movement, anarchists and socialists.
Following the repression suffered at the end of the sexenio, labor organizations lived underground until the Liberals Associations Law of 1887 restored them to legality. The labor movement split into two major ideological currents. The anarchists. This was the most successful current in Spain, taking deep root among industrial workers in Catalonia and day laborers in the Andalusian countryside. Anarchism advocated a collectivist, libertarian, apolitical. They rejected elections, anti-clerical, and revolutionary society through the use of strikes. At the end of the 19th century, it split into two branches: supporters of syndical and collective action, and defenders of propaganda by the deed, terrorism. The latter carried out serious attacks against political leaders, such as Cánovas or Martínez Campos, the bourgeoisie, the Liceu bomb in Barcelona, and the church, which triggered very harsh state repression and a spiral of action-repression violence. In 1910, the syndicalist sector founded the National Confederation of Labor (CNT), which grew to be the largest trade union in Spain, the Socialists. In 1879, Pablo Iglesias secretly founded the PSOE, Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, in Madrid, with a Marxist and revolutionary ideology. Its program defended the conquest of political power by the working class, the abolition of private property to transform it into collective property, and a classless society. In the short term, they demanded immediate reforms such as the right to strike and associate, an 8-hour workday, universal suffrage, public education, and equal pay between men and women. The PSOE organized itself as a class party focused on the electoral struggle after the arrival of universal suffrage in 1890. In 1888, they created their own trade union, the General Union of Workers, UGT. In 1910, Pablo Iglesias secured the party's first seat as a deputy. Later, in 1921, a split from the PSOE, unhappy with the parliamentary path, founded the PCE, Communist Party of Spain, following the model of the Russian Revolution.
Regionalisms and nationalisms.
They were born at the end of the 19th century as an identity-based reaction against the centralized and unitary state model imposed by Spanish liberalism, and gained massive momentum after the moral crisis of the disaster of '98. They began as movements for cultural recovery, defense of their own language, history, and customs, and rapidly transformed into political movements, demanding everything from autonomy to independence, based on the existence of their own historical and legislative realities, such as the old fueros. The main focal points occurred in the regions with the greatest industrial development on the peninsula. Catalan nationalism. After losing its traditional laws with the Nueva Planta decrees in the 18th century, the 19th century saw the birth of the Renaixença, a strong cultural and linguistic revival movement among the bourgeoisie. The transition to political action crystallized in 1901 with the foundation of the Liga Regionalista, led by Francesc Cambó. The Liga was a conservative, Catholic, and bourgeois party that championed two major goals: obtaining political autonomy for Catalonia within Spain and demanding protectionist economic measures from the central government to shield the interests of the Catalan textile industry against foreign competition. It enjoyed great support among the Catalan bourgeoisie and peasantry, while urban workers preferred anarchism. Basque nationalism. It emerged following the definitive abolition of the fueros in 1876, and amid the rapid industrialization and mining exploitation of Biscay, which attracted thousands of immigrant workers from the rest of Spain. The Basque Nationalist Party, PNB, was founded in 1895 by Sabino Arana. Coming from a Carlist and ultra-Catholic family, Arana defined the pillars of classic Basque nationalism: total independence for Euskadi, the union of 7 Basque territories on both sides of the Pyrenees, radicalism and a total rejection of everything Spanish, and the exaltation of the Basque ethnicity. This ethnic component led to racist positions that rejected mixed marriages and despised non-Basque immigrants, whom they disparagingly called mequetos. Arana's ideology included a deep Catholic fundamentalism. His motto was God and old laws, the promotion of the Basque language, and the mythical idealization of a traditional, pure Basque rural society opposed to the industrialized and Spanishized city. His conservative profile set him at total odds with Biscayan working-class socialism. Other regionalisms. In Galicia and Valencia, the movement was very minor in the 19th century. remaining limited to a literary and cultural character, such as the Galician Regionalist Association of 1890. Andalusian sentiment began linked to the cantonalism and federalism of the sexennial, reaching an important milestone in the Federal Constitution of Antequera, 1883, which claimed a sovereign and autonomous Andalusia within a federal republic. However, a strong bourgeois party failed to take hold because large Andalusian landowners depended on the central power in Madrid, and the peasant masses overwhelmingly leaned toward anarchism. Moving into the 20th century, Blas Infante systematized the Andalusian doctrine in his work, Ideal Andaluz, 1915, combining the request for political autonomy with socio-economic demands vital to the region, such as land reform based on the principle of the land for those who work it.
Unit 9. The causes of the disaster.
The conflict did not arise out of nowhere. It was the result of years of political inaction and trade tensions. Political inaction. After the Peace of San Juan in 1878, Spain had 17 years to grant autonomy to Cuba. It only approved the abolition of slavery in 1886, while systematically rejecting colonial reform projects in the Cortes. Economic strangulation, the tariff. Spain imposed a strongly protectionist policy. It forced Cuba to buy products from mainland Spain, flour, textiles, but Spain was not the main buyer of Cuban sugar and tobacco. The United States was. The U.S. factor. In 1894, the United States bought 88% of Cuba's exports, but sold only 37% of the goods imported by the island. U.S. President McKinley threatened to close American markets if Spain did not change its tariff policy.
The military conflict and the escalation of tensions.
The war developed in three clearly differentiated political and military phases. 1895, the beginning. The cry of bearer took place under the leadership of José Martí. The government sent Martínez Campos to implement a flexible strategy combining repression with dialogue, but it failed. 1896 to 1897, the hardline approach. General Weyler replaced Martínez Campos and introduced harsh measures. The trochas, fortified lines dividing the island, and the reconcentration of peasants into enclosed settlements. This caused a humanitarian disaster with extremely high civilian mortality due to hunger and disease. End of 1897. Desperation. After the assassination of Cánovas, the new liberal government dismissed Weyler and granted late autonomy, universal suffrage, and equal rights. However, these reforms came too late, and the insurgents rejected them. The definitive trigger for the war with the United States occurred in April 1898. The United States had already tried to purchase the island for $300 million, an offer Spain rejected for patriotic reasons, but it used the explosion of the American battleship Maine in Havana Harbor as a pretext to issue an ultimatum that led to a declaration of war. After the rapid defeats of the Spanish fleets at Cavite, Philippines, and Santiago, Cuba, the Treaty of Paris was signed in December 1898. Under the treaty, Spain permanently relinquished Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines.
The consequences of 1898, a multi-dimensional impact.
The impact of the defeat was felt in every area of the country. International sphere. Spain was confirmed as a second-rate power and became internationally isolated. It later attempted to compensate for this failure by expanding into Morocco. Economic sphere. The loss seriously harmed the Catalan textile industry by depriving it of its protected market. However, the blow was softened by the repatriation of capital from the colonies. Social and military sphere. The army felt unfairly blamed by politicians. It underwent a process of rightward radicalization and militarization, proclaiming itself the guardian of national unity against the labor movement and emerging peripheral nationalisms. Moral and psychological sphere. A climate of collective depression and catastrophism took hold. The country became aware of its real backwardness, economic poverty, and the corruption of the political system dominated by caciquismo.
The response to the crisis. Regenerationism.
As a reaction to the disaster, regenerationism emerged. This ideological movement blamed the restoration system for the country's problems and demanded profound modernization based on Europeanization.
Intellectual regenerationism. Joaquín Costa.
His proposal was summed up in the famous phrase, "School and pantry and 100 locks on the tomb of El Cid." This meant educating the people, improving the economy, and burying old imperial glories. Its main pillars were 14.1. Agrarian reform. redistribution of land and the recovery of agrarian collectivism to reduce rural poverty. 2. Hydraulic projects. Construction of irrigation systems to combat Spain's structural drought and boost agriculture. 3. Education. A massive campaign to build schools in order to eradicate illiteracy and lift the masses out of ignorance.
The Generation of 98.
This was a group of writers from Spain's peripheral regions, Unamuno, Machado, Baroja, Azorin, and Maeztu, united by their shared pain over Spain. Their literature focused on analyzing national identity, the beauty of Castile, and the deep causes of Spain's backwardness. As a result, the problem of Spain became the central topic of public debate.
Political regenerationism, different approaches.
Faced with the need for change, the country's various political forces proposed radically different solutions. The dynastic parties, politicians such as Silvela, Mora, conservatives, and Canalejas liberals, attempted a Dawes revolution from above. They sought to reform the system from within state institutions in order to end caciquismo without destroying the monarchy. Peripheral nationalisms. Especially in Catalonia and the Basque Country, nationalists blamed the centralist state for the country's problems. They began to defend political autonomy as the only effective tool for regenerating both their regions and Spain as a whole. The Republicans, they attributed all of Spain's problems to the monarchy and its structures. They defended the Republic as the only system capable of modernizing the country. The labor movement, it blamed the monarchy and the oligarchy for the terrible living conditions of workers. It demanded profound structural change. This collapse of the system and the fragmentation of proposed solutions planted the seeds of the major crises of the 20th century. These included the tragic week of 1909, the triple crisis of 1917, and the disaster of Annual in 1921. Together, these events ultimately brought down the Restoration system and led to the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera in 1923.
Unit 10. The Desamortización process and agrarian changes.
The liberal agrarian reform of the 19th century sought to dismantle the old regime and consolidate capitalism. Its main tool was desamortización, the seizure by the state of lands linked to dead hands, the church and municipalities, to sell them at public auction. The state's objectives were clear: financial, obtaining money to pay the public debt and finance the Carlist wars; political, gaining the support of bourgeois buyers against absolutism; and social, a very timid attempt to create a middle class of landowning peasants.
The two great phases of the 19th century.
The Desamortización of Mendizábal, 1836. It occurred during the regency of Maria Cristina. It focused on the assets of the regular clergy religious orders, and later, the secular clergy. Its urgency was financial, to get immediate funds to win the First Carlist War. Payment was allowed both in cash and with public debt bonds at their face value, which favored speculation and large purchases by the bourgeoisie. The Desamortización of Medas, 1805, approved during the Progressive Biennium. It is known as the General Desamortización. It was the most important in terms of sales volume. It affected the assets of the state and, above all, those of the municipalities, privately owned municipal lands and communal lands. The money raised was used to pay off the debt and finance public works, especially the expansion of the railway. Payment was made at auction and the debt bonds were valued at their real value.
Consequences of the process.
On the social level, the process was a structural failure. A peasant middle class was not created. The land was concentrated in the hands of the old nobility and a new landowning bourgeoisie of an absentee nature, who preferred to live off rents in the cities rather than invest in improving productivity. The cultivating peasants had no money to buy. Lease agreements became harsher, and millions of day laborers fell into absolute misery, also stripped of the use of communal lands where they previously obtained pasture and firewood. On the economic level, the cultivated area increased from 10 to 16 million hectares, but this growth was achieved by extension, breaking up wasteland, and not by intensification, mechanization, or fertilizers. This caused severe deforestation and consolidated the map of large estates, latifundismo. In the south and center of the peninsula, Andalusia, Extremadura, and La Mancha. Furthermore, the treasury did not solve its chronic problems, and the town councils were economically ruined. On the cultural level, it meant the loss of an enormous historical heritage, with abandoned monasteries and the indiscriminate sale or export of works of art.
industrialization, and economic backwardness.
The transition to industrial capitalism in Spain was slow, late, and limited to peripheral areas, Catalonia and the Basque Country.
Causes of industrial backwardness.
Agriculture did not function as an economic engine. With an impoverished peasantry, there was no domestic market with the purchasing power to absorb industrial products, nor did the countryside release enough labor or capital to transfer to the factories. Added to this was the scarcity of quality coal, the lack of a financial bourgeoisie with an entrepreneurial mindset, who preferred to invest in safe land, and an unstable economic policy trapped in the debate between free traders and protectionists.
The railway. Law of 1855.
Although the first line was the Barcelona-Mataró in 1848, the General Railway Law of 1855 unleashed massive construction with foreign capital. It had two serious design errors that burdened the economy for a century: a radial structure centered in Madrid, which responded to political rather than commercial criteria, and a truck gauge of 1.67 meters, wider than the European one, which made foreign trade more expensive by forcing goods to be transferred at the border. Furthermore, the law allowed materials to be imported free of tariffs, so the construction of the train did not boost the national iron and steel industry. Its great benefit was the articulation of the domestic market for grain and export products.
Key industrial sectors.
The cotton textile industry was concentrated in Catalonia, being a pioneer thanks to the use of hydraulic energy and steam. It lived isolated from foreign competition thanks to strong protectionist laws, which limited its technological modernization and made it dependent on a weak national market and the colonies. The loss of Cuba and the Philippines in 1898 was a devastating blow. The iron and steel industry depended on iron ore and coal. After a failed attempt in Malaga due to a lack of fuel and a stage of growth in Asturias, the definitive core consolidated in Biscay from 1880 onwards. Basque iron of high quality was exported en masse to Great Britain, and the profits generated allowed the foundation of a powerful iron and steel industry and a solid banking sector. General mining in the country did not take off until 1868, when the subsoil was privatized, and large foreign companies began to exploit the deposits with cheap labor for export.
Population, society, and the labor movement.
The Spanish population grew slowly during the 19th century, from 11 to 18 million, due to the persistence of subsistence crises, epidemics, and high infant mortality. The rural exodus to the cities and foreign emigration were the only ways out of rural poverty. The old estate-based society gave way to a class society, where the high nobility and the business bourgeoisie allied to form the ruling oligarchy, while the industrial proletariat and the day laborer peasantry formed the impoverished base.
Phases of the labor movement.
Early trade unionism, 1840. It was born in Catalonia, the area with the largest industrial proletariat. In 1840, the Barcelona Weavers' Society was created, the first trade union in the country. They were associations by trade that also operated as mutual aid societies, using workers' fees to create resistance funds that covered wages in the event of illness or a strike. The expansion of the labor movement, 1854, 1856. During the Progressive Biennium, the first general strike in the history of Spain broke out in Barcelona. The labor conflict jumped from Catalonia to other industrial areas such as Béjar, Alcoy, or Antequera, marking the birth of class trade unionism. The Andalusian agrarian revolts, 1855-1867, in the countryside, Madosa's disorganization choked the hopes of the day laborers by privatizing communal lands. This unleashed constant agrarian insurrections in Andalusia, such as the uprisings in Utrera and El Arajal, characterized by the illegal occupation of estates, the burning of property registries, and armed clashes with public order forces. The arrival of internationalism, 1868-1874. The Revolution of 1868, the Democratic Sexenio, brought political freedoms and allowed the labor movement to emerge from hiding. Giuseppe Fanelli introduced the anarchist ideas of Bakunin, which took strong root in Catalonia and the Andalusian countryside due to their rejection of political action and their defense of the revolutionary strike, which gave life to the Spanish Regional Federation of the AIT in 1870. In parallel, Paul Lafargue introduced Marxist theories, oriented toward organized political struggle, which would gain weight in Madrid and the industrial centers of the north.
Unit 11. Alfonso XIII and the attempts at Regeneracionismo, 1902 to 1917. Introduction and context.
Following the disaster of 1898, a period of crisis and decomposition began for the restoration system created by Cánovas. This period coincided with the reign of Alfonso XIII, who was crowned in 1902 at the age of 16, bringing an end to the regency of his mother, Maria Cristina. The loss of the last colonies triggered a strong sense of self-criticism and a desire for renewal known as regeneracionismo, which affected politics, the economy, and society. The disappearance of the great historical leaders of the dynastic parties contributed to the political instability at this stage. Cánovas was assassinated in 1897, and Sagasta died in 1903. Their parties experienced internal crises due to the lack of strong leadership, which led the new leaders of the Turnismo system to propose reforms. This line of action from the position of power was called revisionismo, or revolution from above, modifying only what was strictly necessary to correct the system's flaws, adapt it to society, and guarantee its survival.
The stages of political revisionism. The conservative revisionism of Antonio Mora, 1907-1909.
At the head of the Conservative Party during the so-called Long Government, Mora attempted a revolution from above to prevent changes from happening through a popular revolution. He carried out social measures regarding workplace accidents, Sunday rest, the creation of the National Institute of Welfare, and the strike law and electoral reforms. His project collapsed due to the outbreak of the tragic Week of Barcelona in 1909.
The liberal revisionism of José Canalejas, 1910-1912.
He proposed his own program of democratic regeneration. He highlighted the regulation of church-state relations through the Padlock Law, which forbade the establishment of new religious orders, concessions to regionalism with the draft of the law of mancomunidades, social measures, and the modification of compulsory military service. His reformist action came to a brutal end when he was assassinated by an anarchist in 1912.
The final crisis of the system, 1912-1917.
From 1912 onward, the alternation parties entered a permanent internal crisis that put an end to the peaceful turn. Opposition forces, Republicans, nationalists, PSOE, consolidated their positions while social tensions and class divisions grew.
Factors of the political and social crisis.
Several factors explain the permanent crisis of the regime. Intervencionismo of Alfonso XIII. The king did not respect his role as a neutral arbitrator, supported the most conservative sectors of the army, and ended up backing the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera, which discredited the monarchy. Division of the alternation parties. This was caused by the lack of undisputed leaders and internal disputes. This situation forced the formation of unstable coalition governments from 1917 onward. Weakening of caciquismo. This was due to the urban development of the country, rise of the opposition, growth of Republicans, Catalan and Basque nationalists, socialists, and anarchists. The religious question, protests against the power of the church, especially in education, and the spread of anti-clericalism among the working classes. The military question and the Moroccan problem. At the Algeciras Conference, 1906, the division of Moroccan territory between France and Spain was agreed upon. Spain was allocated the northern strip. In 1909, a highly unpopular colonial war began, pitting the army against public opinion.
Key conflicts of the period.
The crisis of 1905 and the law of jurisdictions 1906. The electoral victory of the Liga Regionalista in Catalonia alarmed the army. Following satirical anti-military comments in a Barcelona publication, 300 officers raided its printing presses. The government yielded to military pressure by passing the 1906 Law of Jurisdictions, which placed criticisms of the homeland or the army under military courts. In response, the Catalan opposition formed the Solidaritat Catalana coalition, which swept the 1907 elections. The tragic Week of Barcelona, 1909. A social revolt broke out in Barcelona characterized by major working-class mobilization, Solidaridad Obrera and UGT, and a strong presence of Lerrouz's radical Republican Party. The trigger was the Moroccan War, following the disaster of the Branco del Lobo, with more than 1,200 Spanish casualties. Mora's government ordered the mobilization of reservists. On July 26, a general strike broke out in Barcelona, which degenerated into 3 days of protests, barricades, the burning of convents, and clashes with the army. The subsequent repression was extremely harsh and culminated in the execution, without legal guarantees, of the anarchist agitator Francisco Ferrer y Guardia, which caused the downfall of Mora's government.
The impact of World War I, 1914-1918.
Spain remained neutral during the global conflict, which divided the country socially between pro-Allied supporters, liberals and left-wing factions, and pro-German supporters, conservative right-wing factions. On the economic front, neutrality brought a period of great prosperity and strong growth in exports, as Spain became a supplier to the countries at war.
The crisis of 1917.
Inflation and the poor social distribution of the economic profits obtained during World War I triggered a social outbreak in 1917. This crisis was divided into three simultaneous fronts. Military crisis. The officers stationed on the peninsula were dissatisfied with the rapid promotions received by the Africanist military personnel stationed in Morocco. This led to the creation of the Juntas de Defensa, a sort of military union. The conservative government of Eduardo Dato yielded to their demands, breaking discipline and the subordination of the army to civil power. Parliamentary crisis. 70 opposition deputies and senator, Republicans, Socialists, Nationalists from the Liga Regionalista, and some liberals met in Barcelona in what was called the National Assembly of Parliamentarians. They demanded a change of government and the calling of Constituent Cortes to reform the country. Social crisis, the general strike of 1917. In August, the UGT and CNT unions called a general strike that saw high participation in the cities, but it was harshly repressed, leaving around 100 dead and thousands detained. Outcome of the crisis. Out of fear of a working-class revolution, the Juntas de Defensa abandoned their protests and supported the government in its repression against the strikers. Shortly after, Eduardo Dato resigned, and a coalition government was formed that included the Liga Regionalista, which deactivated the Assembly of Parliamentarians. From this moment on, the class struggle became the primary problem in the country.
Social crisis and pistolerismo in Barcelona, 1919-1921.
The end of World War I triggered a severe economic crisis that caused social conflict to skyrocket in Barcelona. The anarchist strikes were met with harsh repression by the new government of Mora and the Catalan bourgeoisie. The Employers' Association created the Sindicato Libre, a group of gunmen who carried out attacks against working-class leaders with the complicity of the police. Additionally, the authorities applied the Ley de Fugas, which consisted of summarily executing detainees under the pretext that they were attempting to escape. In response to this violence, anarchists assassinated the Prime Minister Eduardo Dato in 1921. In 1923, the moderate anarchist leader Salvador Seguí was also assassinated.
The colonial war in Morocco and the disaster of Annual. The context of Morocco.
Following the disaster of 98, Spain sought to recover international prestige by participating in the colonial division of Africa. At the Algeciras Conference 1906, France and Spain divided Morocco. Spain was allocated the northern strip, the Rif, a mountainous area that was difficult to control. The indigenous tribes of the area, Kabylas, organized themselves under the leadership of Abd al-Krim to resist the occupation.
The disaster of Annual, 1921.
In the summer of 1921, General Fernandez Silvestre led a poorly planned and reckless military operation in the Annual area. The Rifi and Kabylas attacked the Spanish troops, causing a completely disorganized retreat that ended in a massacre. The disaster cost more than 13,000 lives, including that of General Fernandez Silvestre himself. Public opinion, which was already against the war, reacted with indignation. The Socialists and Republicans demanded an immediate withdrawal from Morocco.
The Picasso dossier.
To investigate the causes and search for those responsible, the government ordered a military investigation led by General Juan Picasso. The resulting report, known as the Picasso dossier, proved the existence of extremely serious irregularities, endemic corruption, and extreme inefficiency within the Spanish army in Africa. The dossier implicated high-ranking military commanders and even suggested the responsibility of King Alfonso XIII himself. However, the report was never debated in Congress, nor did it have political consequences. 2 weeks before the date set for its discussion, October 1st, 1923, a coup d'etat took place.
The dictatorship of Primo de Rivera, 1923-1930. The coup d'etat.
On September 13th, 1923, General Miguel Primo de Rivera, Captain General of Catalonia, led a military uprising. The Prime Minister, Garcia Prieto, asked King Alfonso XIII to dismiss the rebels. When the monarch refused, the government resigned. The king appointed Primo de Rivera as the president of a military directorate. In his manifesto to the country and the army, the dictator justified the coup by promising to save Spain from old corrupt politics and to solve economic and social problems using a paternalistic approach focused on order. The coup d'etat meant the practical end of the liberal regime of the Restoration.
Support and opposition to the regime.
Frontal opposition. Only the Communist Party and the Anarchist Union, CNT, actively opposed the regime and tried to call strikes. The regime outlawed them immediately and arrested their leaders. Enthusiastic support. The military establishment, especially the Africanists, the Catholic Church, the aristocracy, and the press, received the dictatorship with relief. The Catalan bourgeoisie also supported the coup because Primo de Rivera guaranteed an end to strikes and promised to implement protectionist economic policies to defend their industries. The stance of the PSOE and the UGT. The socialists maintained the position of prudence and strategic neutrality. They did not attack the dictator, so he allowed them to keep the Casas del Pueblo open and to continue publishing their newspaper. This tolerance eventually turned into active collaboration. The socialist leader of the UGT, Francisco Largo Caballero, accepted an appointment as a member of the regime's Council of State. This text details a crucial period in the history of Spain. The dictatorship of Primo de Rivera, 1923-1930, and the events that led to the fall of the monarchy of Alfonso XIII in 1931.
The Military Directorate, 1923 to 1925, and the Regeneracionista program.
Miguel Primo de Rivera assumed power with a discourse based on regeneracionismo, presenting himself as an iron surgeon who came to solve the country's endemic ills. In its beginnings, the regime enjoyed a good, popular reception because it promised to resolve issues that worried society, such as terrorism, economic chaos and corruption, public order and repression. A state of war was declared, the Constitution of 1876 was suspended, the Cortes were dissolved, and political parties were banned. Civil governors were replaced by military officers. This iron fist policy managed to drastically reduce the number of attacks and strikes in the early years, restoring peace to the industrial centers of Barcelona and Bilbao, the Unión Patriótica. In 1924, the dictator founded this political party to provide the regime with a civilian base. However, it was not a genuine party, but rather a gathering of opportunists, caciques, and landowners created from a position of power, meaning it lacked real popular backing and disappeared along with the dictatorship. The Moroccan question and the Alhucemas landing. Morocco was a serious political, military, and social problem, especially after the disaster of Annual in 1921. Primo de Rivera, who was initially in favor of abandoning the territory, took advantage of an attack by the Riffian leader Abd el-Krim on the French zone to organize a joint operation with France. On September 8, 1925, the Alhucemas landing was successfully executed, leading to the defeat of Abd el-Krim and the pacification of the Protectorate. This major military success consolidated the dictator's position and allowed him to move toward a civil government.
The Civil Directorate, 1925 to 1930, Economic and Social Reforms.
At the end of 1925, Primo de Rivera replaced the military government with the civil one to institutionalize his regime. Taking advantage of a highly favorable international economic climate, the Roaring Twenties, interventionist economic policy. Under the direction of the Minister of Development, the Count of Guadalhorce, the state took on a leading role by promoting public works. The highway network was modernized, Circuito Nacional de Fermes Especiales. Hydrographic confederations were created to boost irrigation and electrical energy, and the railway system was improved. Additionally, a model of large state monopolies was implemented, such as Campsay for oil, or the granting of the Telefonica concession to the American company ITT. Although effective in the short term, this policy generated enormous public spending that indebted the treasury and failed to resolve the structural backwardness of the Spanish countryside. Paternalistic social policy. The most radical unions, such as the CNT, were outlawed, while a tolerant attitude was maintained toward the UGT, which chose non-intervention. The regime created the National Corporate Organization, a system of joint committees, employers, and workers. Inspired by Italian fascism to regulate wages and prevent strikes, labor improvements were also introduced, such as sickness insurance and Sunday rest.
The decomposition and fall of the regime, 1930-1931.
Despite being a dictatorship that was notably milder in its repression compared to subsequent regimes, the political wear and tear after 6 years in office ended up isolating Primo de Rivera. The opposition to the regime organized itself across multiple fronts: intellectuals and students, cultural figures like Unamuno, Ortega y Gasset, Blasco Ibáñez, or Menéndez Pidal signed manifestos against the regime. In the universities, student protests were channeled through the Federación Universitaria Española, FUE, The Catalan conflict. The dictator centralizing measures, such as the dissolution of the Mancomunitat in 1925, the ban on the public use of the Catalan language and the Sardana dance, and the closure of the FC Barcelona stadium, caused Catalonia to distance itself en masse from the regime, including the bourgeois sectors that had initially supported it. Working class and political movement. The CNT became radicalized with the creation of the FAI in 1927, which favored insurrection. Meanwhile, the PSOE and the Alianza Republicana joined forces to demand the end of the authoritarian system. Even sectors within the army itself staged conspiracies, such as the Sanjuanada of 1926. Faced with the loss of support and Alfonso XIII's fear that the discredit of the dictatorship would drag down the crown, the king withdrew his confidence from Primo de Rivera, who resigned in January 1930. The monarch appointed General Berenguer to lead a slow transition toward constitutional normalcy, a period popularly known as the Dicta Blanda. Intellectuals like Ortega y Gasset harshly criticized this strategy in memorable articles such as The Berenguer Mistake, which sentenced the end of the monarchy, Delenda est monarchia. In August 1930, the opposition signed the Pact of San Sebastián to establish the Republic. Following the failure of a military insurrection in Jaca and the subsequent appointment of Admiral Aznar, municipal elections were called for April 12, 1931. The Spanish people interpreted these elections as a genuine plebiscite on the survival of the monarchy of Alfonso XIII.
Unit 12. The establishment of the regime and the provisional government.
The Second Republic was born on April 14, 1931, following the municipal elections of April 12, in which the Republican Socialist Coalition won overwhelmingly in the main cities and provincial capitals. Faced with the loss of popular and institutional support, King Alfonso XIII left the country, and the new regime was proclaimed amidst an atmosphere of great expectation. The international context in which the regime emerged was highly adverse. The world was suffering the effects of the Great Economic Depression stemming from the 1929 crash, and Europe was witnessing the rise of fascist totalitarianisms. Power initially remained in the hands of a provisional government composed of the members of the Revolutionary Committee created by the Pact of San Sebastián, 1930. Chaired by the right-wing Catholic Niceto Alcalá Zamora, this provisional executive included for the first time in Spain's history ministers from a working-class party, the socialists Largo Caballero, Indalecio Prieto, and Fernando de los Rios, along with left-wing Republicans such as Manuel Azaña in the war portfolio. From its very first days, the provisional government had to face two urgent conflicts. The Catalan question. Francesc Macià proclaimed the Estat Català in Barcelona on that very same April 14. The executive managed the challenge by agreeing on a provisional autonomy regime for the region until a definitive statute could be drafted. The burning of convents in May 1931, following a pastoral letter by Cardinal Segura that praised the monarchy and criticized the new regime, an anti-clerical wave was unleashed, resulting in riots and the burning of ecclesiastical buildings in Madrid and other cities. The initial passivity of the security forces outraged Catholic classes and served as an argument for traditional sectors to label the Republic as an atheist and extremist regime.
The Constitution of 1931.
The elections for the Constituent Cortes in June 1931 granted an overwhelming majority to the reformist and socialist left. On December 9, 1931, this chamber approved a profoundly democratic, idealistic, and advanced Magna Carta. It defined Spain as a democratic republic of workers of all classes, consecrated the renunciation of war, granted female universal suffrage for the first time, and recognized the possibility of establishing autonomous regions under the concept of an integral state. The institutional design of the text presented very specific characteristics. Legislative power. A unicameral parliament, the Congress of Deputies, was established, abolishing the Senate. It was granted extensive powers of political control over the government and the head of state. Executive power. The figure of the President of the Republic was left heavily weakened against the Cortes. Elected by a parliament that intervened indirectly, his mandate lasted 6 years, and he only possessed the capacity to dissolve the Cortes on 2 occasions, remaining subject to parliamentary review on the second. Social and economic rights. Family relationships were regulated under criteria of strict equality: civil marriage, divorce, equal status for legitimate and illegitimate children. and culture was declared a primary function of the state. Economically, private property was subordinated to the national interest, opening the legal door to expropriation and the nationalization of key sectors through compensation. The most bitter debate revolved around Article 26 and the religious question. The Constitution decreed the separation of church and state, the termination of the budget for the clergy within 2 years, the dissolution of the Society of Jesus, Jesuits, and an explicit prohibition on religious orders from engaging in teaching. The severe educational and property restrictions served as a catalyst for right-wing forces to unite into a common opposition front in defense of the church.
The Socialist Azanias Biennium 1931 to 1933 and its reforms,
with Alcala Zamora as president of the Republic and Manuel Azaña leading the Council of Ministers, the government undertook a vast agenda of structural reforms to modernize the country. This triggered great social unrest from both the oligarchic sectors and the revolutionary labor unions. The Agrarian Reform, 1932, the most ambitious project of the biennium, sought to correct the serious problem of large estates, latifundismo. In regions like Andalusia, Extremadura, and Castile, the expropriation of poorly cultivated lands, systematically leased lands, or those belonging to the grandees of Spain, was approved. However, its actual implementation, coordinated by the Institute of Agrarian Reform, was a practical failure due to technical complexity, bureaucratic slowness, and a lack of budget. Large landowners positioned themselves against the regime, while poor peasants, frustrated by the scarcity of settlements, adopted insurrectionary stances. Labor reforms, promoted by Largo Caballero, they introduced social protection to the rural sphere for the first time. Notable measures included the labor contracts law, the creation of mixed juries, arbitration committees for labor disputes between employers and workers, and the municipal boundaries law, which forced the preferential hiring of day laborers from the local municipality itself, limiting the power of landowners. Military reform. Manuel Azaña sought to professionalize the army and subject it to civil power. Compulsory retirement with full pay was decreed for officers who refused to swear allegiance to the regime to reduce the overabundance of commanders. Honor courts and special jurisdictions outside the strictly military sphere were abolished, and the General Academy of Zaragoza was closed. A large sector of the military interpreted this as a direct aggression against the military institution. Educational and cultural reform. Directed by Fernando de los Rios, it implemented a unified public, secular, and free school system. More than 13,000 teaching positions were created, thousands of primary schools and high schools were built, and around 5,000 public libraries were founded. Through initiatives like the pedagogical missions, attempts were made to eliminate illiteracy and bring culture, theater, cinema, books to the most isolated rural areas of the country. Regional reform. In September 1932, the Statute of Autonomy of Catalonia was approved, providing the region with its own parliament and government, the Generalitat, initially presided over by Francesc Macha. Competences over defense, public order, and foreign relations remained under the strict control of Madrid.
public order crisis, and the end of the biennium.
Social unrest and discontent over the depth or slowness of the reforms constantly destabilized Azaña's government. The San Jorjada, August 1932, General José Señor Jo led a failed military uprising in Seville and Madrid. Conceived as a coup to force a turn toward a conservative republic and halt the advance of secularism and autonomy, it lacked sufficient support. Sanjurjo was arrested and his death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. The Casas Viajas incidents, January 1933, in this rural hamlet of Cadiz, an uprising of anarchist peasants linked to the CNT, was harshly repressed by security forces. Members of the assault guard and the civil guard extrajudicially executed 12 peasants following the siege of a hut. The political and institutional impact of this slaughter completely undermined the credibility of the reformist government in the eyes of public opinion. The prestige loss stemming from the Casas Viajas tragedy, combined with parliamentary wear and tear and harassment from the opposition, forced Manuel Azaña's resignation in September 1933. President Alcala Zamora dissolved the Constituent Cortes and called general elections for November of that same year, thus closing the first stage of the Second Republic.
The radical Sedista biennium and the October Revolution.
Following the elections of November 1933, the left-wing forces suffered a major defeat. The new government fell into the hands of Alejandro Lerroux's Radical Party, which operated as a center increasingly leaning to the right, supported parliamentarily by José María Gil Robles's Spanish Confederation of Autonomous Right Wings, CEDA. This executive systematically dedicated itself to reversing the measures of the previous biennium. Agrarian reform was paralyzed. Secular legislation and the religious policy of Manuel Azaña were halted, and the military coup plotters from the August 1932 uprising were amnestied. Tension definitively exploded in early October 1934, when Leroux included 3 CEDA ministers in his third cabinet. Socialist and working-class sectors interpreted the entry of right-wing Catholics into power as an imminent surrender of the Republic to fascism, which triggered the detonation of the October Revolution. Although the revolutionary movement was planned at a national level, it only took root strongly in 2 regions. In Catalonia, the president of the Generalitat, Luis Companys, proclaimed the Catalan state within a supposed Spanish Federal Republic on October 6. However, this institutional uprising lacked the support of the CNT anarchists, was easily repressed by the army, and led to the indefinite suspension of Catalonia's Statute of Autonomy. In Asturias, the conflict took on a purely social and revolutionary tone. Socialists, communists, and anarchists united to take control of the mining basins in the city of Oviedo, going as far as to proclaim the Socialist Republic in Miez. The central government stifled the insurrection through a forceful military operation directed from Madrid by General Francisco Franco. The subsequent repression was brutal, leaving hundreds dead, around 30,000 imprisoned, press censorship, and the closure of working-class parties. This episode opened an unbridgeable gap in Spanish society and displaced moderate politicians from both sides of the political scene.
The road to the 1936 elections.
From the autumn of 1934 onward, the right-wing coalition governments deepened their reactionary shift by returning properties to the Jesuits and favoring markedly anti-republican military officers. However, at the end of 1935, Leroux's government collapsed due to the Straperlo scandal, a network of corruption and bribes that implicated prominent figures of radicalism. Faced with Leroux's discredit, and despite pressure from Gil Robles to take over the leadership of the government, the President of the Republic, Niceto Alcala Zamora, decided to dissolve the Cortes and call new elections for February 1936. For this electoral contest, the political landscape polarized to the maximum. The left-wing forces grouped into a coalition called the Popular Front, which united reformist Republican parties, such as Azaña's Left Republican Party, with the socialists of the PSOE and the communists of the PCE. The anarchists did not sign the pact, but their members turned out in droves to vote for this auction to achieve amnesty for the 1934 prisoners. Conversely, the right-wing forces turned out divided between Gil Robles' CEDA, José Calvo Sotelo's monarchist National Bloc, and José Antonio Primo de Rivero's Falange Española, which was clandestinely funded by Italian fascism.
The triumph of the Popular Front and the antecedents of the war.
The elections of February 16, 1936, granted victory to the Popular Front. Although the total number of votes was very balanced at around 4 million for each bloc, the electoral law rewarded the unity of the left in terms of parliamentary seats. Manuel Azaña assumed the presidency of a government formed exclusively by left-wing Republicans, as the socialists preferred not to enter the cabinet due to internal divisions between Indelegio Prieto's moderate sector and Francisco Largo Caballero's revolutionary wing. Shortly after, in May, Azaña was appointed president of the Republic to replace Alcala Zamora, and Santiago Casares Quiroga took over the leadership of the government. Between April and July 1936, public order completely disintegrated. Strikes and land occupations by peasants multiplied in the streets, while left-wing and right-wing extremists engaged in daily armed clashes. In parallel, a group of generals disaffected with the regime began to conspire to launch a coup d'état. In an attempt to neutralize the uprising, the government dispersed the suspects by sending General Emilio Mola to Pamplona, Francisco Franco to the Canary Islands, and Manuel Goded to the Balearic Islands. The definitive trigger for hostilities occurred in mid-July. On July 12, Falangist gunmen assassinated Lieutenant José del Castillo of the Assault Guard, a well-known left-wing military officer in Madrid. The following night, in retaliation, a group of assault guards and socialist militants kidnapped and murdered the monarchist leader of the parliamentary opposition, José Calvo Sotelo. This high-profile assassination definitively accelerated the coup plans. On July 17, 1936, the army of the Malilla Command rebelled against Republican legality, immediately initiating the Spanish Civil War.
Unit 13. Introduction.
The Spanish Civil War was the tragic result of chronic internal tensions combined with an explosive international situation in the 1930s. The outbreak of the conflict was fundamentally due to three major failures. First, the failure of a system of democratic coexistence, characterized by extreme political polarization and the inability of the opposing blocs to respect each other's ideas. Second, the failure of an archaic and unjust socio-economic system that suffered from an extremely unequal distribution of wealth, where the accumulated resentment of the working classes was added to the historical abuses of the upper classes. Finally, the situation cannot be separated from the European context, marked by the economic crisis of the 1930s and the rise of fascism in Italy and Nazism in Germany. For this reason, the conflict was perceived abroad as the first great global clash between fascism and democracy, functioning as a direct prologue to the Second World War.
The military uprising and the outbreak of the Civil War.
Following the electoral victory of the Popular Front in February 1936, Spanish society polarized irreversibly. The suspicion of the church and landowners toward the reforms of the leftist government fostered a climate of street violence and labor conflict that was exploited by sectors determined to organize a military coup d'etat. The conspiracy was the work of disgruntled conservative military officers. General Sanjir Jo acted as the leader from his exile in Lisbon, but General Mola, from Pamplona, was the true mastermind and director of the coup. Mola designed a quick and violent uprising, lasting a few days, which intended to establish an authoritarian power, suspend constitutional freedoms, and eliminate the legitimate government. To achieve this, he counted on the support of the Spanish military union and key generals such as Franco in the Canary Islands, Quipo de Llano in Seville, Gaudet in Majorca, and Yukkuri in Morocco. The definitive trigger that accelerated the coup plans was the assassination of the Republican Lieutenant Castillo and the subsequent retaliation with the assassination of the leader of the monarchist right, José Calvo Sotelo. The uprising began on July 17, 1936, in Melilla and spread to the peninsula on July 18. What was conceived as a coup d'état failed in major cities like Madrid and Barcelona due to the loyalty of part of the army, security forces like the Assault Guard, and the surprising resistance of working-class militias. This initial failure transformed the uprising into a long war of conquest and divided the territory into two distinct zones. The rebel zone, controlled by the insurgent military, encompassed Galicia, the northern plateau, Navarra, Alaba, western Aragon, Cáceres, the protectorate of Morocco, the Canary Islands, and the Balearic Islands, except Minorca. It was an eminently agrarian region with large cereal production, but less populated and industrialized. The Republican zone kept the rest of the country. The Central Eastern Zone, including Catalonia, Valencia, Murcia, Castilla-La Mancha, Eastern Andalusia, Badajoz, the Cantabrian coast, and Minorca. This zone possessed the main urban, mining, and industrial centers, a larger population to feed, and control of the gold reserves of the Bank of Spain.
The military evolution of the conflict. The first phase. The March on Madrid 1936.
The first major military movement was carried out by the Army of Africa, commanded by General Franco, which crossed the Strait of Gibraltar thanks to German and Italian aerial support. The troops advanced rapidly northward through Extremadura, occupying Mérida and Badajoz through harsh repression, thereby managing to unite the two rebel zones. Subsequently, they headed toward Madrid through the Tagus Valley. Faced with the imminent arrival of the rebels in autumn, the government of the Republic moved to Valencia and entrusted the defense of the capital to General Mieja, who organized the defense junta. The militia resistance, with the cry of "No pasaran, they shall not pass," the role of the Communist 5th Regiment, and the arrival of the first Soviet tanks and the international brigades managed to stop the Francoist advance at the gates of Madrid in November 1936.
The second phase, Madrid and the Northern Front, 1937.
Unable to take Madrid through a direct assault, Franco tried to encircle the capital through flanking maneuvers. However, the Republicans managed to halt the advances at the Battle of Jarama in February 1937 and defeated the Italian expeditionary troops at the Battle of Guadalajara in March. Faced with these failures, Franco changed his strategy and directed his main effort toward the Cantabrian coast. During this extremely harsh northern campaign, terror bombings were used against the civilian population, the most famous case being Guernica in April 1937, executed by the German Condor Legion. In June, Bilbao fell, in August, Santander, and in October, Asturias, leaving the northern front completely liquidated. To ease the pressure in the north, the new Republican government of Juan Negrin ordered diversionary offensives in Brunete and Belchite. But both failed in their strategic objectives and resulted in a massive loss of men and material.
The Eastern Front, the cutting of the Republican zone in the Battle of the Ebro 1938.
From this moment on, a bloody war of attrition began. In the winter of 1937, the Republic launched a surprise attack that managed to capture Teruel under extreme weather conditions, but Franco organized a swift counteroffensive that allowed him to recapture the city weeks later. With the Republican army weakened, the Francoist troops advanced toward the Mediterranean until reaching Vinaroz in April 1938, splitting the Republican territory in two and isolating Catalonia. In a desperate effort to reconnect both zones, the Republican command organized its last and most important offensive in the Battle of the Ebro during the summer of 1938. It was the longest and bloodiest battle of the entire war, lasting for 4 months of fierce positional warfare that caused more than 100,000 casualties between both sides. The Republican army was definitively shattered, which allowed Franco to conquer Catalonia with barely any resistance and enter Barcelona in January 1939, causing the exile of 500,000 people to France.
The end of the tragedy, the fall of Madrid 1939.
At the beginning of 1939, the Republic only controlled the Central Zone and the Levantine region. The head of government, Juan Negrin, insisted on resistance to the bitter end in the hope that the imminent outbreak of war in Europe would force Western democracies to intervene in favor of Spain. However, this stance provoked the rejection of high-ranking Republican military commanders. In March 1939, Colonel Casado led an internal coup d'etat in Madrid to depose Negrin and the Communists, seeking to negotiate an honorable surrender to Franco. The Generalissimo accepted no conditions and imposed an unconditional surrender. On March 28th, Francoist troops entered Madrid, and the following days the last Republican capitals fell, and on April 1st, 1939, Franco signed the final war bulletin, bringing the conflict to an end.
International intervention and political organization. The international repercussion of the conflict.
The war in Spain became an event that impassioned and divided the entire world, being viewed as a dress rehearsal for World War II. Faced with a shortage of military equipment, both sides resorted massively to foreign support. To prevent the conflict from spreading through Europe, France and Great Britain promoted the Non-Intervention Committee in August 1936, signed by 30 countries that theoretically committed to not sending weapons to Spain. Great Britain defended a policy of appeasement toward Hitler, and France yielded to its demands. This committee turned out to be a profound injustice for the Republic, and one of the causes of its defeat, as it deprived a sovereign state of the legitimate right to buy weapons to defend itself, while signatory countries like Germany, Italy, and the USSR violated the pact from day one. Republican Spain received military equipment from the USSR, paid for with the gold reserves of the Bank of Spain in the episode known as the Moscow Gold, and humanitarian support through the International Brigades, a contingent of about 60,000 anti-fascist volunteers from all over the world who came to defend democracy. Rebel Spain was the most favored by foreign aid. Germany sent the Condor Legion to test its warfare tactics and new weaponry, and Italy contributed the Corpo di Truppe Volontari. These powers charged for their help through the delivery of raw materials and strategic minerals. Furthermore, although the United States declared itself neutral, its private companies supplied oil regularly to Franco's side.
Political evolution of the two zones.
In Republican Spain, a social revolution erupted parallel to the war. Following the initial collapse of the state apparatus, real power fell into the hands of the committees of the trade unions and parties of the Popular Front, creating a situation of dual power that hindered military unity of command. During this stage, the so-called Red Terror broke out, and the collectivization of land and industries became widespread, driven mainly by the anarchists of the CNT in Aragon and Catalonia. In September 1936, Largo Caballero assumed the government to channel the revolution and integrate all forces, including the anarchists. However, internal disputes between the communists on one side and the anarchists and the POUM on the other erupted in the May days of 1937 in Barcelona, an internal armed clash that caused the fall of Largo Caballero. He was replaced by Juan Negrin, who centralized power with communist support, halted collectivizations, and prioritized military discipline under the premise of resisting at all costs until the outbreak of the European War. In Francoist Spain, iron military control and total counter-revolution were imposed from the beginning. To centralize command, on October 1, 1936, General Franco was appointed head of government of the state and generalissimo of the armies in Burgos, concentrating all powers in his person. Repression in this zone was brutal, systematic, and organized by the military leaders themselves as a method to terrify the population. In April 1937, through the Unification Decree, Franco suppressed political plurality on his side and forced Falangists and Carlistas to merge into a single party called Falange Española Tradicionalista y de las Jones. The Catholic Church gave absolute legitimacy to the regime by declaring the war a religious crusade in its 1937 pastoral letter. At the social level, the agrarian reform was abolished, returning land to the landowners. Class-based unions were suppressed, replacing them with the vertical union. Regional autonomies were banned, and all secular legislation of the Republic was repealed, returning social and educational control of the country to the Church.
Consequences of the war.
Demographic consequences meant a terrible loss of population, which is set at around 1 million people. This balance includes about 300,000 direct deaths from the war, 200,000 assassinated in the rearguards of both sides, those who died in prisons, and deaths from malnutrition and disease, to which the decline in birth rates is added. Likewise, a massive exodus of about 500,000 exiles occurred as people fled Francoist repression toward France and Mexico, which meant losing a skilled active population that impoverished the cultural and scientific life of the country. Economic consequences left Spain in absolute ruin. There was massive destruction of homes, industries, communication routes, and bombed cities. The drastic drop in the active population and production in all sectors plunged the economy into a long phase of stagnation. The lack of consumer goods made it necessary to impose strict rationing that lasted nearly 20 years, and the standard of living prior to the conflict was not recovered until the 1960s. Political consequences consisted of the liquidation of the democratic experience and the implementation of a long personal dictatorship by Franco. The new authoritarian state eliminated all fundamental rights and democratic freedoms. Ideological persecution was formally institutionalized through the Law of Political Responsibilities of February 1939, with retroactive effect, allowing the imprisonment, purging of civil servants, especially teachers, and confiscation of assets of Republic supporters. Furthermore, the alignment of the regime with fascist powers caused the subsequent international political isolation of Spain. Cultural consequences turned the country into an intellectual desert, due to the exile or execution of the most brilliant figures of the Silver Age of Spanish culture, belonging to the generations of 98 and 27, such as Federico Garcia Lorca, Antonio Machado, or Pablo Picasso. More than half of the teachers were executed or removed from their posts, and official culture was subjected to strict censorship and a deep clerical obscurantism. Finally, the war generated a clearly benefited group. Large landowners, army commanders, and the hierarchy of the Catholic Church became the hegemonic sectors of the new Francoist society. Authoritarian business authority was re-established. Ex-combatants of the national side were rewarded with positions in the public administration, and quick fortunes emerged under the protection of the concessions and businesses of the new regime.
Unit 14. 1. Introduction and Historical Context.
On April 1, 1939, the Spanish Civil War ends, giving start to the longest-lasting dictatorship in contemporary Spain, led by General Francisco Franco Bahamonde. The regime was marked by a deep material, demographic, and moral destruction, and only concluded with the death of the dictator on November 20, 1975, deeply marking 2 generations of Spaniards. Throughout its almost 40 years, the regime demonstrated a great capacity to adapt to international circumstances in the face of an apparent internal immobility. From 1939 to 1945, alignment with fascism and subsequent neutralism or non-belligerence during the Second World War. From 1945 to 1950, international post-war isolation and exclusion from European reconstruction following the victory of the Allies. From 1950 onwards, international recognition thanks to the outbreak of the Cold War and the strategic value of Spain for the United States. 60s and 70s, economic expansion based on developmentalism that brought material prosperity, but also facilitated the entry of European cultural currents and a notable increase in mobilizations against the dictatorship.
Point 2. Ideological foundations of Francoism.
The regime was articulated around a resounding concentration of powers in the figure of Franco, who simultaneously assumed the positions of head of state, head of government, generalissimo of the armies, and head of the single party. He also received the title of caudillo. The main ideological bases of the system were the following: anti-communism, used as a unifying bond for the victors. Under the label of Reds, propaganda encompassed the entire opposition, from the revolutionary extreme left to the moderate democratic bourgeoisie. This factor gained international strength starting in 1950 with the Cold War. Anti-parliamentarism, total aversion to liberal political institutions and pluralistic democracy, which were held responsible for national decadence and linked to a Judeo-Masonic conspiracy. The model of organic democracy was opposed to it. National Catholicism, absolute identification between the church and the state. The church exercised absolute social dominance, achieving complete control of education with compulsory religious teaching even at the university, full powers in censorship, and a constant presence in the media. A strict Catholic morality, punished by the penal code, was imposed. Traditionalism and centralist nationalism, total rejection of contemporary bourgeois society, and mythical exaltation of imperial Spain and the Catholic monarchs, whose symbols, the yoke and the arrows, were assimilated by the phalange. Regional autonomy was qualified as anti-Spanish, persecuting peripheral nationalisms and prohibiting the use of any language other than Castilian. Militarism. The regime had a marked military character from the beginning, so daily life was filled with parades, uniforms, and military symbols. Fascist traits. Very marked in the early years, visible in the use of uniforms inspired by Italian fascism and German Nazism, the existence of a single party, the cult of the leader, and violence as a means of mass control.
3. The social basis of the dictatorship.
Social support for the regime was determined by economic interests, fear, and the geographical or professional origin of the different sectors. The landowning and financial oligarchy offered absolute support and recovered its social and economic hegemony. Not only did they recover their lost companies and properties, but they were also the main beneficiaries of the interventionist economy of the first decades. Military personnel, phalangists, and black marketeers enriched by war businesses joined this power bloc. The rural middle classes also became a pillar of active support in a very marked way in the northern regions of Spain and in both Castillas, due to their traditional and religious roots. The urban middle classes were divided. On one hand, a sector supported the regime by benefiting directly from the massive purges carried out at the end of the war among civil servants, teachers, university professors, and Republican military personnel occupying their vacant positions. On the other hand, the urban bourgeoisie of Republican tradition remained in silent disagreement. The working class, day laborers, and the industrial proletariat barely offered support to the dictatorship. Initially, any possibility of reaction or protest was disarmed by systematic repression, fear of denunciation, generalized misery, and the moral collapse of defeat. Decades later, thanks to the increase in economic well-being during the 60s and the generational replacement, part of these working sectors adopted an attitude of accommodation, apoliticism, and acceptance of the regime.
4. The cadres of the regime, the political families.
In Francoist Spain, all political parties were banned, including those of the right that had supported the uprising. Only the existence of the Phalange was allowed, renamed as the National Movement to avoid the term party. Franco governed by seeking collaborators among different ideological or corporate groups, known as the families of the regime, balancing their forces so that no one monopolized too much power. The Phalangists. After the Unification Decree of 1938, the party was renamed Falange Española Tradicionalista y de las Trons, remaining under the sole leadership of Franco. It supplied the initial leading cadres and controlled social life through the youth front, indoctrination, the women's section, training of women in the Christian and national syndicalist sense, and a syndical organization, vertical union that united employers and workers. It lost weight in the government after the defeat of fascism in 1945. The military, many insurgent leaders occupied key positions in the government, highlighting the figure of Luis Carrero Blanco, Franco's longest-serving collaborator. Nevertheless, the dictator took care to always maintain the army in a role strictly subordinate to his person. The Catholics. They supplied technical cadres with a high level of training, coming first from the National Catholic Association of Propagandists, ACNP, and subsequently from the Opus Dei. Bishops and prelates participated directly in the Francoist Cortes. Starting from the Second Vatican Council in 1962, a distancing and subsequent conflict began between the hierarchy of the Church and the dictatorship, although members of the Opus Dei remained in power. The monarchists, divided between the Carlists with a secondary role, and the Juanistas, supporters of Don Juan de Borbón, heir to Alfonso XIII exiled in Portugal. Although there were strong tensions because Franco refused to leave power to restore the monarchy, many monarchists collaborated actively in key positions, especially in the diplomatic corps. To prosper within these families, Franco did not demand a clear ideology, but absolute personal loyalty, prudence, and a lack of personal ambitions.
Point 5. Institutionalization of the regime. The fundamental laws.
Lacking a democratic constitution and popular legitimation, the dictatorship progressively built a substitute for a Magna Carta through the gradual enactment of 7 fundamental laws. The Labor Charter, 1938, a law of clear fascist inspiration based on the Italian Carta del Lavoro. It prohibited class unions, granted labor control to the vertical union of the phalange, and established that working conditions were regulated by the state. The Constitutive Law of the Cortes, 1942, established Cortes of corporate representation, family, municipality, and union, whose procurators were designated by the power. They lacked national sovereignty since Franco retained full legislative power. The Charter of the Spaniards, 1945, a declaration of traditional and Catholic rights and duties that lacked real guarantees to be able to exercise them. It was enacted to camouflage the authoritarian image of the regime before international isolation. The National Referendum Law, 1945, allowed the head of state to call popular plebiscitos so that the people could directly approve a specific law. The Law of Succession to the Headship of the State, 1946, politically defined Spain as a kingdom and legally authorized Franco to directly propose his own successor. The Law on the Principles of the National Movement, 1958, a dogmatic declaration that reaffirmed the link of the dictatorship with the values of the uprising of July 18. Its oath was mandatory for all public officials. The Organic Law of the State, 1966, enacted in 1967, the last of the fundamental laws that culminated the institutional building. It eliminated fascist rhetoric from official language, confirmed the monarchical structure of the regime, and introduced the formal separation between the positions of head of state and president of the government, seeking to leave the future of Francoism tied up and well tied up. Following what was stipulated in this legal framework, in the year 1969, Prince Juan Carlos de Borbón was formally named before the Cortes as Franco's successor with the title of king.
Point 6. Political evolution and external circumstances, 1939-1959.
The period of early Francoism was characterized by the construction and consolidation of the regime through 3 differentiated international phases.
The totalitarian stage and alignment with the Axis, 1939-1945.
Francoism was institutionalized under the direct influence of Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italy. These were years of enormous prominence for the military and phalangists, with Ramon Serrano Suñer being the most relevant political figure. Internal repression was fierce and systematic against all the defeated: Republicans, Communists, Socialists, Anarchists, and Nationalists, articulated through specific laws such as the Law for the Repression of Freemasonry and Communism and the State Security Law. Teaching, the civil service, and professors suffered massive purges, forcing thousands of people into exile. On the international level, in the face of the Second World War, Spain went from initial neutrality to a situation of non-belligerence after the Hendaye interview in 1940 between Franco and Hitler, where entry into the conflict was agreed upon in exchange for territorial compensations that ultimately did not materialize. Spain actively supported Germany through the sending of mineral resources, food, labor, and volunteer military units such as the Blue Division to fight the USSR. The regime returned to strict neutrality when the Axis powers began to retreat.
International isolation, 1945-1951.
The victory of the Allies caused the absolute rejection of the Franco regime. Spain suffered a diplomatic blockade, the UN recommended the withdrawal of ambassadors, and the country was completely excluded from Western economic aid from the Marshall Plan. The survival of the regime was endangered and the economy sank into the misery of autarky. The only relevant material help came from Perón's Argentina. To survive, the regime promoted institutional changes, set aside fascist symbology, eliminated totalitarian rhetoric from its texts, and granted greater political weight to Catholic ministers, formally giving start to national Catholicism with the aim of presenting itself to the world as a merely Catholic and anti-communist dictatorship.
Opening and consolidation in the Cold War, 1951-1959.
The confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union diplomatically saved the dictatorship. The firm anti-communism of Franco became a strategic value for the Western Bloc. In 1951, ambassadors returned to Madrid, and Spain began to enter international organizations, WHO, UNESCO, ILO, achieving its definitive entry into the UN in 1955. The definitive consolidation of the regime was sealed with two major international agreements in the year 1953. The Pact of Madrid with the U.S., agreements for economic and military cooperation by which the Americans obtained the right to install military bases of joint sovereignty on Spanish territory in exchange for credits and war material. The Concordat with the Holy See legally confirmed the Catholic confessionality of the Spanish state and granted enormous privileges to the church tax exemption from civil censorship, and compulsory religious education, in exchange for granting Franco the right of presentation of bishops. In this same period of the late 50s, the process of decolonization began in the African possessions, highlighting the end of the Spanish protectorate over Morocco in 1956.
Point 7. The evolution of Francoism from 1959 to 1975. Late Francoism. The golden years of developmentalism, 1959-1969.
During this decade, Spain experiences rapid, although unbalanced economic growth that deeply transforms the social structure and drives the advance of the opposition. Faced with these changes, the regime keeps its institutional immobility and its repressive policy intact, but adopts a more modern appearance and a timid political opening to guarantee its own continuity. Rise of the technocrats. Within Franco's governments, the Falangists lose political power irreversibly starting in the 60s. Their place is occupied by the technocrat ministers, linked for the most part to Opus Dei, who assume the highest economic and political responsibilities. Depoliticization of society. The official discourse of the regime progressively abandons the old rhetorical references to the crusade of the Civil War. In its place, the political message focuses on concepts such as peace, well-being, work, and prosperity, with the clear intention of depoliticizing Spanish citizens. The management of Manuel Fraga Iribarne as Minister of Information and Tourism between 1962 and 1969, Fraga boosts the tourist industry and promotes a moderate liberalization of journalistic information through the Press Law of 1966. This law abolishes prior censorship, although it replaces it with a system of severe fines and suspensions for those publications that show themselves critical of the regime. Institutionalization and succession. In this period, the Organic Law of the State, 1966, is approved. Shortly after, in 1969, Franco formally names Prince Juan Carlos de Borbón before the Cortes as his successor to the headship of state with the title of king, under the strict condition that this new monarchy adjusts faithfully to the principles of the national movement.
The last years of Francoism, 1969-1975.
This final stage is marked by the radicalization of the internal positions of the regime, the rise of terrorism, and the imminence of the dictator's death. The government of Carrero Blanco. In June 1973, Franco names Admiral Luis Carrero Blanco as president of the government. His main function was to act as guarantor and preserve the continuity of Francoism in the future monarchy. However, this strategic plan collapses when the terrorist organization ETA assassinates Carrero Blanco in Madrid. Only a few months later, in December of that same year, the standstill of openness and the bunker. Following the assassination, any attempt at political opening within the regime stops. The most immobile and hardline sector of Francoism, known as the bunker, considers that the reformist ministers are making too many concessions and demands an immediate return to the original ideological spirit of July 18th. The government of Arias Navarro. The new president of the government, Carlos Arias Navarro, represents the hard line of the regime. Despite his initial promises of opening, he ends up maintaining a strictly repressive policy that disappoints all political sectors. Increase in violence and external isolation. The terrorism of ETA and FRAP intensifies its attacks against the forces of public order. At the same time, Franco's health worsened seriously starting in the summer of 1974. In September 1975, the regime signs 5 death sentences against members of ETA and FRAP. These executions unleash a wave of international protests and plunge the country into deep external isolation. The Sahara Crisis, taking advantage of the agony of the dictator and the weakness of the Spanish state, King Hassan II of Morocco organizes the Green March over the territory of Western Sahara. To avoid entering an open war at a time of maximum internal uncertainty, Spain finds itself forced to hand over said territory to Morocco. End of the regime. After a long and prolonged medical agony, Francisco Franco dies on November 20th, 1975. With his passing, the process of the definitive disappearance of the Francoist regime begins.
Point 8. Economic transformations.
The stage of autarky, 1939-1959. At the end of the Civil War, Francoism implements a strongly state-directed and interventionist economic model based on external isolation and self-sufficiency. The material losses of the war and the subsequent international blockade by the UN boost this protectionist economic nationalism inspired by European fascist regimes. This model leads to a long economic stagnation due to the following realities. Deep agrarian crisis. Agricultural production sits below the levels of 1936 due to the lack of machinery and fertilizers. The National Wheat Service fixes prices and forces farmers to sell to the state at a low cost, which discourages production and generates shortages, hunger, and rationing. The black market, known as extrapolo, becomes the usual resource to obtain basic foods and medicines. Industrial stagnation. Imports and foreign investment are limited, and strategic companies such as RNF and Telefonica are nationalized. In 1941, the National Institute of Industry, INI, is created, a public industrial conglomerate that groups state-owned companies in sectors considered key for defense and sovereignty: weapons, naval industry, aviation, and vehicles. Loss of the standard of living. Wages are kept very low against constantly rising prices, which reduces the purchasing power of the population. There is no redistribution of income, and the upper classes barely pay taxes. The turn toward economic development, or developmentalism, 1959-1975. At the end of the 50s, the autarkic model is completely exhausted, which forces the liberalization of the economy and the opening of the market to the outside to avoid bankruptcy. This change is possible thanks to the end of the diplomatic blockade, social protests over the high cost of living, and the entry into the government of the technocrats of Opus Dei. The Stabilization Plan of 1959. This plan puts into motion drastic measures to control inflation, reduce state intervention, and fix the real value of the peseta. Imports are liberalized, exports are encouraged, and the doors are open to foreign capital investment. After a harsh initial phase of recession, the plan stabilizes the balance of payments thanks to revenues from tourism and external investments, giving start to a stage of intense growth. The development plans. Under the inspiration of Laureano Lopez Rodo, the government applies 4 development plans between 1964 and 1976. These plans seek to correct geographical imbalances and encourage the industrialization of economically depressed areas through the creation of the so-called poles of development. Although this state planning helps the process, it does not constitute the main cause of economic success. Modernization and industrial boom. The engine of the economy stops being agriculture and becomes industry, followed by the services sector. The countryside is mechanized, and the leftover labor from the rural environment emigrates massively to the cities or to Europe. Industrial production concentrates heavily in Catalonia, Madrid, and the Basque Country, highlighting the growth of the automobile industry. With the imposition of the private car, the chemical, the metallurgical, and the food industry, coastal tourism and the rural exodus cause, additionally, a great boom in the housing construction sector. Keys to success and structural deficiencies. Spain reaches the fastest economic growth of all the OECD countries. The key to this boom lies in the excellent economic situation of Western Europe, which injects capital into Spain through 3 routes: the massive arrival of tourists, foreign business investments, and the remittances of money that Spanish emigrants send to their families. However, this model presents serious deficiencies. It suffers from an extreme dependence on the outside, accentuates the wealth imbalances between regions, maintains a regressive tax system that does not redistribute income, and lacks sufficient public resources to develop basic infrastructures such as roads, schools, and hospitals. growth stops abruptly in 1973 due to the worldwide oil crisis and to the internal political instability of the final stretch of the regime.
Point 9. Social and cultural transformations.
Demographic changes. The period is characterized by a very high natural growth due to the maintenance of a high birth rate, the baby boom phenomenon, and the decline in general mortality, which compensates for the demographic losses of the war. This increase in population comes accompanied by an intense internal migratory process from the poorest rural areas of Andalusia, Extremadura, or the Castillas toward industrial regions, Catalonia, Madrid, Basque Country, and tourist areas. Likewise, starting from the late 50s, a massive outward emigration occurs toward the industrialized countries of Western Europe, mainly France and Germany. Living conditions and social modernization. The post-war stage, 1939 to 1959, is marked by hunger, diseases, deprivations, and the absolute control of rationing cards, which are definitively suppressed in 1951. The entire society finds itself subjected to a strict mandatory national Catholic morality and to an ironclad censorship. However, starting from the 60s, the country experiences an accelerated modernization. Spain becomes an eminently urban society, which causes the aging and depopulation of the rural world, as well as the appearance of improvised working-class neighborhoods on the periphery of large cities. Parallel to this, a numerous and stable middle class consolidates, composed of civil servants, technicians, office workers, and small entrepreneurs who revitalize the consumer society. Acquisition of household appliances, televisions, and automobiles. Mass tourism introduces and diffuses the customs, fashions, and mindsets of Western Europe, causing Spanish society to modernize while the political institutions of the dictatorship remained completely outdated in time. Cultural changes. During the post-war period, official Spanish culture suffers from great mediocrity and intellectual poverty because of the exile, imprisonment, or purging of left-wing intellectuals. Public education remains postponed against the predominance of private education of a religious character due to the dismantling of the body of Republican teachers. Censorship prohibits scientific and free debate, with only small creative exceptions existing in the so-called Generation of 56, with figures such as Buero Vallejo, Goitisolo, Gil de Baidma, Sanchez Ferlosio, Bardem, or Berlanga. This situation changes at the end of the 60s, when access to culture becomes generalized and education stops being a class privilege. The General Education Law, LGE, extends compulsory and free schooling up to 14 years of age, and notably increases the number of public high schools and universities, achieving a drastic reduction in the illiteracy rates in the country.
Point 10. The opposition during the post-war period, 1939 to 1950.
During the years immediately following the Civil War, opposition to the Franco regime is extremely weak, finds itself disorganized, and is divided between the leaders fled into exile and the fighters in the interior. The powerful repressive apparatus of the state relies on penal legislation of a retroactive and punitive character. The Law of Political Responsibilities, 1939, the Law for the Repression of Freemasonry and Communism, 1940, the State Security Law, 1941, and the Law for the Repression of Banditry and Terrorism, 1947. The Republican exile. The parties of the left in exile suffer from deep internal divisions. They keep alive the institutions of the Second Republic, the Republican government in exile, the Basque government, and that of the Generalitat of Catalonia, but their real political weight is merely symbolic. The Maquis. In the mountainous areas of the country, groups of armed guerrillas known as the Maquis are organized. These combatists carry out scattered sabotage actions to try to keep alive the conflict of the Civil War and force a foreign intervention that never arrives. They are fought and dismantled systematically by the Civil Guard. Internal dissensions of the winning bloc. Within the ranks of Francoism itself, tensions arise. Prominent Falangists, such as Dionisio Ridruejo, distance themselves early on from Franco due to the dictatorial direction of the system. On the other hand, the monarchist sectors press at the end of the Second World War for Franco to cede power to Don Juan de Bourbon as a way to restore a traditional monarchy and reconcile the country. Franco refuses to abandon the headship of state, although the tension eases in 1948, after agreeing with Don Juan that his son, Prince Juan Carlos, will be educated in Spain under the guardianship of the regime.
11. The reconstruction of the opposition in the 50s.
Starting from the decade of 1950, the opposition in exile assumes that it is not possible to overthrow the dictatorship in the short term, while in the interior of Spain a new dissident movement begins to articulate itself, starred in a significant way by young people born in the post-war period and coming from families linked to the regime itself. The university protest. In 1956, the first conflicts of relevance break out in the university environment. Students rebel openly against the control of the SEU, the mandatory Falange student union, and organize demonstrations and street riots in Madrid that break the social peace of the regime. The resurgence of labor strikes, although independent trade unions were strictly prohibited and the regime's vertical syndicate forced workers and employers into a single mandatory organization, the working class began using the regime's own official structures to channel their grievances from within. In 1951, strikes of importance occur in Barcelona, Bilbao, and Madrid. The year 1956 turns out especially conflicted with labor outbreaks in Catalonia, the Basque Country, and the mining basins of Asturias, with the first spontaneous workers' commissions being born in this context to negotiate direct labor improvements with employers.
12. The boom and radicalization of the opposition, 1960 to 1975.
Since the mid-60s, social and political conflict experiences exponential growth, resorting to new methods of struggle, and counting on a strong presence of the revolutionary left and radical terrorism. Of the traditional parties, only the Communist Party of Spain, PCE, counts on a truly underground interior organization, solid and active among workers and students. The workers' movement and the birth of CCOO. The strikes of the Asturian miners of 1962 achieve enormous popular support and solidarity throughout the country, despite harsh police repression. Starting from 1967, strikes stop being isolated events to become a daily reality. The workers' protest is channeled through Comisiones Obreras, CCOO, an underground union emerged between 1962 and 1966 that successfully uses the cracks of official vertical syndicalism and that links itself closely to the political strategy of the PCE. On the contrary, the historic UGT, linked to the PSOE, remains very weakened in the interior of the country during these years. The contestation in the classrooms. In 1965, the Spanish university, especially that of Madrid, consolidates itself as one of the most combative and problematic focuses of opposition for the regime. The protests of students and professors are answered with closures of faculties, the entry of police into campuses, disciplinary files, and dismissals of dissident university professors. The student movement radicalizes progressively, connecting with the PCE and with new extreme left organizations. From these classrooms, a large part of the future leading cadres of the left will come during the democratic transition. The neighborhood movements. At the end of the decade of the 60s, the new working-class neighborhoods on the outskirts of the cities begin to organize into neighborhood associations to demand urban improvements, water, sewage, transport, and schools, becoming another route of social mobilization against the neglect of the state. The distancing of the Catholic Church, under the renewing influence of the Second Vatican Council, 1962, the Spanish Church breaks its unconditional adherence to the regime. Numerous young priests, known as the worker priests, involve themselves directly in union struggles and collaborate with militants of the PCE. The official distancing culminates in 1971 when Cardinal Vicente Enrique Aytarincon assumes the presidency of the Spanish Episcopal Conference and publicly asks society for forgiveness for the role the Church had in the Civil War, defending that it should stop being an obstacle to reconciliation among Spaniards. The renewal of underground political parties. The classic political forces reorganize themselves in the interior of Spain ahead of the scenario subsequent to the death of Franco. The Munich Conclave, 1962. A meeting is held in said German city that gathers members of the opposition from exile and from the interior, excluding communists and anarchists, to demand the democratization of Spain as an indispensable requirement to enter the European Economic Community. The regime responds by disqualifying the meeting and punishing the attendees from the interior with banishment or exile. The PCE and Eurocommunism, led by Santiago Carrillo, the Communist Party remains as the most structured opposing force in the interior, adopting a moderate and inclusive political line called Eurocommunism to attract the middle classes. The renewal of the PSOE. At the Suresnes Congress, France, 1974, the exile sector is displaced from the leadership by a group of young militants coming from the interior of Spain, led by Felipe González and Alfonso Guerra, who modernized the message of the party, the convergence platforms and nationalism. In the final months of the dictatorship, the left-wing opposition joins together in large unitary platforms, the Democratic Junta, driven by the PCE, and the Platform of Democratic Convergence, driven by the PSOE, which will end up merging into the so-called Plata Junta. In the scope of peripheral nationalisms, the PNV maintains its traditional structure in the Basque Country, while in Catalonia, Convergencia Democrática de Catalunya, CDC, emerges in 1974 under the leadership of Jordi Pujol. Extreme left and nationalist political terrorism. In 1959, a group of radicalized young people splits from the PNV and founds ETA. Starting from 1968, the organization drifts toward a radical independence that practices the car bomb, assassination, kidnapping, and extortion against businessmen and members of the state security forces. In this climate of extreme violence, other terrorist organizations of Marxist style also arise in the 70s, such as the FRAP and the GREPO. These groups are born as an armed response to an immobile regime, but their actions will prolong themselves in a tragic way beyond the disappearance of Francoism. Resurgence of state repression. To face this massive opposition, the regime intensifies the use of force and the judicial route. In 1963, the Public Order Court, TOP, is created, a specific judicial body to judge political crimes without the guarantees of common law, and the state of exception is decreed on multiple occasions in the face of strikes and protests. Francoism resorts to courts-martial and political executions, which become international scandals that damage to death the external image of the regime. Among the most notorious cases, the execution by firing squad of the communist leader Julian Cremau, 1963, the Burgos trials, 1970, against 16 members of ETA, where international protests forced Franco to commute the 9 death sentences handed down, the execution by Garrett Ville of the Catalan anarchist Salvador Puig Antich, 1974, and finally the execution by firing squad of 5 members of ETA and the FRAP in September 1975. A scant 2 months from the death of the dictator stand out.
Unit 15. The Process of Transition to Democracy, 1975 to 1978.
The democratic transition is the period of restoration of free institutions in Spain that began after the death of the dictator Francisco Franco on November 20, 1975, and the subsequent proclamation of Juan Carlos I as king and head of state. Historiographically, its conclusion is set at the electoral victory by absolute majority of the PSOE in October 1982, a milestone that demonstrated the civil maturity of the country through peaceful alternation in power. The character of the Spanish transition is defined by being a controlled evolution from within the structures of the dictatorship itself toward parliamentary democracy, avoiding a violent or traumatic rupture. This process was based on popular mobilization and on the policy of consensus or pact between the reformist sectors of the old regime and the democratic opposition parties, left-wing and regional nationalists. To make the agreement viable, the opposition temporarily renounced its most radical postulates, republicanism, social revolution, or self-determination, while the heirs of the regime accepted the dismantling of the Francoist apparatus and political amnesty.
The failure of continuation. The government of Arias Navarro, 1975 to 1976.
Españoles. Franco ha muerto.
After assuming the headship of state, King Juan Carlos I confirmed Carlos Arias Navarro in the presidency of the government. His cabinet, composed of an amalgam of unyielding Francoists and subtly reformist ministers, tried to articulate a historically and socially unfeasible project: Francoism without Franco, or an authoritarian-style monarchy. This model collapsed rapidly due to 3 concurrent factors: the frontal clash between the immovable stance of Arias Navarro and the democratizing will of the monarch, the reorganization of the democratic opposition into a united front known as the Plata Junta, Coordinación Democrática, March 1976, which demanded full freedoms and amnesty. The outbreak of deep labor and public order conflict, evidenced in the tragic events of Vitoria, March 1976, parallel to the intensification of terrorist actions by ETA and DRAPO. Facing the paralysis of the executive, Arias Navarro presented his resignation in July 1976 at the request of the king.
Unit 15. the government of Adolfo Suarez, 1976-1977.
To the surprise of the opposition, which initially considered him an upstart politician coming from the ranks of the Movimiento, the king designated Adolfo Suarez as the new president. Suarez surrounded himself with a cabinet of young politicians from his generation and accelerated the pace of institutional reforms through an impeccable strategy, transitioning from law to law. The legal pillar upon which the entire transition pivoted was the Law for Political Reform, LRP, approved by the Francoist Cortes in November 1976, managing to get the regime's own apparatus to vote for its self-dissolution, and ratified overwhelmingly by the Spanish people in the referendum of December 15, 1976. The LRP transformed the state by recognizing popular sovereignty, fundamental rights, and by creating new bicameral Cortes, Congress, and Senate. Elected by universal suffrage, implicitly endowed with a constituent character. To ensure the fairness and internationalization of the process, Suarez undertook the legalization of political parties. The most delicate and risky milestone was the legalization of the Communist Party of Spain, PCE, on April 9, 1977, taking advantage of the Easter holidays, a decision that caused a deep crisis within the hardline sectors of the army, but which Suarez considered essential for the elections to be genuinely democratic. In exchange, the PCE of Santiago Carrillo accepted the red and yellow flag and the monarchy. The political map polarized around four large national formations: Alianza Popular, AP, led by Manuel Fraga, of a conservative nature and linked to the Francoist ruling class; Unión de Centro Democrático, UCD, a coalition of Christian Democrats, liberals, and social democrats built around Suarez; PSOE, headed by Felipe González, with a renewed left-wing discourse; PCE, of a Euro-communist matrix. In parallel, moderate regional nationalisms emerged strongly: PNV in the Basque Country and the CIU coalition of Jordi Pujol in Catalonia. On June 15, 1977, the first free elections since 1936 were held under the Don't law system. The UCD was the winning force, 34% of votes, but without an absolute majority, followed very closely by the PSOE, 29%, leaving AP and the PCE in minority positions.
The Constitution of 1978 and first democratic governments, 1978 to 1979.
After the elections of 1977, Suarez formed a minority government that inaugurated the constituent period, 1977-1979, characterized by a systematic search for consensus to tackle the urgent problems of the state in three differentiated areas: socioeconomic, territorial, and purely constitutional.
The Moncloa Pax, October 1977.
The political transition ran the risk of foundering due to a suffocating economic situation, a legacy of the international oil crisis of 1973, which kept the country with a skyrocketing inflation of 30% and rising unemployment. To save the system, the UCD government, the main leaders of the parliamentary opposition, employers, and trade unions, signed the Moncloa Pax. These represented a major stabilization agreement that introduced severe wage containment measures and fiscal reforms designed by Fuentes Quintana in exchange for deep social counterparts and civil liberties. This socioeconomic consensus reduced conflict on the streets and smoothed the political path to debate the future Magna Carta.
The constitutional process and the fathers of the Constitution.
The drafting of this supreme norm fell upon a parliamentary committee of 7 members, the famous fathers of the Constitution, who faithfully represented the pluralism of the new Cortes: Gabriel Cisneros, Miguel Herrero de Miñón, and José Pedro Pérez Lorca, UCD, Gregorio Paces Barba, PAOE, Jordi Solé Tura, PCE, Manuel Fra, AP, and Miquel Roca, Catalan minority. The definitive text was approved by the Cortes, ratified by the Spanish people in the historic referendum of December 6, 1978, and promulgated on December 29th of the same year.
Institutional analysis of the Constitution of 1978.
The Constitution of 1978 defines Spain as a social and democratic state of law, whose superior values are liberty, justice, equality, and political pluralism. Its main structural characteristics are sovereignty and form of state. National sovereignty resides exclusively in the Spanish people. Art. 1.2. The political form of the state is the parliamentary monarchy. The king acts as head of state, with merely symbolic, representative, and arbitral functions, lacking legislative, or executive prerogatives, all his political acts must be countersigned by the President of the government or his ministers. Division of powers. O. Legislative power resides in the Cortes Generales, characterized by a mitigated bicameralism, where the Congress of Deputies holds clear legislative and budgetary preeminence over the Senado, defined as a chamber of territorial representation and second reading. Its essential functions are to legislate, approve budgets, and control the executive. O. Executive power, exercised by the government, president, and ministers, whose legitimacy emanates from the confidence of Parliament and not from the Crown. To avoid the instability of previous eras, the presidential figure was shielded by the constructive vote of no confidence. The chamber can only bring down the president if it simultaneously presents an alternative candidate with a majority to govern. O. Judicial power, configured as an independent and professional power. Justice emanates from the people and is administered by independent, unremovable judges who are subject solely to the rule of law. The General Council of the Judiciary, CGPJ, is established as its governing body and the Supreme Court as the highest jurisdictional body. Constitutional guarantees. The Constitutional Court is instituted as the supreme interpreter of the Magna Carta, in charge of resolving appeals of unconstitutionality against laws and appeals for protection. Recurso de amparo, to safeguard fundamental rights. Declaration of Rights and Freedoms. Title I includes an extensive catalog of individual rights: right to life with the abolition of the death penalty, habeas corpus, inviolability of the home, public liberties, religious and ideological freedom in a non-denominational state, and social or political rights, right to strike, unionization, and universal suffrage.
The state of autonomies.
The greatest innovation of the Constitution of 1978 lay in the decentralization of the structures of the state through the model gathered in its Title VIII, designed to reconcile legally the indissoluble unity of the Spanish nation with the right to autonomy of the regions and nationalities that integrate it. This constitutional design was characterized by its initial flexibility and ambiguity, leaving the speed and the competence ceiling of each territory dependent on political negotiation and distinguishing two different paths of access. Fast Track, Article 151, designed specifically for the so-called historical communities that had already voted on statutes during the Second Republic, Catalonia, Basque Country, and Galicia, in addition to Andalusia, which joined after a complex social process. It allowed them to assume immediately the maximum ceiling of regional competences after ratifying their statutes in a referendum. Slow Track Article 143, intended for the rest of the Spanish regions, which accessed a more limited initial level of competences, being able to expand it progressively after a minimum period of 5 years and without the need to hold a prior popular consultation. The regional map finished taking shape on a plane of deep decentralization between 1979 and 1983, giving rise to the birth of the current 17 autonomous communities, regulated by their respective statutes of autonomy, organic laws that must be endorsed by the Cortes Generales, to which Ceuta and Melilla were later added as autonomous cities. With the aim of balancing the development of the map, the Constitution introduced the principles of solidarity and interregional economic balance to correct the structural inequalities of the territory.
Unit 16. The Socialist Stage, Modernization and European Integration, 1982-1996. The Political Shift of 1982 and Democratic Consolidation.
The general elections of October 1982 marked a historic milestone in contemporary Spain. The PSOE, led by Felipe González, obtained a landslide victory with more than 10 million votes and 202 seats, achieving the first absolute majority of the current democracy. This triumph brought about the definitive collapse of the UCD, the outgoing government party, and consolidated peaceful political alternation, considered by historiography as the final point of the democratic transition. The PSOE inaugurated a stage of notable stability that translated into 4 consecutive electoral victories: 1982, 1986, 1989, and 1993, governing uninterruptedly for 14 years. The first 3 terms developed under absolute majorities, while in the 1993 election, the party found itself forced to negotiate the parliamentary support of the Catalan nationalists of Convergencia i Unió, IZU, led by Jordi Pujol, The socialist project was defined as a policy of modernizing reforms sustained upon three pillars: consolidating the state of autonomies, achieving full integration into Europe, and building a welfare state.
First term 1982-1986.
The first cabinet of Felipe González had to manage a highly complex economic and political situation. Economic cleanup. The Minister of Economy, Miguel Boyer, applied a strict adjustment plan to combat inflation and the crisis inherited from the 70s. A profound industrial restructuring was put into motion, which implied the closure of obsolete shipyards and steel mills. Although it generated strong discontent among the trade unions, the measure cleaned up the national productive fabric. Military reform and terrorism. The definitive modernization and democratization of the armed forces was successfully completed, permanently removing the danger of coup-mongering after the trauma of 23F. At the same time, the executive faced a bloody offensive by the terrorist organization ETA, social and educational legislation, the Organic Law of University Reform, LRU 1983, and the Organic Law on the Right to Education, LODI, 1985, were approved, which extended compulsory and free education up to 16 years of age. A first partial decriminalization of abortion was also approved. Foreign policy. The greatest success of the period was the signature of the Treaty of Accession to the European Economic Community, EEC, making Spain's entry effective on January 1, 1986. In parallel, Felipe González carried out a radical political shift regarding NATO. After having promised to leave the alliance while in the opposition, the government defended remaining in it and called the NATO referendum in 1986, achieving the majority backing of the citizenry.
Second term 1986-1989.
After revalidating the absolute majority in 1986, Spain experienced a cycle of intense economic growth that lasted until 1992, stimulated to a large extent by the massive arrival of structural and cohesion funds coming from the EEC. Public investment and services. The government deployed an ambitious infrastructure policy, roads, highways, and universalized essential public services. Healthcare coverage was substantially expanded, creation of the national health system, along with the pension system and public education, financed through a progressive tax system. Spain thus reached equivalence with Western European democracies with a true welfare state. Union conflict. The liberalizing economic policy of the government and the income disparities generated a definitive rupture between the PSOE and its brother union, UGT, directed by Nicolas Redondo. The social tension culminated in the historic general strike of December 14, 1988, 114D, which completely paralyzed the country and forced the executive to negotiate the withdrawal of some measures that made youth employment precarious.
Third and fourth terms 1989-1996.
In the 1989 elections, the PSOE maintained its absolute majority by a very narrow margin. The year 1992 represented the international showcase of modern Spain, with the celebration of the Barcelona Olympic Games and the Seville Universal Exposition, Expo 92. However, that same year marked the beginning of the socialist decline. Economic recession, the international crisis of the 90s hit the country hard, skyrocketing inflation and destroying employment until reaching the dramatic figure of 3 million unemployed people. Corruption scandals. The final stretch of Felipismo was tainted by serious scandals of irregular financing and illicit enrichment, such as the Fiesa case or the cases that affected the high commands of the Ministry of the Interior and the Civil Guard. The GAL scandal. This was the definitive blow to the prestige of the government. The plot of the anti-terrorist liberation groups, GAL-L, was uncovered, an armed organization that had practiced dirty war and state terrorism against ETA in the 1980s using secret state funds and involving high-ranking officials of the Ministry of the Interior. In 1993, the PSOE lost its absolute majority and had to sustain itself thanks to the parliamentary support of Jordi Pujol's CiU. Faced with them, the traditional right had firmly reorganized itself under the acronym of the Partido Popular PP, led by José María Aznar. Finally, faced with suffocation from corruption scandals and the withdrawal of parliamentary support by the Catalan nationalists, Felipe González found himself forced to bring forward the general elections to 1996, opening the way to a new stage of political alternation in Spain.
Political alternation in democracy 1996 to 2012. The governments of the Partido Popular, José María Aznar 1996-2004. First stage, the minority government and nationalist pacts, 1996-2000.
The exhaustion and scandals of the final stretch of Felipismo favored the triumph of the Partido Popular, PP, led by José María Aznar in the elections of March 1996. By obtaining a simple majority, with an advantage of barely 300,000 votes over the PSOE, the PP was forced to deploy a centrist and dialogue-oriented policy. Aznar achieved investiture after signing the majestic pacts with the Catalan nationalists of Convergencia i Unió, CU, also adding the support of the Basque Nationalist Party, PNV, and the Canarian Coalition. The great macroeconomic objective of this term was to comply strictly with the convergence criteria imposed by the Maastricht Treaty, 1991, regarding inflation, public deficit, and debt, through an orthodox economic policy based on expenditure containment, market liberalization, and the privatization of large public enterprises, such as Telefonica, Repsol, or Endesa. Spain cleaned up its accounts, reactivated employment, and managed to integrate as a founding member of the new European currency, the euro, in 1999. On the anti-terrorist front, the summer of 1997 remained marked by the kidnapping and brutal murder of the young popular councillor Miguel Ángel Blanco at the hands of ETA. The wave of social indignation and rejection unified the citizenry in the so-called spirit of Ermua. The government toughened police and judicial pressure on the group and its surroundings, which caused the nationalist forces, from the PNV to the left-wing Abertzale, to sign the Lazara Pact, 1998, seeking a sovereignist path, followed by an indefinite truce by ETA, that failed the following year after the government reached no agreement with the terrorists.
Second stage, the absolute majority and the international shift, 2000 to 2004.
In the year 2000, the PP revalidated power by achieving a solid absolute majority. Freed from dependence on parliamentary pacts, the executive gave a unilateral turn to its government action, sensibly modifying inherited legislation and approving regulations of a markedly conservative character. The immigration law to regulate migratory flows, the organic law of universities, LOU, and the organic law on the quality of education, ENLOCE, to reform the educational system. The Political Parties Law, 2002, which allowed the illegalization of Batasuna and of those political formations that explicitly sheltered terrorism. The suppression of compulsory military service, the MILI, in 2001, culminating the complete professionalization of the armed forces. This second term faced severe social protests due to the imposition of the National Hydrological Plan, which projected large river transfers, the management of the ecological disaster of the oil tanker Prestige off the Galician coast, 2002, and a reform of unemployment benefits that triggered the general strike of June 20, 2002. In foreign policy, Aznar broke with the traditional Spanish pro-European consensus to align himself closely with the strategy of the United States, George W. Bush. Despite the overwhelming opposition of public opinion and massive pacifist demonstrations, Spain actively supported the invasion of Iraq in 2003 without the backing of the UN.
The return of the PSOE, José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero, 2004 to 2011. First term, social reforms and expansion, 2004-2008.
With a view to the elections of March 2004, Aznar designated Mariano Rajoy as candidate for the presidency. However, the electoral campaign blew up on March 11, 2004, 11 m, with the brutal jihadist attack on the suburban commuter trains of Madrid, which caused 191 deaths. The controversial information management by the government, which insisted on attributing authorship to ETA when the clues pointed to Al-Qaeda, generated a profound credibility crisis. On March 14, in an atmosphere of enormous shock and mobilization, the PSOE obtained an unexpected victory, and José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero was invested president. The first measure of Zapatero was the immediate withdrawal of Spanish troops from Iraq. His mandate was characterized by an ambitious agenda of civil reforms and the expansion of social rights. The legalization of same-sex marriage 2005, the promulgation of the Dependency Law and the Equality Law, the approval of the Historical Memory Law, oriented toward the recognition and moral reparation of the victims of the Civil War and Francoism. In the territorial sphere, the controversial reform of the Statute of Autonomy of Catalonia was promoted, which generated an inflamed debate over competences and the frontal rejection of the PP.
Second term, the economic collapse and the 15M movement, 2008-2011.
The PSOE revalidated its victory in 2008, just on the threshold of the outbreak of the international financial crisis. The Spanish economy suffered an absolute collapse as the housing bubble burst, the sector upon which the growth of previous years had been built. Structural imbalances, high dependence on construction, private debt, and massive unemployment surfaced harshly, dragging the country into a deep recession and raising unemployment above 4 million people. After months of denying the magnitude of the crisis, the government of Zapatero, pressured by international markets and the guidelines of the European Union, executed a radical turn in May 2010, applying severe austerity policies, freezing pensions, reducing salaries for civil servants, cuts in public investment, and a labor reform that lowered the cost of dismissal. This neoliberal shift caused a rupture with the trade unions and the birth of the 15M movement, the Indignados, in May 2011, a citizen mobilization that channeled social discontent against unemployment, corruption, and the bipartisan model. Beset by the crisis and political exhaustion, Zapatero found himself forced to bring forward the general elections to the end of 2011.
The return of the Partido Popular.
The elections of November 2011 granted a resounding absolute majority to the Partido Popular, placing Mariano Rajoy at the head of the government. The new executive assumed the mandate under a suffocating economic situation marked by a skyrocketing risk premium and market distrust. To curb the public deficit, Rajoy's government immediately deepened the austerity recipes demanded by the European Union, applying a harsh labor reform, 2012, a generalized tax increase, and drastic budget cuts in health, dependency, and education. The critical moment of the term was reached in 2012, when the government had to request a European financial rescue of up to 100,000 million euros to clean up the Spanish banking system, especially Bankia. Beyond the economic crisis, Rajoy's term turned into a profound institutional, political, and territorial crisis. Sovereignist tension. In Catalonia, the rejection of a fiscal pact and the prior ruling of the Constitutional Court on the Estatut spurred a massive independence movement, which culminated in the symbolic consultation of November 9, 2014. Corruption. The governing party suffered a devastating erosion due to scandals of illegal financing and parallel accounting, personified in the Barcenas case and Operation Punica, which seriously eroded the legitimacy of the executive. Social conflict. The approval of the restrictive citizen security law, baptized by the opposition as the gag law, Ley Mordaza, and the social drama of evictions spurred constant protests in the streets. Finally, in this context of breakdown of the traditional institutional model, King Juan Carlos I abdicated in June 2014, opening the way to the proclamation of Felipe VI as the new monarch. The end of the term in 2015 would certify the definitive breakdown of imperfect bipartisanship with the forceful irruption into parliament of new political formations, such as Podemos and Ciudadanos.